I can see past the
Good morning and welcome to South by Southwest. As a reminder, during the Q&A, please remember to ask questions through the Engage button on the session page in the South by Southwest Go app. Please welcome to the stage Ivy Chiu, Tommy Dorfman, Tiana Tukes, Ben Stokes, and Pink Star.
Hi, everybody. It's so great to be here at South by Southwest. I had a film here that premiered yesterday, and it's such a treat to now get to sit down with four truly legendary LGBTQ plus icons in their own right. I am a founder of Club CURRAN, which is a space that I created to foster both safety, community, and success for LGBTQ plus artists. And with CURRAN, we have come to South by just to have a conversation with four incredible leaders in their industries. And I'd love for you all to just introduce yourselves, because I think you will do a better job than I will.
Sure, I'll start. My name is Tiana Tukes. I am a VC and venture capitalist, also a professor at Spelman College.
I'm Pink Star. I'm a DJ and a musician and a nightlife promoter.
Hi everyone, I'm Ben Stokes. I'm a founding partner of Chasing Rainbows, which is an early stage venture capital fund.
Hi, I'm Ivy Chiu. I'm a director, producer, and cinematographer in the Austin film community.
We love the Austin film community. I just wanted to start, and because this is kind of the question I love asking people across the board, what inspires you all to do what you're doing? Go for it.
Me first. Okay. I would say what inspires me is, first and foremost, nature. I realize that everything comes from the earth, and I'm just grateful to continue to connect with people and through filmmaking. I think filmmaking is a beautiful art that combines so many elements of music, its images, its production design, so many things. And so I'm just so grateful every day to be able to collaborate and create things with people.
Yeah, I think for me, what inspires me really is community. I think through my career here in Texas, I've been able to be a trailblazer for the trans community, becoming the first trans woman to be so many things. And at the end of the day, I'm always thinking of how what I'm doing will affect the trans people in the future. And especially the trans women that I see, the younger trans women that I see struggling. And I want my work to make some sort of difference. So that's what keeps me moving and keeps me just hurry to do something.
I say my family, both my blood family as well as my chosen family. I think a lot about my ancestors and the legacies that they left for me to live out. And I also think about the work that my friends are doing, part of my chosen family, and I think they continue to inspire me every day.
Yeah, and I think for me, I'm really around creating equal opportunity. I think so many times our community is downtrodden and not given the same opportunities as everybody else. So I think that really pushes me to want to create more opportunities for people just like myself.
And Tiana, I'll start with you. How does your work intersect with identity and with the outside world?
I think it has everything to do with identity. First, I'm a VC and investor. I started my career at Sequoia Capital. I'm part of the research team for their Scout Fund. And in doing so, and later becoming a principal at a large or emerging VC firm, I became one of the first trans women in VC. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes.
And I love the work that I built founding a nonprofit that really was on the center of moving or pushing the dial towards increasing representation in venture for LGBTQ investors. Now I spend my time teaching at Spelman College in Atlanta. And
Woo!
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm from Atlanta, so
Yeah.
it's very exciting for me.
Yeah, and Spelman College is the #1 HBCU in the nation, but also a women's college. And so I spend my time working with Black students, particularly Black women, and investing my time making sure those student entrepreneurs have the tools they need to succeed. So everything that I've done in my career thus far has been about helping the next guard, the next generation, and focusing on the identities that are pushed farthest on the margins.
And what about for you, Ivy, working here in Austin? How does your identity intersect with the film community here, and how does that influence your work?
I think as a freelancer in particular, the work-life balance is, well, everything's kind of blended. And I think when we're going through it, we're not really thinking about, okay, how does my identity inform what I'm doing in the day-to-day? But when I step back and look at it, I realize, wow, it's an incredible community that has been so supportive. I think of all sorts of identities. Like I think about myself, I'm like, okay, well, I'm from Taiwan, I'm queer, and I'm a non-binary filmmaker, and I look around and I don't really see anyone like me. But at the same time, I stayed in Austin because of the really beautiful and like safe space that's been created here for me to grow into this person. And so I'm just grateful for this really beautiful community that's just accepting. Mm-hmm.
And for you, Pink Star, does being in Austin, what does that mean to you, doing your work here?
I love Austin, and it's really like what Ivy is saying. It's the community here is incredible, and I think there's a rich history of queer artistry that is sort of, I don't know, it's kind of hidden, like, but once you become part of it, you start to learn, like, there's a rich history of lesbian punk in Austin, and that honestly has transformed over the decades what like the live music capital of the world means, or like it kind of pioneered what that was for Austin. And just I think there's just so much love in Texas, especially among the queer community. And it's a community, it's a group of people that have been heavily traumatized by their environment, and so we're now all taking care of each other. And I mean, I come as an immigrant too, like I'm from Mexico, I moved here when I was 20, but also in a pretty conservative environment. And I think Austin really held me and hugged me and saved me and gave me the power to do what I do now.
Yeah, I love that. I think like, you know, I live in a coastal city, but I grew up in the South, and I think a lot about what it means to like bring work home, or how does our work intersect with, you know, more regional cities, secondary cities, but still very prominent cities, more conservative cities as queer people. And Ben, I'm curious, since you and I started talking, you've been in like 14 different countries, I feel. So you travel so much in your work, and I'm curious for you how your work and your identity intersect in every place that you inhabit.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I feel like for me, when I look at my younger self and think about that guy who was really ashamed about being part of the LGBTQ plus community, and I look now to who I am, where I've fully embraced it, and my entire career is based on being part of the community and actually empowering others within the community as well. And I kind of feel like, you know, it wasn't really myself until I really fully embraced that identity and actually had the opportunity then to actually create a career that now I feel like I'm only successful because of being part of the LGBTQ plus community.
I love that. I mean, I think authenticity breeds authenticity at the end of the day, and truth is undeniable. And I agree with you. Like, I've only found success at work, professionally and personally, when I'm being honest with myself about what I want to do, and also the person that I am. The world opens up when you open up to the world.
And I think as well, just to carry on with that, like I think more opportunities come to us as well when we actually fully are our full and true selves as well, and actually have that authenticity, because it encourages other people to really embrace who they are too.
Yeah, I think you know, we're currently living in a very scary time, I would say, in America, and Texas in particular is a hotbed and unfortunately a leader in anti-trans and anti-queer legislation, specifically targeting youth in America. But you know, when bills pass, hundreds of bills are put into the court system, and when they pass in places like Texas, it inspires other states to see if they can get away with passing the same bills. And I know for me, it can be really hard to stay productive when outside forces, when the world is so targeted violently against you as a person. And while my identity and my art are intertwined, they still exist separately. So I would love to hear from each of you, how you navigate staying on track, staying productive, when you're working in a country that in so many ways is targeted against you. Do you want to start, Tiana?
Sure. I think a lot about what Toni Morrison said, I think in a CBS interview with Charlie Rose. She spoke about there's so much work that, particularly as a Black woman, she faced with racists making her think that she had to explain herself away to them, had to write to their voice, had to write her work to their gaze. And for me as a Black trans woman, I know that there are parties that are very concerned and very interested in me being exhausted, me being tired, me being angry, frankly. And I spend a lot of my time not thinking about them. Although it's quite difficult because I work in an industry where it's abysmal, frankly, for Black founders, LGBTQ founders, women founders, you name it. But I spend my time and my energy working with underrepresented founders, underrepresented investors, and leaders of industry to think about ways we can change the tide. Because I do think there are people who want to see us tired, and it serves us to be frustrated. It serves them, frankly, for us to be frustrated, not to spend our energy that way. But I spend my time thinking about other possibilities. Yeah. So protect your peace, I guess.
Protect your peace. I think, yeah, do you have tools that you use to protect your peace when you're on the road or when you're preparing to, step out on stage at South by?
Meditation and prayer. I'm a person of faith. I grew up in Atlanta, similar to you, and so I'm a Southern girl at heart, and I do keep my faith practice pretty solid. But also, I have a pretty strong group of friends that I keep around me, a trusted circle that we pour into one another. And I think, especially now with all the hate that's out there, we have to go back to community more now so than ever, just to continue to go against the current.
Yeah, I think chosen family, community, staying where it's warm is like the best way to survive for me day to day. What about for you, Pink Star?
It truly is protecting your energy. I think that's the only way to keep moving forward, especially, like living and working in Texas where there's so much hatred going around. It's easy to feel overwhelmed by what is happening, but for me, it's just I have to protect myself, and I just have to look the other way many times. And I think at the end of the day, what I always end up telling people, I remember, this is like my ongoing speech for Pride last year. It was on stage. It's look at the people that are here, look at the people that are around you. This is the community that has come out to support trans and queer artists. And at the end of the day, these bills and these people are not gonna eliminate us. We are here and we'll stand as a community and we'll take care of each other no matter what. And I think just having that mindset, and I think I also come, in Mexico, the government and the law is kind of not taking care of people a lot of the times. And so I think it's a Mexican mentality to just trust that community will help each other and we'll take care of each other. And I think that's kind of my mindset too here in Texas of no matter what these people do, we're still gonna be here and we've been here for centuries. So I think that's what I do.
Yeah. No, I think that's really, really fair. I think protecting your energy is so paramount. And to me, it's the work can provide liberation in different ways, right? And if I can focus on the work and not focus on what I believe to be the minority of Americans who don't think we deserve the right to exist, and focus on the majority where it's warm, that's very inspiring to me. Ben, For you, how are you navigating your work and venture and the current onslaught of anti-LGBTQ plus legislation?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, it's actually about going back to what you were just saying there around us all banding together to protect each other. I think that is so important, and I don't think we, as a community, often do that enough. And so I think it's really up to us to really stand up for each other. So one of the things that we've done just as a venture fund is actually, so our only requirement as part of our thesis is that we only invest in companies that are created by or founded by someone who identifies as part of the LGBTQ plus community. But when we ask the question, it's a yes or no question. Does someone in the founding team identify as part of the community? And we don't ask who. And the reason why we don't ask who is because oftentimes we're dealing with founders who may be based in Africa or Ghana or places like that where for them, actually coming out is a death sentence. And so it's really important for us to really focus on how do we actually ensure that we're keeping people safe, but also giving people opportunities as well. And so being part of that for us is like, how do we do that in a way that is supportive and also ensuring the safety? So I think that's really important to think about that.
Is there a company that you have invested in that you feel particularly proud of and like how they're fostering safety or in the work that they're doing?
Oh my God, I don't want to, I genuinely
Not pick a favorite.
I can't pick a favorite. I don't have a favorite. So let me just say that. Oh, I love all of my children.
Portfolio.
Okay. No. Look. So I think it's really interesting actually. So we have one founder, Kylo is their name, and they are part of the trans community or non-binary community themselves. And they started with a chest binder for individuals who are ABFAB or assigned female at birth, which is a word I had to learn. And so,
Same.
But what they've done, which I think I'm really proud of, is the fact that they started there within the trans community, ensuring that they built a community around these binders. And now they're doing, they did a partnership with Nike to do actually a chest binder for all women in sport. And so we can see how you can go from like really supporting one part of the community or the trans and non-binary community to actually being a product that is used globally for all women in sport. So I think that there's opportunities for individuals. But yeah, like I said, I don't have any favorites, I promise.
Ivy, for you as a filmmaker, producer, multi-hyphenate talent in Texas, where there is so much transphobia, homophobia, but also being weaponized politically, targeted towards kids and adults. How does your work intersect with that, and how are you staying productive during this time?
So I think a big part of being a filmmaker oftentimes is elevating other voices. And so around 2 years ago, a collective of directors and filmmakers and we started making a movie called I Need Space. And it's funny, I think in the queer land, we're always in the place of discovery. We started making this because 4th Street District, which is, historically, where the gay bars are in town, that place was under attack. Condos were going to be built in that place, and so we started looking around, being like, okay, who are some queer leaders in the community already fighting for rights and creating safe spaces in town? And so through that journey, we began to get to know so many performance artists, including Pink Star here, Miss Girl 6, Bridget Bandit, Bobby Pudrito, Gothic Jasmine, so many performance artists who are in town already fighting to create space, particularly against a lot of the Senate bills that have come up that are trying to outlaw being queer, being trans. And so I think a large part of our work, honestly, has been highlighting other people who are already doing the work. And it's been so exciting and rewarding because through that journey, I think I've been able to understand so much more about myself and stay inspired by other people who are fighting for my rights to be here in the state of Texas. And I think Austin is such a pivotal city, especially because we're sort of surrounded by conservative beliefs. But at the same time, it's been a beacon of light to just look around and be like, okay, there are days when I don't know why I'm here, but I look around and I see people who are expressing themselves, healing themselves through the art that they're making, and that keeps me going.
And I do want to add to this documentary. I mean, I think as someone who's featured and who has been working with y'all and like doing interviews with y'all and kind of, it has created some sort of camaraderie too with everyone that's working in the city. At least for me, that's how I see it. It's like creating this clear map of the people that are building space and building community, but also what those, like the communities that they serve. And I think it's also created this kind of, well, I don't know. It's like Austin is really interesting because although we are all kind of working in nightlife space or like art, like related fields, it is this sort of like, there's no sense of competition, at least with all the leaders. Like I think we're all respecting each other. And I think the documentary in some way has also created some sort of camaraderie.
That made so much.
I feel very grateful because I've seen versions of sizzles for the documentary, and we've talked a lot about that process of, you know, how can art, one, educate, but also inspire and offer, you know, tools to maintain these safe spaces in Austin. I mean, there are so few queer bars in this country compared to 5 years ago, 10 years ago, spaces where queer artists can safely perform and commune and like find community and support one another. I would love to hear more just about the process of your film in particular and where you're at with it now, and maybe even call out like how people can watch the sizzle if it's available or support that work.
Yeah, we're on Instagram, I Need Space Film. I think I referenced earlier, the queerness is a process of discovery. And I think every day I am transforming. I'm not the same person as I was yesterday as I was today. And so that's how we've approached this filmmaking process is we didn't do it as a single director. You know, there are 5 of us, actually, producer mid-80s right there. We decided, hey, let's figure out what is the story that the community wants to tell. And so instead of it being, you know, authoritarian dictator of like, this is what I want the movie to be about, we spend time every week connecting as people and also talk about the various things that need to happen to make a film, which is very hard. So I think in the past 2 years, it's been driven by curiosity. It's been driven by wanting to get to know the people in the scene and understand, hey, we're not really sure what this final form is going to be. Is it going to be a feature film? Is it going to be a docu-series? As we keep getting to know all these people, we realize, wow, there are so many incredible leaders in town whose stories we want to highlight, and so it's just continued to expand right now.
So exciting. Yeah, definitely check out the film's Instagram, find out ways that you can support. I think it's like this kind of work inspires other people to do this kind of work in their cities, in their states, in their countries. And safe space is so vital. How are you fostering safe space as you continue to do the work that you're doing and visit different institutions?
I would say I spent the past 2 years leading a nonprofit that worked to creating a safe space in the VC community. Name was LGBT VC. And we saw from our inception a response from the broader venture community because the VC industry as a asset class that Ben and others might know has been around for quite some time. The NVCA, the National Venture Capital Association, was founded about 50 years ago. But our organization was the first in the industry to emerge to really address the lack of limited partners, people who invest in investors themselves, as well as angels and scouts. And what we saw in the 2 year of running it was that we could convene a large amount of people together. We hosted a summit that we partnered with the United Nations. We had Amazon Web Services in New York City, brought over 500 attendees. Wow. And we brought, it was fun. We had diplomats and drag stars. So it was nice. And,
as it should be.
Yes, and we talked about the power of economic justice and prosperity for the queer community because venture capital can, I believe, be a means to transformation for our community at large. We think about not just the income gap, but the wealth gap between queer people and non-queer people. is far and far-reaching. So I personally have seen in my own career the power VC can have, and so I'm using it in my own right to help advance for the broader community. But I do think community is a tool. You know, the freedom to assembly is one of our Bill of Rights. So I think that we should come together more often.
And do you have any suggestions for allies in your industry or other industries, how they can help provide safer spaces for trans and queer employees?
I say wire and hire all the time. I think
Say that again.
wire and hire. So
Yes.
oh, I hear some claps. Good. So wire means just wire us some money.
What?
And then that's the first thing.
I'll take that.
And then
Wire the coin.
And then hire, meaning you should employ queer and trans people. Let's be clear. I think people are fairly aware that queer and trans people are not fairly represented in leadership positions at Fortune 500 companies, at startups, at venture firms. And I think that, you know, we don't need another business case. I'm a business school I teach at a business program. We don't need another business case talking about the pros, the financial incentives to diversity. People know that, you know, having diverse team changes business outcomes. It's time to now just like make some room, put down the mic or pass the mic to someone else and give someone else a chance. And don't be afraid, because I think oftentimes people who are in power positions, because if they're honest, they probably have been abusing their position of power, are afraid that those they've been abusing will do the same thing they've been doing to other people. But actually, you'd be quite surprised that you might actually see a different model of leadership. One that's more compassionate, more empathetic, more extensive, more generous, more altruist, that doesn't necessarily see itself as a competition, but as a collaboration. So I encourage people to think about how they can extend and open up more doors to people who are not like them, and address their own internal fears around what they think the people they've been doing harm to might do once they're in that position of power. Because we might shock you, we won't hurt you.
Ugh. We might shock you, we won't hurt you. Clap for that. I mean, I really think safe spaces provide healing opportunities for queer people and allies to heal generational trauma, and it's not specific to industry. It is across the board, and you know, LGBTQ plus people are more disenfranchised for educational opportunities as well. We have higher homelessness rates. So sometimes it means taking a chance on a queer person and training them. And so maybe it's a little bit more work because we haven't had as much access, but that work is instrumental in continuing to open doors. You know, for the rest of you, and hop in whenever, but what advice would you give for people in your industry to foster safe spaces?
You know, following on from what Tiana said, I completely agree. Definitely wire and definitely hire. Absolutely. I think that, one of the challenges that I see so much is that often people within our community have to work twice as hard for half the respect. What that often means, though, is that we go twice as far when given the opportunity. And so I feel right now there's so much opportunity to really see what we can do and what the possibilities are by venture funds like Chasing Rainbows, which is the fund that I run, being able to invest in those spaces. So what we've seen for us is that there's 4 pillars that have really emerged, and that's companies that create access to healthcare, access to education, the environment, sustainability, and financial inclusion and equity. And I think that those pillars have sort of formed without meaning to, because people within our community have felt discrimination at some point within those areas. But what I love on the other side of that is that, you know, when you look at the data, it shows that, you know, LGBTQ plus founders create 36% more jobs, have 114% more patents, and have 44% more exits than our straight counterparts. So again, going back to the fact that there's barely any investment into that space, so less than 0.5% of all venture funding has ever gone to someone who identifies as part of the community, but yet really great outcomes, should be a floodgate of why people who are, you know, smart with money and investors who want to make more money should be investing in our community. Unfortunately, that hasn't been the case so far, but I see that there's definitely an opportunity there to change that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're obviously doing the work to pave the way and inspire other VC firms to invest in us because we're worthy of that investment.
Not only are we worthy, but we actually have better outcomes. So it's
we statistically will make allies more money.
And I think it's mainly because we don't have an opportunity to fail. Like, we genuinely don't. where, you know, we don't have that cushion to fall back on, as you were mentioning before. And so it's now an opportunity, I see, for us to actually support each other, to actually achieve more, so that we can have more people in our community actually succeed as well.
Yeah, I think that's so true. I think everyone on stage here has worked probably 3 times, 5 times as hard to get to the place that they're at, especially because we don't have that safety net to fail. You know, I think that because of that, it's amazing to hear that statistic that, you know, we're very successful because of that we, you know, bring in a lot of money. So yes, wire and hire, I'm excited for that. But I think also, sorry, I actually forgot the question.
No, you're good. I think like maybe advice you could give to allies in the film industry specifically on how they can be more inclusive and support our community as artists.
I think to accept that we're also human, that we will fail, and to accept us in those failures. I think I've grown up in such a high pressure environment where anytime I stepped into the limelight, it was like, hey, don't fail, don't fail, don't fail. And there's this like incredible perfectionism that comes from that fear of failure. And I think just accepting that, you know, you have to take a chance on us, and you have to accept us where we're at.
Yeah, I mean, I think coming on the other side of the coin too, and like also like as a freelancer, it's like I've worked so hard just to prove myself as a musician, even just in this city. Like for 6 years, or I don't even know how long, people would not even call me a musician. They would call me a performer because of the nature of my shows. It was way more queer, honestly. It was a pop performance. It wasn't a rock band with white boys on stage jamming. It was a group of trans people dancing and having fun on stage. And, you know, it's like, I don't know, I feel like I worked so hard even to just be recognized as a musician, even get an Austin Music Award or like be on the covers. It's like, I've received so much positive attention. I'm very grateful, but it is a lot of work. And even having done this trailblazing work, I don't have financial security. And like I'm freelancing, I'm doing shows, I'm performing, and if I don't do that, then I don't have money to eat, I don't have money to pay my rent. And I think it's kind of this truth too about the trans and the queer community is that like, even though we're working so hard and we're overachieving and we have such great success rates, we're so dehumanized in the community that like our basic needs are not met a lot of the times, and especially like a lot of like my sister, a lot of my trans sisters are sex workers, a lot of my trans sisters are doing like performance work. It's just like it is this really kind of like bizarre thing that happens where like we are so incredibly talented and just succeeding so much, but on the other side of the coin there's also like this harsh reality about the trans community.
I love what you said there around the fact that, you know, we work so hard, but we're not actually given the finances we need to be successful either. And so one of the things I've noticed, particularly in venture, and Tiana, I wonder if you can chime in on this as well, but often the money that's given to people within the LGBTQ plus community are small checks. So they're like small diversity checks. They tick a box for a lot of investors. Whereas if you're actually writing a proper check and you want us to succeed, let us spend more time in our business, working in our business, rather than fundraising. Because fundraising for $50,000 checks all the time to try and get to that $500,000 raise takes a long time. So it actually cuts us back in terms of what we can actually achieve because we're spending more time fundraising. So being able to write larger checks and actually spend less time fundraising and more time working in your business actually ensures our success as well.
What I'll just add on to that, when you said Pink Star was so beautiful, was it made me think of the Equality Act and like how much we need that to pass in Congress. The Equality Act, for those who don't know, is a bill that's sitting, I think, in the Senate right now that's focused on giving LGBT people around the United States equal treatment in all aspects of public life, from housing to employment to financial services to every facet of our daily lives. And unfortunately, there are still bad actors, and I think legislation like the Equality Act are so important because it helps to make sure those bad actors are held to account. And in addition to like legislative movements, I think that what you're pointing to, and I think hopefully those watching this today will know that Pink Star is available and can be booked. But like
Book her.
Book her. But is that queer and trans people are underemployed? And particularly trans women of color. I know I'm a Black trans woman. I fought for everything I had, tooth and nail, and I think that, and I don't mince words about that because it was the truth. And I think that I know that if I was white, I would have a totally different experience, or a white cis straight person. I've done really great stuff, but like I know that I would be even more successful if I was white. And I think about that often. I was like, okay, what's my benchmark and what's my own life, Because even as a Black trans woman in finance and working in education and academy, I know that there are still people who don't think that I'm a professor, who don't think I worked in venture, and I'm always working against kind of a stereotype of what possibility is for me. And it works to my benefit because I can't tell how many times I've had conversations with people who don't know what I know, and they'll talk around me as if I don't know, and then I say, oh, actually, I worked at this firm, and they're like, oh, we're trying to get a check from them. Yeah, you should have been nice. You should have been nice the first time.
You just never know who you're talking to and where that can lead. Thank you so much, all of you, for your vulnerability with all of these questions. I think it's a great service, not just to community, but also allies who want to support us or people who might not understand us. I think these types of conversations really do provide the resources that are necessary. And we're often so underestimated as a community. I think there's a fear of the unknown. So everyone knows a trans person, everyone knows a queer person, whether they're out or not. Statistically, it's just improbable that you don't. So, I think it's important to also give ourselves our flowers, so to speak, and would love for all of us to talk about, how does the queer community make the world a better place?
I'll start. I'll say that, beyond our contributions, queer people are the spice of life, just as every diverse person, or every human being represents the diversity of life. And I do think beyond what we do to make the world better through music, through the arts, through film, television, finance, etc., just our existence, our being presents a different way. I can think of my own experience as a trans person existing in a liminal space, the space that's in between two genders, or transgressing or moving beyond from one gate to another. I think there's a lot of education and teaching that trans people in particular can do to other people about creating your own reality, creating your own world, and expressing that. There's also lessons around, truth and authenticity, and not saying that necessarily that queer and trans are the beacons of those things all the time, but I do think there's some lessons that could be learned from queer and trans people about, living your life against the grain or going your own path and doing so undaunted by what naysayers might say. And then lastly, I do think that we can show people, what I think unconditional love might be, because so oftentimes we have not been given that. Thank you. Okay. So oftentimes we haven't been given that from maybe our birth families, and we have to, first give it to ourselves, but oftentimes we're giving that and we're doing healing work for our community and for our friends as well. So those are things, but beyond contribution, we're not just here to do outputs.
That's it right there.
Yeah, I want to echo that. I think trans people specifically kind of have created our own realities, and we know so much about the world just by traversing it in our identities, and we know so much more about society and how it works, and just for existing and for navigating our lives. And I think we have so much to teach. And there are so many, I think, because of, our lack to access, we've made alternative solutions, and we've built around community, and we have these kind of maybe alternative but very compassionate ways of living our lives that I think the world needs to learn more about.
I think for me, like, I think we have to think about legacy slightly differently because most of us don't have children or won't have children. And so thinking about the way that we pass on what we've learned and how we've actually, how we be remembered as well. And so I think, I'm sitting here and I feel very humbled to be sitting here on this panel with such creative, amazing people. And so it's just thinking around, like, we are so open and have the opportunities to create so many different things by actually being ourselves and actually stand up and do something that's so great as well. So I think about some of the founders that we work with and just how they're doing such amazing things that I would never think possible. Like, we have one company called Tomtex, which has created a bio-based leather alternative out of mushrooms and shellfish shell waste. Like, how did someone even come up with that, right? I couldn't do that. But it's an expression. And so, like, being able to create legacy beyond just thinking about children, I think, is an opportunity for people within our community to be able to be really creative and actually have the opportunity to make a real mark in society as well.
I love what you said about not having or rethinking legacy, because I think as queer people, because we don't necessarily have children, we have to think of creative ways in order to, have a legacy and have a future. We don't really have that many queer elders to look up to. It's really hard to go through life without that kind of queer wisdom of, what do I do in this situation? I've never been in it before. And I think that's super important, just to be innovative in each respective field that we're all in, to think about creative problem solving and solutions for ideas that, problems that you don't have a solution for. And I think another thing for me is queer people really have a lot of empathy. I think if you fought really hard to be out as a queer person in this world, you've experienced a lot of trauma, you've experienced discrimination, you've experienced challenges that a lot of people have not. And so because of that too, I know that from my own Christian background, I grew up very conservative. My dad's a pastor whom I love dearly, but at the same time, these church settings, these people, they don't understand your experience, and so they're not able to empathize with you or understand what you're going through. But because of that challenge, I've also developed so much empathy and love for people who, don't share the same beliefs as me, who are different from me. And I think in order to make the world a better place, we have to come from a place of wanting to bridge that gap and have empathy and love for each other.
Yeah, I mean, retweet if tweeting was still a thing. No, but I think it's true. I love what you all spoke about and touched on, this idea of legacy, because there are not that many examples of queer leaders, trans leaders. We are often touted as like the first in some capacity, and that is a great weight to carry on your back. And it could be the first in Austin. It could be the first person at your high school. It could be the first prom queen. It could be the first trans parent. Like, it could be the first, person to transition publicly. Like, there's all of these kind of like first legacies that are put on us. And I think there's a lot to learn from navigating that, from having to break through and find different creative ways to make your dreams happen, and also simply to survive. And through that work, empathy is fostered and shared. I think a lot about, it's so shocking to me that people are so fearful of trans people specifically, because I think trans people, if you look at us as in our experience, like, we are a great resource for how to live autonomously, how to create a life for yourself that can be actually quite inspiring. But if you're talking to, a white man who is a doctor in a small town, whose dad was a doctor, whose dad's dad was a doctor, he doesn't know that he could do something different because he's just doing the thing that he was told he had to do. And I think that's where the fear comes in for trans people, specifically queer people, more holistically, because we're so autonomous. Like, we, in order to survive, had to choose our life and take very strenuous steps to build a life for ourselves just to be comfortable and our skin and our body. And I think, you know, a lot of my work, I try to bring that humility in and humanity in to make it as universal as possible, because I do think as a community, we are so inspiring for cis people, for straight people. Like, we really have so much to offer, and we're really just not that different at the end of the day. Thanks. Two more questions. We've sort of touched on this before, but I think it's important to hit on, you know, we've talked about how allies can be more supportive of us. Wire and hire. Write it down. Get it tattooed on your body. No. Fax it to all your friends. How do you personally deal with discrimination in the workplace? I can start if you want. No.
I won't speak how I dealt with it, but I'll speak about how, because maybe I haven't dealt with discrimination before. But no, when I would talk to some of my mentees, my students, and I advise them on, when you go into the world and you are maybe the first and only by yourself in a system that looks very foreign to you, you should, I won't speak tactically, but I'll speak about how to shore up yourself. And what I think is you have to be clear about who you are and also your worth, generally speaking. Like, regardless of how someone is able to ascertain or even to acknowledge your abilities, you first need to be able to do that. Like, you first should know, regardless of my peers, as my supervisor, or people, the collaborators I'm working with, give me time and space to actualize and express my talents. I first give myself that permission. I first give myself the chance to express it, because you won't always get a fair chance, but I do think life is just. So life may not be fair, but I think all things work out justly.
Justice.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think I feel like I maybe have not faced, like, I don't know, like, people being discriminatory to my face, but obviously, like, the opportunities that I'm giving are very different. And I think as a queer person, as a trans person, it's like I will seize every opportunity that I have, and I will prove to myself and to the world that we, like, are built to do this and that we can succeed. And I think that's truly, like, I think that is kind of like the ethos of my artistry all the time, has been kind of, if they tell me I can't do this, or there are no opportunities, or there's no clear path or trail, then I will make it, and I will prove that we can do this. And as long as I can keep the door open for people behind me to come through, I will keep that door open. And I think that's kind of the way to deal with discrimination.
Yes. Yeah, I think for me, like, I'm a big believer in proving people right. So don't prove people wrong, because the haters are always going to hate you, and they're always going to find a reason for them to, like, they're always going to want to push you down. Whereas, like, actually doing what you do to, you know, just to almost say thank you and prove those that actually always believed in you, always had faith in you, always invested their time, love, money, whatever they had to invest at the time into you and your success. I think that for me is why I do what I do. And so every single time now that I work with these founders, like, it's exactly the same thing. It's like don't prove the haters that you can do it. Prove to me, who believes in you and has invested money and capital into you, that you can do it, because you can. And so I think, you know, going back to what you said before around opportunities, like, you know, I'm a country boy from northwest coast of Tasmania. Like, that's in the middle of nowhere. For any Aussies in the room, you know where that is. It's nowhere. Anyway, I just see, like, I have used my LGBTQ plus identity to actually take me to places all around the world and have, taken opportunities and seized them only because, you know, we're part of the community. And I think so, you know, being able to grow and being able to change and actually take those opportunities. If I had have stayed back on the farm, I probably wouldn't be where I am today. I know that for sure. But, you know, using education as a way to get out of my small town, and then from there being able to sort of, like, go out and see the world and actually understand what it is that I wanted to do with my life to make it, you know, again, going back to legacy. I feel like I'm in exactly the right spot to where I'm meant to be as well.
Hell yeah. I love what Tiana said about knowing who you are, because I think when you know who you are deeply, what everyone else says does not matter. And I think that's something I constantly have to remind myself is like, who are you? And to continue to sit in that. I think that the other thing I try to focus on is just being me. You know, there will always be haters, and I think everyone navigates the world with their own colored lens of bias, and you just have to remember that's a projection. Like whatever they're going through and thinking about you, it's developed by, you know, the societal construct that they live in, and that's fine. It's not for you, so just kindly fuck off.
Kindly fuck off. You heard it here first. No, but I think there's a theme of bringing, you know, keeping the door open, right? So my last question is, what is, you know, one piece of advice or thing you want to say to LGBTQ youth right now to break into your industry or just keep going?
You said it. I think I would just say that, keep going, because I think about my own life, and there wasn't someone to me look up to in the fields I was interested in. But I think about me as a little girl and the child that was emerging in that body, and I think so much of it was about just believing that there was something else, believing that there was better. So for those watching, little kiddos watching, maybe you're in Georgia, hey, and you know, just keep going, believing that there's more. There is so much more to go.
Yeah, I resonate with that so much too. There wasn't really anyone to look up to, and I mean, I think I've in my head like have said it in a different way. It's just like be delusional. Like
Yes. Like, be delusional.
be so delusional. Like believe in your own like weird like reality that you've created in your brain, and then people will believe it with you. I think that truly is like how I've come to any sort of attention. It's like I just decided that I was going to do this thing, and then suddenly people decided with me that I was this thing, and then it just kept going and snowballing. And like, if you believe that there is more than what you see out in the world, then there will be more. And if you're like believe with conviction, then people will believe it with you.
Yes.
God, I love that. That is awesome. Yeah, I think like the big thing for me is just like don't underestimate yourself and what's possible. Exactly what you said. Like I think we live our lives so much by the expectations of everybody else instead of our own expectations of what we want to achieve. And so I think if we can continue to push out and actually just be who we are and actually embrace your identity earlier as well, because, you know, I keep thinking like, you know, we spend so much of our lives trying to conform that we actually miss out on the best parts of ourselves, and so does the rest of the world as well. So I think the less time we do that and the more time we actually embrace who we are fully and be our true authentic selves, the better off we are and the better off the world is.
I think patience. Ooh. I really firmly believe in the collective power of small actions. And, you know, if today is hard, it's okay. There's another day tomorrow. Your dreams may be this big, but start with drinking water, like eat some food, spend time in nature, hang out with your friends, go to bed. That's a note from me. And, you know, you will always become the person you want to be if you just keep at it. So it's okay to dream big. It's okay to be delusional. People will come along with you if you just believe that day by day.
Oh, so beautiful. I'm so grateful to all of you for coming here this morning and sharing this stage with me. It is like such an honor I've learned so much. We have some audience Q&A questions, which is exciting, and it sort of, one of them touches on something I think maybe Pink Star had said, or maybe Ben had said about success. Yeah, how, let's see, I want to give them credit. Where is it? Oh, thank you. Carson Mahoy, traditional definitions of success often don't resonate with marginalized communities. How do you define success in the context of your work and your personal lives?
I think success has to start from within yourself. Thank you. You will never meet the expectations of other people. You just won't. And so if every day you look at yourself in the mirror, you say, wow, I'm loved, I'm really cool, I'm beautiful. Just say those things to yourself and you're successful. That's all.
Yeah, I think for me, like as an investor, it's actually ensuring that people within our community have more opportunities. And the easiest thing I can do is actually write checks to people within our community so that they actually have opportunities. So I think it's just making sure that for every like I mentioned before, like the number of investments in the LGBTQ plus community is 0.5% of all venture funding. If I can make that 0.6 or 1% or 2% or 3%. Like that for me is going to be a measure of success that I would be really proud of. And that obviously goes back into my personal life as well. One of the joys about that is that, like you said, like our measure of success shouldn't come from anyone else. It should be our own measure of success. And so for me, like just being able to invest and actually creating a venture fund that fully focuses on the LGBTQ plus community, I really feel like I'm a success. So, I don't think that it has to go any further than that, other than just making sure that other people get investment to be able to have their success as well.
Yeah, I think for me, there's always more, and there's always I'll always want more, and I'll always want the next step of my career, and I'll always want more, like just different things. But I think, like today, I could die happy because I feel like to me, success is like I've been visible in Texas, and the first trans person and trans woman to do all these things in Texas. And I meet all these younger trans people that moved to Austin from their small towns, and they've seen me and they're like, you changed my life. I think seeing you sparked something in me, and I get to share my experience and my love with these people. And I think especially in Austin, there's so much love within the queer community that I think it's like Austin saved me and I was able to save other people, and I feel like that's the biggest mark of success I'll ever have.
It's true.
I'd say self-satisfaction. When you feel satisfied with the work that you do every day and you feel proud of yourself and the way you lived your life, to me that's success. So I look to feeling proud of myself by the end of the day. Like, okay, do I feel proud?
I love that. I think I'll answer this question too, since it's for the panel. Success. I think my dad, who's actually here today, I think I got this from my dad. I'm stealing it from you and butchering it, I'm sure. But success feels very sort of like godlike in some way. Like there's like an emotional resonance with success that I'm kind of scared of. So I often like to replace success with accomplished, because it just lowers the stakes a little bit. And I like to just think of like moments of accomplishment. And sometimes that accomplishment is literally making my bed. I'm like, I'm accomplished today. I made my bed. Great job. Or like I, made coffee, or I walked the dogs and I picked up the poop. And I brought the bag. Like success can be some of these like smaller, very human things, or accomplishment rather can be some of these smaller human things. And then accomplishment can also be like directing my first film, premiering it at South by Southwest. Does that make it a success? It does to me. I feel very accomplished by that work. But then, wake up in the morning, come here. Like that is another accomplishment. And like it can be in these large moments and it can be in these small moments. And I think that's what makes like a holistic life so beautiful. Let's see. Ooh, I love this question from Janae. It's 10 years from now. What are your hopes for the future of queer innovation and creativity? And how do you envision continuing to drive progress and change?
I'll start. I think that I hope that that queer innovation and creativity is we're already so brave, but I hope that the world recognizes our courage. And I don't mean like people saying, oh, you're so brave. I'm not saying that. But I mean, I sincerely mean that our community, there are some of us that are not accessing our full potential and our full power yet. And I'm hopeful that we'll get the opportunity to do so, to demonstrate it, but also for ourselves, because we owe it to ourselves to be our best selves.
I think for me, like, we're starting with a small fund right now. So we're a $10 million fund right now. The next goal is $100 million. In 10 years' time, I hope it's billions of dollars that we're investing into people within our community. And so I feel like that, for me, is something that is my goal, is to ensure, not if it's not me, that we've actually given opportunities to other investors who actually are pulling up and actually coming in and joining that journey as well.
I think in 10 years, I hope that shame is no longer part of the equation of becoming queer.
Love that.
Woo! Yeah, I think for me, it's just that there are more opportunities for people like us in creative fields. It's just, I would love to see more people succeed, and I would love to see for people in the future to not have to fight the battles that we fought.
Yeah, I think my hope in 10 years is that there are less firsts. You know, that we're past the first person to do the thing, the first trans person, the first queer person nominated for this, winning this, representing Austin in this way, in VC, teaching at this college, whatever it is. Like, I would hope that in 10 years we're just integrated into the humanity and respected. I think that's our hour. Thank you to those of you who showed up. Thank you to those of you who tuned in. And a big round of applause.
I can see past the
Here it is at South by Southwest 2024, the premiere of The Fall Guy with Ryan Gosling and Emily Blunt. They are taking over Austin, Texas with the biggest premiere of the festival. How excited are you to be here?
I mean, it's amazing. There's a line that goes 3 blocks long, and only 500 people can come. It's not what I'm used to for a premiere. It's the best energy I've seen for a premiere in my career.
What can people here at South by Southwest expect from The Fall Guy?
It is a good time from start to finish. I like to think of it as a power ballad of a movie. It's romantic, bombastic, delivers everything you want. I hope. We're about to see. Someone else will decide, not me.
Well, what is it about Ryan and Emily that will surprise even longtime fans?
I mean, luckily everyone saw the Oscars and everyone knows the chemistry that's there. Honestly, there probably aren't 2 funnier people working together that I've ever seen. Like, their chemistry is like right the way back to kind of like classic 1920 screwball. Honestly, like, I think they're going to be, everyone is going to be surprised at just how funny they are.
You know, it's so funny, like Ryan totally took over the Oscars.
Incredible.
And here we are, Fall Guy is totally taken over South by South.
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, like, who gets to do this? I'm actually literally watching a giant Ryan cardboard staring at me. It's like being on set. But no, I mean, this is the best way we can launch our movie because hopefully it's a crowd pleaser. That's what it was built for, and that's what we want it to be. So South by is the very best place to do that.
Hey, good to see you again.
Absolutely.
Welcome back.
Yes.
What makes South by? You are a veteran here now at South by.
Yes.
What makes South by the best place to just premiere a movie?
This is a movie culture in every way. And the fact that it's also such a diverse festival means that you can bring so much different types of programming and it's welcomed, right? So it's a safe place to premiere. And when it comes to artists creating work that means a lot to them, right? We're trying to change the narrative around what it means to be a stuntman, what it means to have the contribution of all these people who go unseen. Where's the best place to premiere? A safe place. South by Southwest.
You would know.
Of course, of course.
So I got to ask, Fall Guy is opening the summer.
Yes.
But it's premiere here like almost 2 months before that.
Of course.
What can people expect today?
Well, I think in the trailers, they said it would contain a little bit of everything. So it's got some Taylor Swift, it's got man tears, it's got bromance, it's got romance, it's got everything that you need, and action, adventure, classic hero's journey. So we're just excited to show you guys what we've been working on.
Now, for people who obviously know a lot about Emily, a lot of people who know a lot about Ryan, especially after last weekend, how will Fall Guy surprise even longtime fans of both actors?
I think it just shows more range and color. They're fantastic people, fantastic artists to work with on set. And just like Ryan could go from playing Ken and I'm just Ken to this guy that we have here, Colt. He's just one of these flexible actors that can do a little bit of everything. And it was such a joy and pleasure, honor to work with him.
Okay, so Steph, you're back for the third time in a row. What does it mean to you to be here with your third movie at South by?
It means tacos. Let's be honest. I crave Veracruz every year. No, this is one of my favorite festivals, and it's the most fun audience, and I'm so excited to be back. Yeah.
Well, what can people expect here with the Fall Guy?
Oh, fun. A lot of fun, and honestly, a lot of heart. And if you've got Ryan and Emily in this incredible cast. It's a really, really special movie and such an homage to the people who make films as well, which I think this audience in particular is really going to appreciate.
Yeah, the way that Ryan stole the Oscars.
Stole them, yeah.
How is Ryan and Emily and you going to steal South by tonight?
It's Ryan Gosling. Come on, he's amazing. He's going to steal everything he touches. So, you're welcome, I guess. And he's one of the funniest people, I think, in the industry. And I'm so excited to see people get to see him kick butt and also be hilarious.
Well, tell me about your character.
I'm an assistant, and I'm a little, there's a little fun little nugget in there. I can't tell you anything yet.
Who's your inspiration for your character?
Every single PA I have ever met. I just watched every PA on set, and I was like, this is actually an insane job. And I wanted to just plug in a secret little love letter to all the PAs and up-and-comers who want to be in the industry in a bigger way.
The best, Stephanie.
Great to see you. Thank you so much. Thanks, y'all.
Listen, Hannah, how excited are you to be at South by for the premiere of the film?
I am so excited. I came to Austin when I was 10 years old, and I've never been back. So it's there's a bit of a kind of 80s nostalgia for me with the movie, and coming back to Austin, I couldn't be happy. That's why I can't stop grinning, because I'm so pleased to be here.
So tell me about your character in the film.
I can't tell you much about her. She's very, very different from what I'm used to, and I love her. She's great.
That's a tease.
Yeah.
Hannah, so after watching the Oscars, after Ryan stole the Oscars, how will...
It was inevitable, right?
It blew everybody away.
Yeah, but I saw it coming a mile off.
Oh, of course you
that boy is a singer and a hoofer in his bones.
How is the Fall Guy going to steal Austin, Texas with South by Southwest?
Oh, there's going to be nothing else going on after this, let me tell you. And I feel like I can hear something happening. Look! And do you know what's the most beautiful thing? A love letter to the stunt men and women who have never got their proper love. And this film is that in spades.
Hey there, how are you, Scott? How excited are you to premiere Fall Guy?
It's amazing. How cool is this?
This is pretty cool.
It's my first South by, so this is wild.
Well, what can people expect from the music of the Fall Guy?
Much like the movie, it's a love letter to scores. Like, I've tried to include as much of my influences over the years in the score from the 70s, 80s, 90s onward. So it's got a little bit of everything in there.
Well, when you're watching the film, when you're thinking about the music, and you see Ryan and you see Emily, you see your cast doing their thing, how do they inspire your motifs and your music?
So much on this one. The chemistry is unbelievable. The on-screen chemistry is insane, and the cast is amazing. Getting to work with Dave again after Bullet Train and coming straight onto this one. For me, it's a dream come true. I can't believe I get to do this for a living.
And what do you think people are going to see today with Ryan and Emily and this amazing cast here?
They're going to see incredible performances. They're going to see the chemistry. They're going to see a love letter to film and a love letter to stunts. And they're going to hear, hopefully, some cool music, and they're going to hear some Kiss, and hopefully have a great time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Really nice meeting you.
Nice to meet
Thanks
you too.
a lot. How excited are you to premiere Fall Guy here at taking over South by?
I mean, it's really exciting. I mean, you can feel the energy. Obviously, we love being at South by. We were here exactly 7 years ago for Atomic Blonde, and it was an incredible audience. And we just love the fans here in Austin, and at this festival, it's got the right energy for us.
I was here for that. Blue to live right off this.
Yeah, hoping for another one tonight.
You're gonna have to worry about it. So for everyone who knows the work of Ryan, knows the work of Emily, how we're going to see a different Ryan and Emily than we've ever seen?
Wow. Well, I mean, it's a lot of what they still feel that, like, the people who you've connected to all those times, but they are definitely going through an awful lot in our movie.
Yeah, you see, like, their energy together as actors, their chemistry is actually really unique. And you don't know that, we've talked about it earlier today, you don't know that when you cast people. But the minute they got on set and you could just see their rapport, it's like they've been together for a long time. And they're like one of those classic movie couples that you want to see again and again and again, and we're just grateful to have them in our movie. Obviously, two huge stars having an incredible moment as well, so that's exciting.
So, listen, Ryan has definitely done his share of stunts, and you've definitely worked with action movies before. But the movie's called The Fall Guy. I watched the show with Lee Majors. Like, what kind of stunt training did Ryan have to do for this film?
We did a lot of stunt training, and although he, we're not shying away from featuring some of our stunt performers here today, as you saw. We want to celebrate that because this is definitely a celebration of the industry that I was in for 20 years. Ryan had to portray the guy and make it authentic, and to do that, you really have to dig in and do the right stunts, right? So he trained in fighting, he trained in high falls, he trained in, he did everything, really trained in everything.
Yeah, but was really open to letting the guys do their thing too, and getting to show that instead of hide it, which is normally what happens.
Ryan, it's great to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Welcome to South by. How excited are you to premiere The Fall Guy here in Austin, Texas at South by?
So excited to premiere the film. This is, I was on a Barbie high, but nothing. This is like a perfectly placed stunt crash pad to just catch me in this beautiful film that was so much fun to make, and just so excited to see what people think.
You and Emily were just on the circuit last year with Barbie and Oppenheimer. Now
Yeah.
you're in this movie together. What does it feel like for you to finally talk about a new movie that you both made together?
This is actually, Oppenheimer was the working title of this movie. A lot of people, that was all a marketing ploy for this moment. Look, I think, Emily's been doing this for a long time, so have I, David. It's a love letter to the crew, it's a love letter to the stunt community and these people that are never recognized, and really for such a long time it's sort of their job to hide in the shadows and pretend that we as actors do all of this stuff, and it's really just amazing to be a part of something that shines the light on them and sort of honors, tries to honor, even a little bit what they've contributed.
Listen, the movie is called The Fall Guy. I grew up with the show, big Lee Majors fan, also at $6 Million Man. So what kind of stunt training did you do that was different from other films that you've done?
Well, I would have been happy to say I'm the only actor that did none of his own stunts, but I did have to do a few. I mean, we left it to the professionals on this one, and some records were broken. Logan broke the record for most cannon rolls in a film. Incredible high falls, just the best of the best team. And I had to do a few things. There was one high fall that I did from about 12 stories that was pretty, I have a fear of heights, so it just gave me a little taste of what they deal with every day.
What does it mean for you to premiere The Fall Guy here in Austin, Texas, South by Southwest?
I mean, I'm so moved to be back because we premiered A Quiet Place here and no one had seen the movie, and so it really blew the doors off the place and changed the whole journey of Quiet Place, and so it holds a very special place in my heart, and it's the perfect crowd for Fall Guy, and it's, scary to bring your movie out, but I feel here is the best place.
And you won a SAG award for that.
I know. What the heck?
Amazing, amazing. Well, tell us about, after all these months of working the circuit with Ryan, talking about the Oppenheimer, Barbie, and all that. Now you were talking about a new movie for the first time that you made together.
I know. I don't know if I have my talking points down yet, but when we made Fall Guy, it just was that he'd done a movie called Barbie and I'd done one called Oppenheimer. We didn't know it was going to become this thing, and so it's wild and cool that we now get to talk about this amazing film we made together.
Well, it's your first movie together. What was it like working with him? I know it sounds like a cliche thing to say,
but amazing. I mean, he's just a complete delight. He's such a doll, and he's so like a creative whirlwind and clever and funny and super collaborative, and it was a dream. I just laughed the entire time. I was bereft when the movie was over. It was such a happy place for everyone.
What do you think people are going to take away after seeing this centerpiece premiere here at Austin?
I mean, it's just pure joy. It's like joy into your veins, and it's I think the kind of movie the world wants. It's escapism, it's spectacle, it's romance, it's action. It's a gorgeous movie.
So lovely to see you.
Yeah, you too. Thanks a lot.
Yep.
Hi, Rachel. I'm photographer Danny.
Okay, so this is how they did it in The Fall Guy. Who am I kidding? Forget that. Go see The Fall Guy this summer. Check back here for more great content for South by Southwest 2024.
could see past the
Hey, howdy folks, how y'all doing? My name is Adam Wode. I am a conference programming manager here with South by Southwest. I hope y'all are having a great time here in Austin for South by 2024. Yeah, just a quick reminder, we're gonna run audience Q&A through Slido, which you can find by opening the session listing in the South by Southwest Go app and clicking on the Engage button. So today we are thrilled to be joined by Dwyane Wade, an NBA legend not just defined by his prowess on the court, but also his remarkable impact off of it. We'll dive into his entrepreneurial ventures and uncover how this icon on the court has masterfully crafted a diversified empire in business. Joining him today in conversation, we have Tom Foster, the editor-in-large for Inc. So please join me in welcoming Dwyane and Tom to the South by Southwest stage.
Hello. How y'all doing? Is it early for y'all, or is it just early for me? Talk to me.
There we go. All right, welcome everybody. I'm Tom. I guess we don't need to do a whole lot of intro. We just heard an intro, but I'm Tom from Inc. Business Media, publisher of Inc. Magazine and various other things about entrepreneurship. With me, I don't think he needs any introduction. You guys know Dwyane Wade from his NBA career, Hall of Fame NBA career.
If y'all didn't know me, thanks for acting like y'all did. Appreciate it.
He's also the husband of Gabrielle Union Wade. And you probably know that he has this, as we just heard, a diversified business career going on. I'll mention a couple of the things. He'll probably mention some other things. But just to start, part owner of the Utah Jazz, co-founder of Proudly, a maker of baby care products. He has Wade Cellars, a wine label. He has 59th and Prairie, a production company, which, by the way, just this past week, it was an Oscar nominee for a really remarkable documentary we're going to talk about. He has a podcast with iHeart called The Why. He has, I'm going to stop there, but there are quite a few other things we can get into. So welcome, Dwyane. Really glad you're here.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. And I appreciate y'all for not walking out too early at this 60-minute interview that we have. Thank y'all for staying and listening.
All right, so I want to start with Proudly. As I said, Proudly is a baby care products company that you co-founded with your wife, Gabrielle.
Yes.
And let's just start by tell us what sort of the origin story was here. Why did you guys start a baby care products company?
Yes, that's an important question. Why would we start a business together, husband and wife? We have trouble playing spades together. So. But in the midst of the pandemic that we all experienced, we had a lot of time to kind of sit and think about what it is we wanted to do. And in the midst of that, we had been blessed with our daughter Kavia James, who had just came into the world in 2019, end of 2018. And so in the midst of just being parents and trying to go out and find the things that, our daughter needed for her skin and for her hair and all the things, we just realized that we had about 18 different brands, on our counter. And even in the midst of those 18 different brands, we were still mixing stuff together, to try to have products that will work on our melanated baby. And so I think, most of the great things in the world, they come out of a need, right? Most of the things that we love in this world comes out of an actual need. And so this need to be able to have one brand that focused on the needs of melanated skin was not something that was in the marketplace. Surprisingly, with all the amazing brands that we have and all the, the heritage of these brands, it was not nothing that was specifically for melanated skin. And so the company started from that idea and out of a need from our daughter, Kavia James.
Was there something that you had to do what did you have to change about the products to make them perform the way you wanted them to perform? I mean, was this, the reason I ask is, it's sort of shocking to me that something like that didn't exist. Yeah. And did it not exist for any technical reasons or because there's just sort of such an oversight in the market?
I think now, as we look at now 2024, the percentage of, the world as we go forward, now we got I think 50.2% of our babies is, now a part of this melanated skin category. It wasn't that way. Minorities had a very small percentage of the world, and now it's, we're multiplying, we're growing. And so I'm thankful that, actually kind of thankful that it wasn't. It gave us something, to see if we can, set out and accomplish. But I think it's knowing that our skin is different, Tom. Like, I didn't grow up knowing anything really. I just would put Vaseline on my face and in my hair and on my body because that's what my grandma, that's what they did. And, once you get older, you start growing, especially when you have kids, you get a little bit more like, okay, what's going on my baby skin? What's going on my baby hair? And so I guess some of the things that we deal with is, outside of acne, we deal with eczema, we deal with cradle cap, we deal with dry skin, melanated skin is drier, it'd be drier than your skin, Tom. And so once we started doing the market research, then we started going out and seeing, okay, what are the things that are needed to be able to help our skin be healthy? What is needed for our hair? And just an example, as a dad, I have no idea what I'm doing, right? Like, I don't know what I'm doing when it's just me and Kavia. I'm sitting there, and I'm like, okay, I got to wash your hair. I don't know what to do. So I'm just going to grab anything normally, right, to just put in your hair. But going through this process, I learned where heavy conditioner goes and where medium conditioner goes, and understanding that all hair is not made equally, even on one set of head. right? My daughter may need heavy here, she may need mild here because she has coil and curls, or she has curls and waves. And so really just educating ourselves on the market and on ourselves, things that we didn't know even growing up.
So since you got into Target stores very quickly, the company is growing. Have you uncovered in that process other opportunities that sort of faced a similar gap in the market?
I think within our own brand, we started off with diapers, right? We started okay, we want to create diapers, we want to create, these lotions, these oils, and I think from there, the marketplace told us what we needed to focus on first. And so, we have some of our best products is, one of our best products is the all over balm that we have in our brand, which won some awards already. But also too, in the midst of that, we started a hair care line, and like we're a new brand. Which when you got a new brand and you're trying to put all these products out, and you're trying to be in obviously Targets and all these different places, it could be very confusing. But we try to listen to the feedback that was given to us. So I think in our own brand, we found out where we need to focus. Where we really need to focus this abilities that we have to go out and make sure that we're bringing this to the market. And people was telling us, hey, we need this, we need that. Our babies need hair, we need better conditioning, we need better shampoo, we need these things. And so we try to focus on, where the audience is telling us to go.
You're talking about as a father learning to, in this process, like how to wash hair, how to use this product. Has this process opened your eyes to sort of new elements of being a father that you hadn't sort of realized before? Because you've been a father for a while.
Yeah, I got a 22-year-old son. I've been a father for my whole life.
So what have you learned more recently now in this Proudly experience?
I didn't know what the hell I was doing. But like most parents, we learn. I guess the biggest thing is what I've continued to learn as a parent is it's not, there's no blueprint, there's no one way. I think it is like when we have one kid, we just like, all right, we're just gonna do that for the second and third, fourth, however many you have. But one thing I'm learning as a parent is definitely not one way to be. And what I taught Zaire, what I thought I taught Zaire, it doesn't work for Zaya, it doesn't work for Xavier, it doesn't work for Kavia. And so I think I've learned, that I don't know everything.
You're a role model though. Like you're a man that a lot of people look up to, a lot of men look up to. Does this process of putting a product in the market, that a baby care product, and putting yourself out there as a father in a sort of a commercial way, does that change how you think of yourself as a role model, as a father?
No, I feel like dads, like we here too. Like we give our mothers all the love and respect that they need and deserve, for sure. But like dads, we here too. You know what I mean? And also too, we don't want to, as a father, and this is one thing that if I bring anything to the Proudly brand, I'm like, yo, can you make this easy for dads? Like, let's make sure we break the steps down, because that moment when you have to watch your daughter, or you have to watch your son, or you have to watch your child, you want to show up. You don't want your wife to come back and be like, you have no idea what you're doing. And that's a whole, so like, I'm like, we here. And, I'm someone who, I'm very busy as a few of these things said, but I'm all about my kids. Like I'm in love with my kids. And so I want to make sure that, I have all the tools I need to be able to be a great parent in that moment when I need to be. And so even starting Proudly, it was important for me to be like, okay, but for the dads, can we do this? Can we have this? So yeah, I think it's just made me a more in tune father in a sense, but still got a lot to learn.
Okay, one more question on the Proudly subject. You mentioned at the start, you made the decision to start this with your wife. Can we talk a little bit about working with your wife on something like
My
this?
wife's
On
not
a
here.
startup? That's a lot of work. How do you guys do it? How do you guys share? How do you guys make decisions together? How do you guys share responsibilities? Like, has that been a real learning process in your relationship?
To be honest, yes. I'm an honest person. To be honest, it has been. I mean, I've been a part of so many brands, but I've been a part of them myself. And so normally, what I think and obviously what, my team thinks, that's what we go with. Well, it doesn't work like that when you're starting with your wife. It's what she thinks. is what you go with. So I'm learning that in business. I know that at home, but like in business, I'm learning that. And so it's been a learning process for me, even at 42 years old, of understanding when my voice should be used and utilized, and when it should not be used and utilized. Everybody, we need to know that to allow relationships to keep going.
But have you guys sort of found ways that you define your roles? I mean, I imagine like that was something that you didn't know what those roles were exactly going to be going in, but you've found your lanes.
Well, yeah. I mean, in this space, in the Proudly space, building a brand. First of all, it's hard. It's hard on everyone on the team that's trying to accomplish it. It's hard financially to get all the financial support you need. It's hard in a lot of different areas. But the one thing you have to have is communication. And so it's been communicated with me that my wife leads and I follow.
I hope she's watching, right? All right, so I want to talk about Wade Cellars. You have a wine label, Wade Cellars, and we've seen over recent years a number of celebrity spirits brands, wine brands. Clooney made $1 billion selling a tequila brand. What are you doing in that space that is unique to you in having Wade Cellars?
Yeah, Tom, you and I kind of talked about it in the back. I think one of the things that we're doing, especially now that it's pretty cool, is it's about building community. And that community in the wine space, obviously, anytime that, I get into anything, do I want the community to look like me? Of course, because, I understand, the things that was not, put out there as things that, our community can be a part of, are a part of, et cetera. And so that's definitely a huge part of it, is to make sure that the exposure is there for the Black community. But also, too, is the wine community in itself. And so we have a series of wine dinners that we do around the world called When We Gather. And to me, that's important, right? To have moments that when we gather together, nothing else matters, right? But this wine and this food. And so we team up with Black chefs around the world, Black somms, and we create these events, these communities, these environments of when we gather together. And it's a great night that we have every time we do it. That to sit down and enjoy food, to enjoy wine, to understand the pairings of certain things, and find out things that you like that you didn't know you liked, and all these different things. And so when we gather, something that we've kind of taken on our own and say, hey, we're going to take this everywhere. We're going to take this internationally as well, and we're going to do these curated wine dinners and build this community of wine lovers and food lovers and lovers of arts and all the things.
That's really cool. There's a program you got involved with, I can't recall the name, but at UC Davis, I think.
Yes.
Can you talk about that program?
Well, UC Davis is one of the top wine schools in the world, but definitely in California. And so getting into the wine space, owning my own wine brand, I wanted to learn more. So what's a better place to learn than go to sit at the best wine school? I was able to get on the board and get firsthand knowledge of what's going on in the wine community. But also, too, trying to create a program. One of the programs that I was able to create was actually bringing minorities to UC Davis and taking us through a program of the wine process, of learning everything it is about wine in a few days. I think it's a 3-day program that we have. And, it's great to bring people that want to know about the industry, that's in the industry, that may not know all the intricate details and how, wine is made and how this community is built. And so, that's what we started with UC Davis.
That's really cool. Okay, so 59th and Prairie is your production company. You've done a number of different projects. There's one in particular I want to talk about for a second. Has everybody here, or have folks here seen the documentary, The Barber of Little Rock? Has anybody watched this? Few people. Watch it. Go watch it. So it was nominated for an Oscar, and really remarkable. Let's start with, can you just kind of give the audience a quick overview of what Barber of Little Rock is about?
Yes. So I have a production company called 59th and Prairie. 59th and Prairie is a street that I grew up on in Chicago, Illinois. On the low end, yeah. And so, I want to represent that community And in doing that, there's different ways to do that. But one way to do it is the story that we got behind is called Barber of Little Rock. It's a guy named Arlo Washington, who the story follows, and it's a short documentary, and it follows Arlo. Arlo started off as a barber, right? He started off as a barber, and anybody know anything about the communities that we come from? The barber shop is like a place of like, you know, that's a place where you kind of go and do all your outlet, everything. It's a place of trust, and so Arlo, being a barber, understood what that did for him, and he created a program for actually barbers first. And so he was able to put 1,500 individuals in the community of Little Rock through barber school to help provide jobs and provide opportunities for them. And in the midst of that, you know, a lot of people will still come to Arlo because the gas was off. They needed money for food, you know, and all these things. And so in this community of Little Rock, was no banks in a 10-mile radius, you know. And we know in a lot of our communities that, you know, are poor communities, there are no banking there for us. And so Arlo started a nonprofit loan bank called People's Trust. And in the midst of that, you know, we follow this documentary, and it kind of shows what this is and how this helps this community, how this one bank in this 10-mile radius has helped, you know, individuals that, you know, come to them with small business ideas, right, to help their ideas to be able to find money to be able to do that, because a lot of people can't go to banks and get money from the banks to be able to start this or have these ideas. And so Arlo is someone who's really focused on what we say economic mobility. You know, and he focuses on understanding that systematically we've been shut out of the financial system in our communities, and so how are we going to be able to get funds into the community? And so that's what the documentary follows. I'm sorry, I'll give y'all a long answer. It follows the journey of Arlo Washington and the community of Little Rock.
It's really fascinating. I really encourage everybody to go watch it. And it's one of these things, this issue, like that we all sort of, I think, understand directionally that this exists, but there are some stats that come out in the movie that when you hear them, it's shocking. So one of them that struck me was, let's see if I get this right, the average household wealth of white families in this country is 7 times that of the average household wealth of black families in this country. So it's talking, and that's sort of the starting point of the film is the racial wealth gap in this country, and we see it like really, really starkly in Little Rock. You see, you know, like as you were saying, there's like no banks within a 10-mile
radius, yeah.
And then you go across the river or whatever it is, a couple miles away to this nice neighborhood where there's like 14 banks within, you know, a few blocks.
Yeah, we got liquor stores, we got churches. Ain't no banks. It's nothing in the community that's providing the opportunity for us. And so, yes, this racial wealth gap that, you know, obviously which we follow and talk about. Like sometimes we speak on it and people is like, oh, okay. But sometimes you got to see it. And I think, you know, everyone who was able to follow the Barber of Little Rock, obviously getting nominated for an Oscar was because, you know, this story was very, you know, once people saw it, it hit the heartstrings. Now it's about, okay, how are we going to continue what do we do? Right, and not just talk about it. You know, what's next? And Arlo has a lot of ideas and different things that he want to provide and want to do. And you know, I hope that we could take something that is on screen and hopefully build it off screen and make something for our communities.
Well, so that's exactly my question. Is so you know, you get involved, you produce this film, and you know, help it be seen by more people and create awareness of these issues and awareness of somebody like Arlo and the work he's doing. But what does that make you think about what you might do in getting involved in those kinds of things? I mean, is this something that you want to figure out, you know, as a person with a growing entrepreneurial empire? What can you do?
Yeah, I mean, you know, like as we talked about in the back, Arlo and I started having the early conversations of how do we duplicate this. You know, I think the one thing is, you know, every kid, when I grew up, it was, you know, you get basketball, you get football, you get maybe a rap career. It's only a few things that it's provided for us that we feel like we can do and we can become. But what Arlo is doing, it allows for the community to feel like they can do more and can become more, right? By understanding and knowing that the funds are there, that the support is there, that it's a system that's there to provide you with the help you need to be able to accomplish these dreams that you have. to build something. They talk about in the doc, you know, we don't own anything. Our parents don't own anything. Our grandparents don't own anything. And so, you know, I think that's something that's important when I think about kids in the community. Yes, we're going to look at the Dwyane Wades, the LeBron James. You're going to look at those guys and dream to be that. But everyone is not going to do that. I tell my son, there's only 400 players in the NBA, 400 plus. That's not going to happen for everyone. And so what other opportunities can we provide in communities that give kids an opportunity to see something, to say, I can do that and I could become that. And Arlo is someone that I look at as duplicate. You could become that. We could become this. And so, you know, hopefully we can, you know, get the support we need.
The amazing thing, too, one of the many amazing things about it that struck me is I think it said the average loans that this institution that Arlo created for businesses, the average loan size $5,000. For individuals, the average loan size $1,000, and 95% of those loans are paid off in time. And you know, so these are like, this isn't even talking about like getting everybody home ownership and creating generational wealth. This is talking about just getting people in the game, right?
Yeah, getting some people by. You know, it's so many different ways and reasons why this was created. You know, obviously we talk about the businesses, but some of it was created just to pay light bills, just to be able to get you by. And so, you know, that's the community that I grew up in. I'm sure I can't see everybody in here, but you know, I've heard a couple. Like I said, the South Side. You know, this is something common, right, in our communities, and we don't want it to be common for our kids forever. You know, as parents, you try to tell your kids as much as you can that there's no boundaries on their future, but it is. In our community, it's a lot of boundaries, you know, on your future. A lot of things that are set to derail you. And so, what we wanted to do with our production company is, one, we wanted to be able to tell these stories. We want to highlight these stories, give these stories platforms, and we also want to engage, you know, other stories as well. We want to engage the innovative storytellers, you know, at the same time. And so, you know, I didn't start this production company to win Oscars, even though those things is great to be able to get money provided or get nominated. But I did start it to be able to tell these stories that are not being told.
There's another scene in that documentary, Barber of Little Rock, where we were talking about this backstage too. There's these two guys. So they're in the barber school, not the bank in this scene. And Arlo, the main character, asks these two, I guess, students in the barber school to stand up and look at each other, and they get, you know, inches from each other and look at each other in the eyes and just stand there for, I don't know what, a couple of minutes.
Like 2 minutes.
And and the one guy, I think both of them, just break down afterwards. Because he's in the background saying, like, just see each other, just look into each other's eyes, just see each other.
Yeah.
And it struck me as just an incredibly powerful moment of, like, these guys having license to be vulnerable, right?
Yeah, he provided a safe space to be vulnerable. And I think that's one of the things that the barbershop provides in our community, is provides that safe space that, once again, that, you know, people's trust. But he provided in that moment a safe space to be vulnerable. And I don't know if you ever done it. I don't know if anybody ever done it, but it's hard to look at somebody in the eye for 2 minutes straight, this close. If it's not, you know, your loved one that, you know, that you're intimate with, it's hard to look at someone that close. And so two individual men that, you know each other but don't know each other, to be that close to each other, it's so much that they seen in the other. And you saw them break down, you saw them cry. I thought it was a very powerful moment in the documentary, definitely.
So it's an interesting seg, I think, to so you have this podcast with iHeart called The Why, and it's conversations with I'll let you tell it, but conversations with people you admire, trying to get to what?
Yeah, I mean, I just started. I'm on my probably 9 episodes in. I've had conversations, obviously, with athletes like, you know, Carmelo, Chris Paul, Lindsey Vonn, but I've had conversations with, you know, musicians, Rick Ross, Pat Riley. I just did one with Donatella Versace the other day, which is going to be pretty cool. It comes out in a week or so, next week, and so forth and so on. And so really, for me, I love having conversations, and I think for the audience that, you know, that I have, and the audience that's listening, you know, as I said, I mean, I want to sit down and I want to find a way that, you know, they can take something that's actionable away from these conversations of people who are successful in their own right. You know, what can I listen to that can help me on my journey of trying to be successful, or trying to be a business leader, or, you know, and all these different things. And so that's the goal for me, is to sit down and have these intimate conversations and to get people to trust me enough to be able to express, how they became who they are and the steps that it took. And so, yeah, the Why podcast is, and that's the thing, is I'm asking people, what is your why, right? What is your why? What is your purpose for doing the things that you're doing? What's your why going forward? And so, yeah.
It's kind of what I'm trying to do here in this conversation.
Yeah, I see that.
I was listening to the Why, and one of the episodes I was listening to was Rick Ross, and there was a part of that conversation where you ask him, you say like, Rick, you move a certain way, you have a certain kind of swagger, like where does that come from? And he tells a story. And I'd love for you to tell a story, but also I kind of want to ask you, just like, if you can tell me a couple of the more powerful moments you've experienced in doing this podcast and the people you're speaking to. But let's start with that Rick Ross moment.
Yeah, I think what's cool about that one, and the reason you brought it up, was because Rick Ross is a character that Rick Ross, he's portrayed as Rick Ross. That's not his real name. That's not his government name. This is a stage name that he has, and so it's a certain image that Rick Ross has. And I was trying to get to the person, right? The person that before he became Ross, like, how did you become this person? And so he started talking about that kid that everyone called that fat little boy, that fat kid, and how he had to create this visual, this image of himself, how he had to believe in himself in a certain way to kind of get everybody off him, because kids are very, we know how kids are. They're hard on each other, and so he created this swagger, this style, this way of being to make him a cool fat guy. You know what I mean? Not the corny fat guy in a sense, right? And so just trying to get to the meat of who you are, who you were, and how did you end up getting to this place where you are this person that we know as the biggest, as Rick Ross, this amazing artist.
Can you talk about some? I mean, Donatella Versace, or some of the other people you've talked to, Pat Riley. I mean, these people have just these huge personas, right? I mean, can you give us a couple other examples of where you kind of were able to like drill down to the essence and get something really real from them?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know I think it's all dependent on who is the listener and what you're listening for. I think, like, once again, for me, it's all about asking questions to these individuals. Because I admire, their accomplishments and how they got to where they've gotten to, whether it's through style, whether it's through music, whether it's through sport. We admire people from afar, and so to be able to sit across from these legends in their respective, industries, and just see how have you become Pat Riley? How did you wasn't good in the NBA, right? Like you wasn't a good basketball player in the NBA, but what was your thing in the NBA? How did you win championships? How did you stick? And he started talking about Jerry West and how he became that guy that would run in conditioning with Jerry West all year and be the guy that's on him in practice, and all these things is like that. You kind of get to see why Pat Riley is the president owner of the Heat that he is, and why the Heat has a certain kind of system that everyone is trying to duplicate, right? And so you kind of see where that comes from. It comes from his journey through sports. And so just trying to find these ways in to try to understand these individual greats.
Did you like Winning Time?
I did like Winning Time. Yeah.
It was a really fun show.
I was a fan.
That first season especially, to me, was just amazing.
I wasn't in it, so it was good. When you're not in it, you can just enjoy it. So if they come out with one on the Heat, then we'll see how they portray me. See if I like it. I may not like it. I may be like Jerry West. Like, no, I don't like that. That's not me.
Who's your dream guest on the podcast?
My dream guest? I don't know if I have a dream guest yet. I just want to sit across from people who want to be expressive, who want to, be able to, help someone that's in need of, the message that they have inside of them. We all have a message inside of us for others, and so it's about who can share it the best. And so I don't know. I just want to continue to keep making sure that it's as diverse as possible. I want all kind of conversations, on my podcast, and not just one. Like, I know I can interview sports guys because we have so much in common, but I want to sit across from people that I don't have anything in common with. I want to sit across from Tom and find out that, you live in Phoenix and your community that you grew up in, and how does it similar or different from mine. And so that's what interests me, is learning what I don't know and not just going through life with what I do know and thinking that that's it. You know, I'm lucky. I'm one of the lucky ones that's able to travel around the world and have business all around the world. And so I deal with people from all shapes and shades and sizes. And, you know, I deal with them the same way. I deal with people how they deal with me. And so everyone doesn't do that because of, you know, things that we've been told or communities that we've been a part of. And I understand reasons for it, but, you know, also I'm the kind of person, I want to go get my own answers. And so a podcast allows you to get your own answers and your own information.
So, all right, so we've talked about wine, we've talked about baby care products, we've talked about entertainment production company, we've talked about podcasting, talking about a whole bunch of different things, basketball. We haven't really talked a lot about basketball, but I guess we're not really here to talk about basketball. But what ties all these things together? What's your why? I guess that as you start all these things, what are you trying to create in the big picture?
I think it's what we talked about. I'm trying to find community. I think we all are. I think we all are trying to find something or like someone. Like I always say, like to play sports is great, but it's to play and to win and be a part of team is to be a part of something that's bigger than you. That's the dream. You know, doing something as an individual feels great, but when you have a kid, you find more purpose, right? You find your why. And so for me, the biggest thing is all these different avenues that I'm a part of. It's just trying to find different communities to be a part of. And even being here on this stage, you know, I was brought down here by the Porsche family. I wanted to be a part of that community. You know what I mean? Like, because when I see Porsche, I see freedom. That's what I think of. I think of dropping that top, getting on that highway and just, I see freedom. And so I want to be a part of freedom. I want to see what that looks like. And so I want to be a part of this brand. And so I think for me, it's just finding community. And that's why people pledge when they're in college, because they want to be a part of community. And so that's what it is, the wine community, you know, the car community, you know, the storytelling community. I just want to be a part of community. I want to be a part of something that's bigger than me. And that's why, you know, I was the athlete that I was, that wanted to be a part of playing with other great athletes, because I wanted to win. I wanted to experience something. I didn't just want to be a guy who just averaged 30 points a game. It was about me. I wanted to be a part of something bigger, because your life feel a little bit more complete, you know, when it's bigger than just you.
It's kind of a cool way to think about being a basketball star, right? Like, I mean, you are for the community, for the city of Miami. You were this like rallying point for the community, right? Like you're like a figure that brings people together. And
Yes.
did you think about yourself and like a certain kind of responsibility that you held during your playing career as that kind of a like community like magnet?
Yeah, I mean, I knew in the Miami community, even though right now, I mean, I'm retired for 5 years, but I knew I was a stakeholder in that community. You know, I knew I was a trusted voice and a trusted face in that community. And that's just not on the court every night. That's when the shooting happened in Parkland, and I go up to Parkland and I can go and sit and talk to the kids, because I am a stakeholder in this community. I care about, you know, this community. And so I definitely felt that on the basketball court. You know, I didn't make my career about me. You know, if I did, I don't sit down with LeBron and say, hey, come and play in Miami with me and take over all the shine, you know what I mean, and get the MVP awards and all those things. I try to go get it on my own. But I understand, to accomplish the things that I want to accomplish, this is how I wanted to feel. I wanted to feel like family. You know, all the things that I'm associated with, it has to have a certain feeling to it, a certain kind of, you know, qualities to it. And so 1,000%.
Yeah, that's cool. It's a good seg to, I'm curious how your sort of leadership on the court, on the team, has translated into your thinking about being a leader, a business leader, a different kind of leader as you've transitioned into this part of your career. Have there been parallels, or have you had to sort of like think about leadership in a new way in this part of your life?
I mean, it's definitely parallels, and it's definitely new ways to think about it, right? I think for me, the first thing I think about is, as a leader, is you got to know what your talents are. I think that's important.
What your talents are?
What your talents are, what your strengths are. I think that's very important as a leader, to know what your individual, personal talents and strengths are. So then you know what's needed around you, right? Like as a basketball player, I knew what my talents and my strength was, so then I know what's needed around me, okay? I know I need a center to do this because I'm a great passer. I know I need a shooter to do this because I'm not a great. whatever those things are. And so first and foremost, I think you need to know what your talents and strengths are. I think you have to be the hardest worker. I believe in that. And however that looks, it looks. But I feel like, leading by example, for me, is a very important way to lead. And you got to know what you got to have. Like for me in business, I think where I've made some mistakes at is maybe being too quiet at times, maybe not allowing my voice to be heard on certain things. Like to be a leader, you have to lead. And if you're gonna have some soldiers that's gonna follow you, they're gonna follow you because you're a great leader, not because you're a cool guy. And so it's been times where I've been too quiet on issues, or I've been too quiet in moments, and I may have let my team down by not being the leader that I need to be because I'm worried about self, and I'm focused on my emotions, and I'm not putting myself into the team. And so I think that's something that's very important when it comes to leadership.
So is there a place I can go, or not that I can necessarily, but that one can go in LA, I guess, where there is an office that is, your team of people that run your business? Like, do you have, is there a single organization that sort of ties this all together that you've built?
Building. I would say my team is in different places. I have an office, but no one is there unless I go there and call for a meeting. My team, I'm with different teams. I started off as a basketball player. I started off with CAA agency, which I have my own team within that agency. But then from there, I have other teams, right? To be able to be part owners of sports teams, I have to have a certain group of team. To be able to own a wine brand, I have to have a certain team. So I got different teams that spread it out in different places. But the biggest thing, and we all know this, which is the hardest thing to do, but the easiest thing to say do, is communication. And I think the one thing that I've learned in this side of it is the communication is even more important than even on the basketball floor. Communication is important on the basketball floor, but I can show you by my work more so than anything. I can show you by my efforts and how hard I run back on defense, how hard I'm playing on defense, how, what am I doing in practice. But here, you got to communicate because everyone is everywhere. And it's multiple businesses that I'm a part of. I'm not just doing one thing. And so communication is probably is going to be your greatest asset when it comes to leadership and when it comes to business, obviously. Relationships.
What's your routine like now? I mean, I'm trying
What's
to imagine.
that?
What's your routine like? I'm trying to imagine having that many businesses going, and just sort of knowing how much I get blown up with the couple things I have going on, and how hard it is to keep those balls in the air. How do you do it? Like, can we just get down to tactics? How do you literally, I mean, are you up at 4 a.m. and and just working 16 hours a day, answering emails, or what do you do?
Yeah, it looks different. Life just looks different every day. I tell people I'm lucky because I get to get up every day and create the day that I want it to be, or create the life that I want. But I'm doing it daily. We make plans for the future. We live in a moment, and we try to learn from the past. But this is a daily thing, and so I get to get up every day and create that. What does that look like for me? And so it's no routine. Like when I'm able to be in a routine where I'm home and I'm able to get up in the morning, go to yoga, get back, be at school drop off, these things. I love that. But I just came back from China for 2 weeks, and I was in Dubai for 2 weeks before that, and I was at All-Star. I've been on the road for about, a month. And so then I went back home. I was at the Oscars, and now I'm here on stage, and then I go back and we continue. And so my routine is getting up every day and doing the things that, I know I need to do for my family. I'm first generation in my family. I'm the first one to bring in this kind of money. I'm the first one to bring in this kind of, opportunities. I'm the first one to do a lot of things. And so being the first, there's going to be a lot of things I'm going to miss out on. There's going to be a lot of things that, I'm not going to be able to do because I understand the importance of my role, as being the first in my family. And so I got to go get it. And that's what I do. So health-wise is important. I get up and I try to, right now I'm out of a routine in my health. And so I got a couple LBs on me that I don't like. But, to do all the things I want to accomplish, no one's going to do them besides you. I can't call down shots from the penthouse and say, hey, give me this. I want to do this. I want to do that. I'm about going there, and I'm about showing up. And so for me, I'm going to show up because I know my presence means more than an email or a call from someone else. My presence showing up because I know my business. I know myself. I know what I want to do. versus what I don't want to do. So I don't even need nobody to walk into meetings with me no more. I already know if this is going to work for me or not, you know?
You were talking earlier before we came up here about growing up on the south side of Chicago, your dad, you know, making $5-something an hour and you know, taking all kinds of side jobs and 4 kids in the house. And I'm curious if, you know, watching your folks when you grew up is sort of something that you think about a lot and that drives you to have the kind of work ethic you're thinking about, or what it was. Like, where did you get that you're talking about? Being the hardest working guy in the room.
It's just a fear of, I mean, it's a fear you carry. You know, when you grew up, you know, a certain way, you grow up poor. It's a fear of being back there for your family. Like I'm responsible for my family, my mom, my dad. You know, my sister. Like I'm responsible, big responsibility, and that's not even talking about my wife and my kids. And I take that responsibility as for what it is. It's mine, and I try to do the best I can with it. But yes, I definitely learned. I used to watch my dad get up, you know, no matter what night my dad had, and I say that loosely, he got up every morning at 5 a.m. He went to work. I had to drive him to work. When I was 12 years old, I was driving my dad to the train station, trying not to get caught by the police on the way back home, because that's just how you got to do it. I was next in line, and so I learned a lot by watching my dad in his own way, you know, the job that he had delivering, you know, all these boxes down in Chicago to these different corporations. But he got up every day and he took it seriously. Every Friday he dressed up. I had to get up and iron his suit. So I know, right? So I learned a lot of things about work and about providing for your family. And you just do, you know, and if you want to complain, go complain in therapy somewhere or get with your homies and go complain. But you got to get up every day and we got to provide. And so that's what I do. And, you know, the world has opened up for me and so many doors have opened. And I'm someone who's not afraid to walk through those doors. Doesn't mean I deserve to stay in all those rooms, but I'm not afraid to walk through those doors. And if I get in the door and that door is not just for me and it's for others, I'm the one who got to kick that foot in that door and let others walk in. I'm not selfish with things that, you know, are not just for me.
What are your...
No, thank you.
Your kids are growing up in different circumstances. What do you say to them to get them to understand, or did they just roll their eyes, or like what?
Good luck. Zaire's 22, Kavia's 5, and Zaya's 16, Xavier's 10. Like I'm in every generation almost. Some of the stuff is like same stuff. I'm like, wait, we still doing this? But you know, really just raising them where they at and where we at that time, you know. And Kavia's life is way different than Zaire's life. You know, I had Zaire, I was in college hustling, trying to make something of myself. I had to take Zaire to the gym with me at midnight. So that was my parenting duties, was you got Zaire today, but I'm trying to get some extra work in. So he had to go to the gym with me, right? Kavia don't have to do that. You know, Kavia has 2 parents who have careers and lives and, you know, make a very good living, and her journey is different, but doesn't mean her journey won't be complicated and hard in her own way. And so just really understanding for me, like my job is to make sure that I can help my kids get to leading their life as soon as possible. I have too many to want to lead their lives for too long. And so my job is to try to raise them to be able to lead their life as soon as possible. My 16-year-old, she's off. She's off leading her life from school to, you know, business and all the things she do. She's the leader on the email. She's the one that's setting the calls. And so my job is to help them learn how to lead their life as soon as possible, because that's what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to know how to lead their own individual lives before you add anybody to that, any partner or any kids. You got to know how to lead your own first.
I have a couple other questions for you. We're going to open it up to audience questions in a little bit. There's on the app you can ask questions, and I think there are some questions coming in. But
somebody
also,
asked me, I've been on Shark Tank. I haven't.
What's that?
Somebody asked me as I've been on Shark Tank.
Let's get to that one in a minute. And you can vote up the questions, and so, you know, if you want to see something asked, please you know, get on there. But first, 1 or 2 other things. Do you have a role model in business that you sort of look to and kind of want to learn from and maybe emulate?
Yeah, I have a few. I think one of my first ones that I talk about him a lot is Magic Johnson. And I think the reason I looked at Magic, one, was because of being a former athlete and amazing, great, one of the greatest players ever played, but has really turned his business portfolio upside down. And it's amazing to see it. So if you look at some of the things I'm doing, I'm following suit of a lot of guys. Like, you know, even with Jordan, I have my own shoe brand. I'm following suit of a lot of guys. So the blueprint is laid too, and you want to make sure you follow the blueprint that was laid. And so I'm doing some of those things, but I would say, you know, Magic, Shaq. Shaq is one of those guys as well for me as a former teammate. But look at him. Look how he's taken the brand of Shaq and it's made it an empire. And not just for him, obviously, right? And so I look at all these individuals before me and I say, okay, all right, I see what you're doing, and how can I add that ingredients to what I want to do? Does it fit? And if it fits, you know, I try to follow the mold.
That's cool. 10 years, 20 years from now, let's look, you know, you choose how many.
I'll be in my 50s. I don't want to.
Well, but what does this thing look like? You're building this thing. You keep adding to it.
Yeah.
What do you envision? Where's it going?
My family. You know, this is for my family. You know, right now I'm in business meetings. Like I said, I just got back from China, and I have business meetings in China. My son Zaire is sitting right there. This is our brand. This is your brand. You need to know how. You need to know how it works, because this is yours. You will take this over. At some point, I'm gonna be off. I'm gonna be chilling. At some point, I got to. And you know, I want to set businesses, and in my family, we want to set businesses that our kids want to be a part of. I think, you know, one of the things in our community, Tom, that, you know, that we're told is you got to go get it on your own. And so my son has the same mentality is, yeah, my dad did that, but I got to go get it on my own. Well, you don't have to go get it on your own. You can bring your own to it. And I think, you know, that's not something that's really common in our community, because it's not a lot of generational wealth. It's not a lot of generational opportunities. And so I'm trying to provide generational opportunities. And that's why I'm off doing all these businesses. I won't see half of the money that I'm investing. Most of the stuff I'm investing in, I probably won't see it. And it's not just for me. It's for my family. It's for the future. And so I want to build businesses that my kids want to take over and want to lead and want to continue to keep building out.
All right, it's not at the top of the list, but you did mention the Shark Tank question. Somebody asked, can you see yourself being a shark on Shark Tank? I think the question was.
I've never thought about it. Could you see yourself being a shark on I don't know. I mean, I think I don't know if my business portfolio is that extensive yet. But I don't know. I never thought about it. Good question. They never asked me, so. And Mark Cuban's on the show because they never asked me, you know, that Dallas, Miami.
I think he's quitting, though, isn't he? Yeah,
then I may get a call then.
Slide in there.
Yeah, I may get a slide. You know, they wouldn't call me while Mark Cuban was on the show. We just started speaking recently, so.
All right, you want to start at the top of the list here? Why don't we trade off? I'll read the first one, and then you can take the next one. First one says, what kinds of other impactful messages are you looking to promote in future productions with your company?
Is that you think that's talking about my 59th?
and Prairie, I think the production company, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's in the question is what's impactful. That's the stories that we are looking for. You know, we talked about Barb of Little Rock, but also too, we just got done with Netflix. We just got done doing a documentary called Dads. As well, it's impactful in the community in the community that we are part of, in the LGBT community. It was impactful to see dads that all go on this fishing trip, all find a community to be able to talk about things that everybody don't want to talk about, you know, in this world. And so I want to keep finding the stories that are impactful, the ones that, you know, most people don't want to attach themselves to, and I want to attach myself to it. Because there's so many different communities out here, and there's so many different voices that needs to be heard. And I've always been a person that's tried to be the voice for the voiceless, because I understand that I have this, and this right here is a very powerful instrument in the world. It's called a microphone. And so I try to use my microphone a lot of spaces for the voiceless, and so that would be something.
All right, your turn. Next one. Choose one, whichever you like.
After you retire from basketball, what do you miss the most? I mean, that salary was great. I can't even hold you.
That's what we're really working on here, isn't it?
That was amazing. I'll tell people from a basketball player standpoint, what I miss is, you know, I miss those moments of having that ball in my hand and it's a few seconds left on the clock. You know, I talk about it. I think it might come out today on my podcast. I got a lot of stories I talk about, but I talk about it's nothing like being at the top of the key with 10 seconds and it's counting down, and you at Madison Square Garden. You're on one of the biggest stages in the world, and everything is controlled by you. So I miss the control of, you know, of showing up in that moment, right? Having that ball and the clock is winding down and it's 5, 4, 3. And I get to control everyone. I get to control your night. If I make this shot, if you're a Heat fan, you're going to have a hell of a night. If I miss this shot and you're a Heat fan, that beer ain't going to taste as good. You're going to be pissed. But, you know, one thing I do miss is I miss having the ability to be able to be under control and be in control in chaotic situations. And that's a talent. And to be in chaos and to be in control of it is a talent. And I miss that. And I used to have that in sport where I control it and where everything is going wild. You got 20,000 booing you, whatever the case may be. And I'm smiling on the inside because my temperature is low, my heart rate is low, because I've been here before in my mind over and over again. So I miss that. You know, it's a lot of things to miss when it comes to it, but probably my teammates is probably the most important thing. The bus rides, the plane rides, the card games, you know, the shit talking. I don't get to talk shit no more. You know what I mean? If I go off for 20 and a quarter, you know what I get to say to somebody? Now, what am I talking? I'm going to reach out to the Pampers brand and be like, yo, Prowley's coming for you. Like, what am I doing? Like,
yes,
you know what I mean?
yes, you were going to do that.
Right, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go on Twitter and say, yo, all these wine brands, I can't. So I miss the ability of being able to, how many kids in here? You know, I miss that ability to be able to put it on somebody, you know, and be able to let them know I'm doing it.
All right, we're all here to see Dwyane go after Pampers. It's gonna happen.
Pampers, we coming. Pampers been around for 100,000 years. They ain't worried about us.
All right, my turn. What do you think is the most efficient/effective way to introduce financial wellness and services to our underserved communities?
That's a great question that I'm sure I might not have the total answer to. But I think one of the things is to introduce financial wellness to a community that's not used to it. It's a foreign concept. It's foreign, right? And so when you think of something that Arlo is trying to provide, that's something that I can get behind. Is the education, behind how to get money. Like, right? How do we get money into our communities outside of someone going, making money, and giving money back? How else can we provide money into our community? And so I think what we talked about, what Arlo's doing is one way. But one of the other ways as well is to be able to have questions with people, have conversations with people. I think one thing none of us like to talk about, we don't like to talk about our money. We don't like to talk about our money even in relationships with with significant others. With our friends, we don't talk about money like that. And so to have more conversations about money, have a better relationship with money, and understanding, what it is in a sense. And so, but there's so many different ways. I don't know if I have the right answer for that.
Your turn.
Have you thought about getting involved in politics? And the only reason I answer that question because people have asked me to get involved in politics. And I heard Steph Curry come out yesterday and say if it's meant for him to be, run for president to make immediate change, that's what he wanted to do. I would support Steph all day, but I don't want to be involved in politics. I feel like I can get more done in my own way than to be in a certain political party. Anyway, so no.
All right. Do you have any advice for parents of trans children? How can we show love and support and stand together against hateful anti-LGBTQ messaging?
Well, I think my advice is always, first of all, is what you don't know, what you don't understand, especially when it comes to your kids, let's start with love first. Let's just lead with that. Let's just lead with love. I think, one of the most narcissistic things that we all do is try to create a mini version of ourselves. That is the most narcissistic thing that we can do, is create a mini version of ourselves, right? We want our kids to look like us, to walk like us, do everything we did. And once you become a parent, you may get one kid that does that. But you're gonna get kids that's not gonna be just like you, or they're gonna get a little bit of you, but they're gonna get more of your partner or whatever, right? The mix. And so, I think the first thing to do is what I didn't understand when my child came home, my daughter came home, and and started telling me about her being a part of this community. I just immediately went to love. Okay, this is my child. I love you. Now let me get to understand you. Let me get to understand the words and and the definitions of this and what I don't know, because I did not grow up in a community that talked about we made fun of the word gay. That was something that was used as a joke, right? Because we were not knowledgeable, on it. And so I didn't know anything about it until my daughter came home. And so I started with love, and then from there we started asking questions, not only to her, to friends, to doctors, going to find our own. Obviously we have so much technology out here that you to find your own. And so that's my biggest thing, is understanding that, no, my daughter is not trying to make her life hard. Like she's not coming home telling me something to make her life even harder. She's a black kid in America. That is hard enough. And, let's add on transgender to that, and that's even harder. And so, you know who you are, and respect your kids for, knowing internally who they are, and help them, throughout this journey and this process to get to the answers that they're looking for. And I think that's our job as parents, is to help them, get to their answers that they're looking for their own individual life. It's not your life. You have a role, but your role isn't to make their life yours. And that's would be my advice.
Great.
Let's go with, okay, there's a little buzz about Austin becoming a WNBA expansion team city. Any suggestions on getting the community here to drive that effort? Well, I'm a part of a WNBA team in Chicago Sky. I'm an investor into that team, and thank you. And so I really, I don't even think I need to speak for it. I think the world is speaking for it, just even looking at the numbers. And when it comes to women's sports, or even over men's sports, where you're talking about college, or you're talking about NBA finals versus, NCAA, final games, like women's sports is on that rise, and it's rosing. And so it's great for the community, because the community looks like more than just men and guys. And we have amazing athletic women in our communities, and we want to give them the same opportunities that we're getting provided. And so I think if the Austin community want to put everything behind that, want to get the people that can come, and it's about this community, it's about building this community up, not just by bringing a sports team here, but really investing in this community. I think that's important. You want to be able to provide jobs and provide opportunities here, but I think it'll be great. I hope we have a WNBA team just as well as we want an NBA team all around the world. We need WNBA teams everywhere as well, because if you're looking at it, it's good for the brand, it's good for the kids, it's good for our future, that everyone has a place that they look at and can see themselves at, and I think that's what's important.
All right. Last question, lightning round. We've been up here for an hour. We've barely touched on your playing career. So there's a question here. Lifelong Heat fan. What's your favorite Heat on-court moment?
That's tough. That was nice. Respect. I guess winning the championship. You work your butt off, and to do that, and it's very hard. And you guys see some of your favorite teams and favorite cities, they've never won a championship before, and it's not because they haven't had great players, or it's not just bad luck. It's just hard to put together championship teams. It's hard for each individual on that team to understand what it takes to be a champion, especially when you've never been one before. So accomplishing that in 2006 for us was one of my greatest joys that I've had, because I worked my butt off to try to be the best. And so I think that would be it. But hitting that game winner versus Chicago and jumping up on the stands and saying, that was That's one of my favorite moments too. So it's so many. Love. I see some jerseys I appreciate the love. I see some jerseys in the stands out here. I appreciate the love, Austin.
We're out of time, guys. Thank you so much. Dwyane.
Yeah, Tom, thank you.
I could see past the
Our guests Daniel Hit the Kwan and Daniel Shindig, collectively known as the Daniels, are an Oscar-winning pair of directors and writers known for their groundbreaking films, including last year's Best Picture winner, Everything Everywhere All at Once, which premiered right here at South by Southwest. Daniels, welcome. How we doing?
Hello. Thank you. We're doing good. We're a little tired. We just got off the stage doing a keynote, and right before that, we were at the Oscars. So it's just been kind of like a, I don't know. It's been fun, but like this is gonna be really chill.
Yeah.
Very chill.
Last night I saw you
relax here on this couch with you.
Do you want to lay down right now? I mean, make it a whole therapy session.
Maybe the second half.
Maybe second half. When things get really heavy, then we'll just kind of.
I haven't done therapy in a minute. I could use it.
I'm not licensed, but I'll do my best.
Neither is his therapist.
I just found this lady.
Just walked off the street and said, like, hey, hear my problems, please. Yeah. So you guys have had such a crazy trajectory when it comes to your careers. One of my favorite things to do is point out the Turn Down for What music video and see you humping a TV very aggressively and say, ladies and gentlemen, one of your directors for Everything Everywhere All at Once. And that just sparks a crazy story of you guys did commercials, you did music videos, and now you're Best Picture winners. Like, can you talk to us about evolving as filmmakers through all of this?
For sure.
Yeah.
A lot of times, like, people would ask us questions while promoting Everything Everywhere, about like sudden success, and it would make me reflect on the opposite thing, that I'm kind of grateful that we've been doing this together for 15 years, not always for money, but we met each other and started making stuff about 15 years ago, and so it didn't feel like overnight. We got a little bit of training and practice making things and learning how we like to make movies,
and we messed up a lot. We definitely there are definitely a lot of projects that none of y'all have seen, and that's fine by me. But like it's been a learning process. The nice thing is, like, looking back, you can see the through lines. Right? You can see we've always wanted to have fun. We always are seeking to surprise our audiences, but also just give people something incredibly personal and hopefully authentic. And we're also
jokes about butts.
Yeah, almost everything's a butt joke.
And dildos.
Yeah,
everything in between.
Exactly. That's our trademark. But Spielberg has his like, his close-up shots. We have our butt shots.
But put that down.
But everybody else is fully encouraged to put butts in their movies too. I don't want it to be our trademark. I want it to be,
just
for
everybody.
people.
Just a part of being human.
Butts are for everybody. That's the trademark there. So your film Swiss Army Man, which, by the way, anytime somebody comes up to me and says, "Oh, I loved Everything Everywhere All at Once," I'm like, you have to watch Swiss Army Man if you love that. So I try to be like your #1 champion in that way.
Thank you. That's great.
But these films push narrative boundaries, right? And I've been describing you guys guys as kind of the spearheads of the wins for creativity. We had Jesse Eisenberg on the couch earlier, who's promoting Sasquatch Sunset, right? And movies like this, movies like
Was he in
Godzilla.
costume?
No, he was not, unfortunately. You know, but he was really regretful about it.
Right.
Yeah,
That's probably for the best.
Yeah, probably not for me. I would have loved to have Sasquatch on my couch. You guys just do so well at kind of like, again, pushing those boundaries, telling stories that nobody else is telling, and I believe it's truly inspiring everyone else to kind of do the same in Hollywood. So can you talk to us about like what drives that need to just pretty much do what you want?
We didn't realize we were doing this at first, but like we joke or talk a lot about like chasing the algorithm being like what we did straight out of college was just like we were just trying to get people to click on our music videos on YouTube. And
this
so
is like a long time ago before we even had the language to talk about it. Like no one knew how the algorithm was working. No one was even using the term algorithm. But I
was always like, we were both inspired by really weird things, and then that felt useful in that context, and then it just became something that like informed, I think helped us discover what we're good at and what we like to do, which is to chase after strange, surreal experiences and then put something we deeply care about in there so it isn't a waste of our time or the audience's. But it started with just like trying to get those clicks, like and subscribe, and then a lot of shame helped us learn some lessons and try to inject something useful in there. We're like, oh my God, this is so empty. Don't like and subscribe. We don't know what to say about the world yet. Like, give us some time to learn.
I also think the fact that we're a duo really helps. I think duos in general, if you look at a lot of the most inventive directors, they are often duos, like Phil Lord and Chris Miller did all the Spider-Verse movies, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, which is like one of their best. If you haven't seen that one, it's incredible. Same with the Coen brothers, they were constantly switching genre, playing with like different ways of making movies. Wachowski's obviously it's like,
and if you look at solo directors, their movies are all bad.
They're really boring. And they don't know how to
wild. So crazy.
No, but having two people, it forces you to try to one-up each other, to surprise each other, and when you're surprising each other, you often surprise the audience too. And I think that's a big part of it, is us having the courage together that we wouldn't have alone. I would never make the stuff I do without Daniel, and same vice versa.
I was just thinking, we just gave our keynote, and mostly he said really sincere, thoughtful things about the world, and I made self-conscious jokes.
That's our dynamic.
But it was like, but I was also reflecting on like we agree with each other a lot, and so I'm like grateful that Dan is so sincere and such a deep thinker and pushes me out of my comfort zone to like talk about the things I believe but I'm scared to say, you know? And it's an honor to make a stupid joke afterwards.
It's the best. I think I would be booed off if it wasn't for the occasional stupid joke.
I would love to see you get booed off. No, I wouldn't love that, but it would be fascinating.
Booed. They would just fall asleep probably.
I think that's like the equivalent in the movie kind of like industry of being booed off, right? That's the Apollo of like, you know, there's no umbrella, but I think the sleeping is like just as worse.
Or you just back on your phones, which is, I see all y'all on your phones right now. So we clearly aren't doing a good job.
We are failing at this interview.
Although like,
you're doing your job, it's okay.
Art that makes you sleepy on purpose is cool too.
That is cool. That's art.
Yeah.
You know, this movie is meant to make you.
There's a YouTube video called Joe Pera Talks You to Sleep.
Oh, it's a good one.
It's incredible. I've watched it like 15 times.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna need that because I have like
so
massive
gentle.
insomnia.
Hey, me too. What do you take? I'm just kidding.
Hopefully, I'm gonna take this new like YouTube.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
Don't do drugs. Yeah.
But you talked so much about your collaboration with so much love and respect and admiration. How do you navigate creative differences? You say you agree with each other a lot, but there's got to be some times where, you know, there's got to be a meeting of the minds. And
not yet.
Not yet.
Never.
No. No, it's like it's like a work marriage, you know, and like I literally have like read about like marriage counseling or like marriage therapy techniques and been like, okay, that's great. Okay, Dan and I should use I feel statements. Maybe sometimes we should take a break, or you know, start with like sandwich methoding our criticisms of each other with compliments, things like that. We've stumbled into some stuff just by accident that work so well. Like I think the main thing we talk about is that like whoever cares the most wins.
Oh.
You know, and it's just like, and and I love being surprised, and I love collaboration. And so like if Dan, like, as soon as I feel like him digging his heels in and he cares, I'm like, well, great, you seem to care a lot. Like, let's go, you know? And
then there's the moments where we both care a lot, and that becomes, usually that becomes a focal point for us, because that means something is wrong with the movie, right? Something's not working, it's not as good as it could be. And we're slowly, it's hard sometimes in the moment to appreciate that and be like, oh, this is an opportunity when we are really having a conflict.
But it's like if a married couple got in a big fight about mac and cheese, and you'd be like, there's something else going on.
Right.
What's beneath this mac and cheese? Why are we both digging our heels in?
It's not just the mac and cheese.
But it is like that. Like, so we'll argue about something on a movie, and then we'll realize there's something deeper that needs to be addressed, and that's why we're digging our heels in. Is like we haven't gotten on the same page about something way bigger than like the color of the curtains or whatever.
Yeah, there's this incredible. Was it the New Yorker article?
Yeah, about duos.
But just not even in filmmaking, just across history, science and art and
like
specific.
Most Nobel Prizes are for teams of scientists. Right. A lot of times it's duos.
And it's a fascinating read, but they really focus on these two programmers and coders for Google. One of the formative duos for that company, and just the way that they work allows them to work faster and to think outside the box in a way that is really beautiful. And I think we should be encouraging this sort of search for synergy with another creative partner. Even if you're not a storyteller or filmmaker, just having someone else who can really challenge you in ways that no one else can. It's like really special. I'm really lucky to have some of those kind of relationships in my life.
This is very helpful for me to hear, because before I started TikTok, and which eventually turned into this, sitting on the couch.
You started TikTok?
I started on TikTok.
That's your company?
No.
I started on it.
I don't know. If they found out that a black man started TikTok, that would be very confusing.
I would join.
I think we'll have more users than it does right now. So that's an alternate universe movie I like to see. But I was in advertising, and the way there's art director, copywriter. I was a copywriter in that duo, but I came into advertising not knowing jack shit about advertising, right? But my partner grew up in the advertising world because his father was a big-time art director. Wow. So we relied on each other from day one, because I was able to bring in some outside thinking, and he was able to teach me about the world at the same time. Yeah. And we ended up creating some amazing things together. Just hearing this, I'm just kind of like,
it's really special.
And it applies like whether you're like, you don't have to share titles to find collaboration like that. And you find out like so many filmmakers lean so hard on their producer or their manager or their wife who gets no credit, or things like that. But it's like finding that partnership can mean so much.
So how do you approach taking risk, and what advice do you have for filmmakers who are also kind of looking to do what you do and take those creative risks? Because you guys take a lot, and we love it.
I mean, I can approach it two different.
I mean,
let's go in unison.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
It's risky to talk in unison because people don't understand
this. Okay, great.
Perfect. I weirdly got that. I was
great.
That
Honestly, the funny thing is we, because I come from animation, and I like to have everything planned, and I like to find connections. I like to tie everything up in a bow. And he comes from improv, which is really just like flying off the cuff of the seat of your pants, and just, is that even the term? Flying off the cuff?
Flying off the cuff of your pants?
Cuff of the pants.
The seat cuff of my pants.
Listen, the last...
You gotta bury that cuff hatchet under the baker's dozen. Okay.
Listen, the last interview we had, we created the words X-situationship, so I think we're creating something right now. So.
But because we have both of these skill sets, we've learned to really trust ourselves in our collaboration, where we know when there's an idea or a story worth chasing, even when we don't know how it's going to work out, because we've done this again for 15 years, and we've done enough projects. We've kind of figured out how to make mitigated risks that feel really risky to outsiders, but to us feel really safe and exciting. And I think that's something that, again, having that duoship, having this really deep contrast in processes, it was really helpful early on. And so now, if we come up with an idea, oftentimes we aren't excited about the project until we don't know how to finish it. That's when we're like, okay, now this is what we're going to be working on. And so with Swiss Army Man and Everything Everywhere, and in our next film that we're making we're working on right now, they've always started with these unanswerable questions, and it's really fun to kind of, skydive without, and then build the parachute on the way down, kind of thing.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, so on one extreme, we try to figure it out as we go, and that's interesting and makes us work harder.
Yeah.
And then on the other hand, it's that a lot of times we're taking like much more calculated risks than people realize, and we're like, no, we're playing to our strengths. Like we've like if you watch all our music videos, like, oh, they tested out like half the stuff they stuck in their movies, and like we figured out what people might like, or we, you know, we do sit and talk a lot about worst case scenarios and how to avoid them, and like, oh, we're not, and I'll just completely bail on an idea even if it creatively sounds good if it's too risky for other reasons, like, oh, that could be our whole budget, or, you know, we could kill someone, or, you know, that actor's famously difficult. I don't think they would be a good collaborator, even though we could get our movie financed off them. You know, that kind of, we're always like discussing how to, how risky we want to be. And time will tell when we finally go too risky.
I'm waiting for that day, not to like say, oh, I'm waiting for you guys to fall, but
Yeah,
just,
no, you just said
there's
it.
like limits of it. There's like limits of it.
Cut that out and
I'm waiting for that day.
Yeah, you heard it here.
When you get too risky. But it's almost like when I watch Fast and Furious, the franchise, and it's like, how far can they take this? Remember, we were all rooting for them to go to space since like Fast 6. It's like, when is that happening, right?
Yeah.
So it's almost like how far can we go, and how far can we push the boundaries of creativity and things like that? So I'm waiting. I really want you to win. Don't worry. See, I saved myself in that. So very prevalent conversations are happening at this conference of AI in the film industry, and you know, we're all talking about it. There's fears of it. There's applications of it that are being thought of. Do you have any thoughts on what that means for the film industry moving forward?
What's it stand for?
Artificial intelligent.
Oh, right. Yeah, we have thoughts on that one. We probably
how
have
long do we have?
We have too many thoughts.
Do we have a couple hours to talk?
we have a lot.
I think one of the things that that is really confusing about the conversation is that we have a lot of really smart people saying this is going to change the world and save us all, you know, and then on the other hand we have a lot of very smart people who are also working on the AI telling us this is going to end humanity. And so the tough thing is like, or the only thing we can all agree on is that this is going to fundamentally shift everything. Like everything is going to be changed, and we have to be really careful with these types of changes. I mean, this is part of our keynote actually. Nothing in life is for free. Evolution and progress and technology, there's always winners and there's always losers. And our collective history, we kind of have been quietly erasing what has been lost with every new technological progression, going all the way back to stone, fire, agriculture. I use this example in the talk. When something becomes too, like, you know, technology is great. You get efficiency, you get convenience. All these things really help us all open the possibilities of what a society can do. But when something becomes too convenient, it becomes disposable. And when something becomes too disposable, then we run into the problems that we're having right now, which is like everything is disposable. The people around us, your shoes, the planet itself. And if we allow technology to disposabilize, I'm gonna make up a word, everything at such a pace that we can't catch up and we can't rescue what is good and hold on to those things, that's the danger. I'm not against AI on principle, I'm just against the speed and the scale and scope that is being implemented. We've already seen what social media has done to all of us, and that was baby AI, right? You know, that was just like little tiny algorithms that have made us all depressed and you know, disconnected and just really unsatisfied with our lives. What will AI do to us, and like, when will we realize it before it's too late? Yeah, I could go on for a while, but I just within the film industry, I think something we have to be really careful of is how do we make sure that when we do use AI, because we're all going to have to. It's in the system.
We're already using it. To your point.
Exactly, we're already using it.
It's on your phone, but
how can we be really critical of our own actions and really ask ourselves every time we use it, what is it for? What are we doing? What am I devaluing in this process? What am I uplifting in this process? How can I make sure that every time I use it, I'm asking our society to have a larger conversation? Because whatever the teachers are talking about is very different from what the filmmakers are talking about or what the coders are talking about. And no one is talking about the big picture, which is this wholesale shift where we are devaluing the last thing that's left, which is our humanity and our connections to each other. And if we can't hold on to that in this transition, we're going to see a lot of pain and suffering, and it's kind of inevitable in some ways. But how can we make sure that in this transition we protect as many people as we can, and also protect ourselves as much as we can? Anyways, I could keep going. Do you have thoughts?
I'll do some bumper stickers.
Bumper sticks.
Okay.
Bumper stickers.
I'm deeply suspicious of the people who are trying to sell it to us like it's just great. They're extremely rich. They're trying to get richer, and I'm really like freaked out, you know, by Super Bowl ads being like, AI is going to be so great.
And one caveat under the bumper sticker: there are a lot of people who have really good intentions, but they're looking at this much of the picture, and they're not realizing for everything that they might do over here, there are 10 other.
Road is paved with good intentions.
Exactly. And you have to be really careful with something like AI. Keep going, bumper stickers.
Totally. One time someone like pointed out to us that like anytime you hear the word efficiency, someone's job might get destroyed. Like just like any time in life. It's like, hey, that's gonna be a lot more efficient. And you just gotta ask like, okay, who can't feed
What
their
are you cutting
family
out?
because of that new cool thing that, you know, QVC gave you, and this is like a super efficiency machine. So it's like a scary thing. And like someone pointed out to us once that like, you know, there's something called a tech ethicist, and like a lot of like AI companies like hire these people to like try to game out possible scenarios. But there's like one ethicist for every like 1,000 employees at these companies. Like it's a nightmarish drop in the bucket. And so like until, you know, Microsoft hires like 50-50, you know, ethicists like trying to do this safely and people trying to like do the cool stuff, I'm super suspicious of whatever Adobe tries to sell me, you know, or Microsoft tries to like put online for free that might, you know, destroy consensus truth in all of our elections and make it impossible to tell if any audio or visual or writing that you see was created by a robot or by a human, you know?
I mean, this is a great example, just pointing out.
They just showed me the OpenSea thing. Like, I just saw a video of that, of the puppies like in the snow, and I was just what the hell is this?
It's pretty wild. But like,
don't worry, they have guardrails for all political things.
Of course they do.
But I mean, it's worth pointing out. The thing that Adobe created is actually this beautiful technology that allows you to dub over any voice and any voice actor to speak a different language and no longer have to have the problem of subtitles or dubbing. It's a Rosetta Stone, and every story now can be translated to everyone in the world. How beautiful, how interconnected we are.
If we were telling a story of like connectivity and collaboration, it'd be like, oh, now we can communicate better to like, you know.
So as a filmmaker, that's beautiful. On the flip side, when you openly, you know, propagate that to the world, suddenly you have these problems where, and it's happening all the time now, especially this election year, politicians are saying things that they never said, you know, and that this is something that we can't put back in the box. And people say that all the time. You can't put the genie back in the box. And I'm like, I agree. Why are we releasing more genies? It's like let's figure this one out first. Exactly. Like, and so, and again, we can do it eventually when we have the systems that are strong enough and responsible, wise enough to contain that power. But until then, it feels incredibly. I mean, the EU is getting ahead of it, and they're trying their best. China, actually, because they have a little bit more of a totalitarian hold. They're doing a better job of honestly regulating it. In the U.S., you know, one thing I've heard is
US.
Yeah, exactly. So the U.S. like we won the arms race to social media, and look what it did to us. What happens if we win the arms race to AI? Obviously, this is a massive geopolitical problem that is like bigger than all these things. But we have to be really careful. Like I do think there needs to be this massive global coordinated effort on a scale that we've never seen before. Otherwise, we're going to get the Tower of Babel. We're going to get this complete destruction. Yeah, exactly. We're going to have this complete destruction of our shared narrative and our ability to trust each other.
But as filmmaking goes, I'm excited for a bunch of creative, funny, activist, badass filmmakers to use AI to tell beautiful stories that value themselves, their self-worth, a world that we could live in, that speak truth to power, that like make the people pulling these levers like second guess what they're doing. And if AI helps you get there to make your story that we need to hear, then like do it, but pay people well in the meantime.
That's it. Well, you did have a lot to say about that, and I loved every second of it. I loved every second of it. And now I have the final question, right? You've premiered Everything Everywhere All at Once at South by Southwest back in 2022. It made a big run at the Oscars, the biggest run you could possibly do. Like, it did awards. I was at that after party. I saw Anderson .Paak screaming clean sweep throughout that entire
yeah,
night.
yeah, that was fun.
I was there. I saw it. It was fun. It was amazing.
It was a good DJ set.
He was amazing there, man. It was so lit.
Yeah.
But talk to us about like South by Southwest and like what that has meant to like your career.
Yeah. Oh my God. I really love this place and this festival. The first time we were here was 2012 with our first music video that has ever, not the first one actually, one of the first music videos that has ever played at a festival. And I was like, oh, we're allowed here too as music video directors.
Right.
Most festivals don't have a section. And so we just kept coming back every couple of years with a new video and really building a community, meeting a lot of people. I have some really formative memories that has happened here. When it came time to decide where we were going to premiere Everything Everywhere, there's a lot of different things that got passed around. And honestly, there's other places that people were suggesting and we were moving towards. But the universe really just like made it the right place, the right time. Like this was 2022, just as people were starting to get comfortable in the theaters, and our movie was ready. And we were just like, this is the best place, the Paramount Theater, with this crowd. You know, like this movie is made for these people. And so it was honestly one of the most fulfilling, beautiful experiences of my life, premiering that movie here to that audience. And that the story I tell is like, that night I didn't look at my phone once. Yeah. Which is like, if that's not fulfillment, then what is? You know. And so yeah, I'm incredibly grateful for the community. I'm incredibly grateful to Claudette, who has been, you know, when we first came here, she was the head of shorts and music videos, and
she was that music video lady.
Yeah.
Like when we showed up, we got a very warm Claudette welcome. And met a lot of other incredible filmmakers making music videos there.
But it's cool that the year that our movie premiered is also the same year that she got promoted to the head of the festival. It felt really much like we were growing together, and she's become a good friend now, and I'm just really, also, she is so good at her job. It's like ridiculous how good she is at introducing movies at movie theaters. Anyways, I love South by.
It's lovely to be back. I will say, I was rejected a lot when I was first starting out from here. I always wanted to come here.
Just show them what's what.
Yeah, like if people are watching this and you didn't get in with your movie that you worked really hard on, me too. That happened to me back in 2009, and it wasn't my time yet. I hadn't like cracked the nut, and then, I'm also from Alabama, and the film festival there, Sidewalk Film Festival, like changed my life. And there's something about like coming to like, I love like Southern arts festivals. Right. You know, like it's just it feels like quadruply valuable and beautiful to like see like diversity and strangeness and weirdness like happening in like a Southern state that like other people around the world might not expect. This kind of culture or energy or these kind of artists are like hustling, making crazy stuff down here. So like it feels like homey as well for me.
That's great. That's amazing, y'all. Like I appreciate you guys coming on the couch and talking to me at the South by Southwest studio. This
Thank you.
Just as good as we said it was going to be.
I know. We did promise lying down and we never got there.
Shall we like lie down right now? I'll lie down here. You guys lie down there. Thank you for coming to the South by Southwest studio. You can catch all the interviews on the South by Southwest YouTube page. That's youtube.com/SXSW. I'm Juju. These are the Daniels. Thanks for watching.
Thank you for watching.
Relaxing. We're just going to play ourselves out, get some elevator music. Do-do-do-do-do.
could see past what I know. I could see past what I know.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Katie Pereira. I'm a senior manager here on the conference programming team at South by Southwest. To kick things off, I want to share two of the exciting things that we've got going on in this building today. On the first floor of this building, we have the last day of the Creative Industries Expo. This is also open to the public if you've got any friends in town who want to check it out. Opening today on the same floor is Flatstock 92, a world-class art and poster show featuring a range of visual styles, techniques, and colors, all for sale by the talented artists who created them. For today's keynote, we're thrilled to be joined by Dr. Joy Buolamwini. Dr. Joy is the founder of the Algorithmic Justice League, an AI bias expert and an artist. She's the author of national bestseller, Unmasking AI, My Mission to Protect What is Human in a World of Machines, and advises world leaders on preventing AI harms. Her MIT research on facial recognition technologies transformed the field of AI auditing. As the poet of code with exhibitions around the world, she creates art to illuminate the impact of AI on society. Her writing and work have been featured in publications like the New York Times, Harvard Business Review, Rolling Stone, The Atlantic, and Time. Dr. Joy is the first Black researcher to grace the cover of Fast Company, appearing in the iconic Most Creative People issue. She is a Rhodes Scholar, Fulbright Fellow, and a World Economic Forum Young Global Leader. Fortune named her the conscience of the AI revolution. Not impressive at all. At 2:30 today, right after this session, Dr. Joy will be signing copies of her book on the third floor at the bookstore. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Joy Buolamwini to the stage.
Hello, hello, how we doing, Austin? How we doing, Austin? All right, so they mentioned a few accolades. I'm the founder of the Algorithmic Justice League. From time to time, I model. Okay. But one of my favorite hats to wear is actually being an artist and a poet of code. And so oftentimes when I say I'm a poet of code, people are like, okay, what does that even mean? So I like to show it, and I want to show it with a poem called AI Ain't I a Woman, which is both a spoken word poem and an algorithmic audit. It was inspired by Sojourner Truth's 19th century poem, Ain't I a Woman, spoken in Akron, Ohio, to talk about the need to make women's rights more inclusive. And as we are in the month of March, we do want to emphasize, any women in the house? Okay. Any supporters of women in the house? It should be everybody. Okay, all good. So let's roll to AI, Ain't I a Woman? My heart smiles as I bask in their legacies, knowing their lives have altered many destinies. In her eyes, I see my mother's poise. In her face, I glimpse my auntie's grace. In this case of deja vu, a 19th century question comes into view. In a time when Sojourner Truth asked, ain't I a woman? Today we pose this question to new powers, making bets on artificial intelligence, hope towers. The Amazonians peek through windows blocking deep blues as faces increment scars. Old burns, new urns, collecting data chronicling our past, often forgetting to deal with gender, race, and class. Again, I ask, ain't I a woman? Face by face, the answers seem uncertain. Young and old, proud icons are dismissed. Can machines ever see my queens as I view them? Can machines ever see our grandmothers as we knew them? Ida B. Wells, data science pioneer, hanging facts, stacking stats on the lynching of humanity, teaching truths hidden in data, each entry and omission, a person worthy of respect. Shirley Chisholm, unbought and unbossed, the first Black Congresswoman, but not the first to be misunderstood by machines well-versed in data-driven mistakes. Michelle Obama, unabashed and unafraid to wear her crown of history, yet her crown seems a mystery to systems unsure of her hair. A wig, a bouffant, a toupee, maybe not. Are there no words for our braids and our locks? Does relaxed hair and sunny skin make Oprah the first lady? Even for her face well known, some algorithms fault her, echoing sentiments that strong women are men. We laugh, celebrating the successes of our sisters with serena smiles. No label is worthy of our beauty. So as we see, machines are so neutral after all, you know? So this is a reflection of something I call the coded gaze. Who has heard of the male gaze? The white gaze? The post-colonial gaze? Okay, anyways, this adds to that lexicon. And so the coded gaze is really a reflection about power. Who has the power to shape the technologies with both their preferences, their priorities, and at times their prejudices. So I had the encounter with the coded gaze as a grad student at MIT. I was working on an art project, didn't go too well. My friends had fun with my projects, but I was putting on a white mask. And so I decided to share this story with a wide audience, and I thought, you know what? People might check my claims. Let me check myself. So I took my TED profile image and I ran it through various AI demos, and I found that some didn't detect my face at all, and the ones that did detect my face labeled me male. So I had some questions, phenomenal female, so questions. I got even more concerned once I realized these types of technologies were entering the real world and really messing with people's lives. So you've had issues of false arrests, which I will get into, but not just issues of false arrests with AI-powered tools. Anybody who has a photo posted on social media is likely in a database collected by Clearview AI, which has scraped over 30 billion photos online. And now with generative AI systems, it's not just the risk of being misidentified or matched with somebody else. Your own face, your likeness can be used in a deep fake. So we saw this with Tom Hanks advertising a dental package he never knew about. We saw this recently with Taylor Swift, having her face being used in deep fake explicit imagery. So I say this all to say that no one is immune from becoming X-coded. So the X-coded is my term for anyone who's been harmed by AI systems. People like Portia Woodruff. She was arrested 8 months pregnant for a carjacking. Now, I don't know anyone carjacking at 8 months pregnant. And more so than that, she reported having contractions when she was being held and had to be rushed to the emergency room when they finally let her out. So you put 2 lives in danger. What's even worse about this case is Portia was falsely arrested 3 years after Robert Williams was falsely arrested due to algorithms of discrimination by the same Detroit Police Department. In his case, he was arrested in front of his 2 young daughters, you see there with the hearts, and his wife as well. And now you might think, okay, I might not get falsely arrested. This doesn't really apply to me. Anyone been on a plane lately? TSA, check out? All right. In 2018, the TSA said they have a plan to expand facial recognition to over 400 airports in the United States. They're currently piloting in 25 airports right now and growing. And so this is an area you'll see more of these types of AI-powered biometrics entering our lives. But you also have these systems in schools as well. Some hospitals are adopting them. And so since we got some issues, I decided to start the Algorithmic Justice League to really see how we can build towards a world with more equitable and accountable AI. And what got the Algorithmic Justice League started was, yes, that example of coding in a mask being in whiteface to be detected, and also this research known as gender shades. So gender shades was my MIT thesis work, and I was inspired to explore it after I had that example with my face being misgendered. So I wanted to know, how accurate are some of these companies when it comes to guessing the gender of various faces? Well, if you look at the overall accuracy, it might seem all right. Microsoft 94, you get an A. IBM 88, you get a B. Face++, I'm a nice professor, 90%, you get an A. All right, but it starts to get a little bit more interesting once we start to disaggregate by gender. So when we disaggregate by gender, you'll see that there's a gap where all of the systems work better on male-labeled faces than female-labeled faces. Similarly, if you disaggregate it by skin type, you'll see overall they all work better on lighter faces than darker faces. Then when we take it a step further to do an intersectional analysis, you'll see that there's variable performance. In some cases, the best case is on lighter males. In the case of Face++, their best case was on darker male faces. What was true and consistent across all of them was the worst performance was on darker females. And in this case, we see the gap between the best group and the worst group was around 34%. And these were for commercially sold products. So I shared the results with the companies, and then I did a follow-up study, because you'll notice we didn't include everybody. In the follow-up study, we decided to include Amazon. And what surprised the research team the most was that Amazon's results were closer to where their competitors had been a year prior. This is like having the test results already public and still not doing so well. But I will say, by 2020, all of the US-based companies that we audited actually took different types of steps to back away from providing facial recognition technologies to law enforcement. Woo, yes? So showing real-world change is possible. So a lot of the work we do with the Algorithmic Justice League is about putting research into action, and that can look like advocacy, whether it's advising world leaders or people who are the top of very influential economies, hearings, and so forth. It can also look like art, like what we just saw with AI, Ain't I a Woman? We have exhibitions all around the world. If you'd like to bring some of that art into spaces you're a part of, let me know. I love to say, if you have a face, you have a place in the conversation about AI. And so the arts really takes us from performance metrics to performance art, so we get at the heart of what we're talking about. We also do a lot with media. Anyone seen the film Coded Bias? Yeah. Check it out, Emmy-nominated Netflix. We're actually working on a new documentary, and we have the director and producer right here, so if you don't mind standing up. Javier, Lavera, and Ina. So we are looking for the stories of the ex-coded, those who have been harmed, convicted, otherwise messed up by AI, and especially you. So please make sure to check them out, and if you have any partners you think could be helpful, let us know. So in addition to putting research into action, we also do different types of campaigns. As I mentioned earlier, TSA is planning to roll out facial recognition to make it the default way to travel. So we decided to ask people what their experiences have been. So with fly.ajl.org, we're hearing the majority of people don't even know you can opt out. Did you know it was voluntary? So even when a TSA officer tells you to step up, you actually have a right to refuse. And so we continue to push Department of Homeland Security on this as well. And this is part of a larger effort around broader biometric rights, not just the right to refuse, but also the right to have your data deleted if it's already been collected. The right not to have non-consensual deepfakes created of you as well. Another area I think about quite a bit, particularly being an artist and being here with so many creatives, is what does creative rights and what should creative rights look like as we're advancing with generative AI systems. And so we've been thinking about these 4 C's. So much of the best of what's made with AI is the best of us, reflected and regurgitated, oftentimes taken without consent, taken without compensation, and taken without having any kind of real control. So what would it look like to create alternative AI pathways so that you can embrace these technologies, not worrying that it's based on stealing the hard-fought talent and work of so many creatives in the world. So I will end on one more poem before we go into a discussion. So are you ready? One more poem. So as we're sitting here, there are many people who are dying, and some of those deaths are being enabled because of AI applied to warfare. And so as I've been watching alongside so many people hear what's been going on, I was inspired to write a poem called Precisely Who Will Die. Precisely who will die? Some say AI is an existential risk. We see AI as an exterminating reality, accelerating annihilation, augmenting destruction. I heard of a new gospel, delivering death with the promise of precision, the code name for an old name, to target your enemy, the other, reduced to rubble, face erased, name displaced, as the drones carry out in a formation that spells last shadow. AI wars first fought at the doors of our neighbors. Next, the bombs drop on your private chambers. Cease to believe fire on fire will deliver peace. Precisely who will die, zeroed out by ones and guns. And so to have this platform, the most important thing I can call for is an immediate ceasefire. Of course, a ceasefire. Release of Palestinian and Israeli hostages. It's not anti-Semitic or Islamophobic to value human rights, life, and dignity. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Okay. Okay, Purple.
Hi. Hey guys, I'm Mac. I'm a tech reporter at CNBC, and it is such a joy to join Dr. Joy on stage.
Whoop, whoop.
You know, you just started and ended with poetry. You're the daughter of an artist and a scientist. It really seems to inform the work that you do today. But tell me, how did that formative experience kind of ripple into AJL?
Now, that's such a great question. So when I was growing up, I would go to my dad's lab, and he was always asking questions of cells, so I would get to feed cancer cells. my mom was asking questions of colors. So I'd go in the garage and her paintings would be there. They were 4 feet. I was not yet 4 feet. I'm barely over 4 feet now. So at 4, I was pretty tiny, right?
Wait, stand up. How tall are you? Let's see.
Not 4 feet. Look, I got some boots though, so the boots don't really work. Anyhow, and so I thought it was all interesting, and I started asking questions about computers because when I'd go to my dad's lab, there'd be computers all over the place. And he wanted to be an entrepreneur and learn how to code, so he would have coding books. And he just didn't have time. So I had a bunch of time, and I started learning all kinds of things about a computer. So growing up, I didn't see those worlds as separate. They were literally companions. By the time I got to grad school, right, it seems like you can only choose one path or the other. And I fought so hard to be a woman in tech, right, to have my technical chops acknowledged. And so at first I thought if I brought in the art, if I brought in the poetry, people wouldn't take my research as seriously. And so it took me a long time to find the courage to, I've always been a poet, but to actually embrace that notion of being a poet of code. So that film you saw earlier at the beginning, AI Ain't I Woman, I wrote it after the gender shades research because you saw on the charts, right, that women of color always had the worst results. And I wanted to explore what that meant, not just with my research hat on, but with my human hat on as well. So many women I admired. You have Oprah Winfrey, right? You have also historic women, Ida B. Wells as well. And so that's how it happened, where I was shy to put a part of me that has always been there. And then when I had opportunities to actually share the poetry in some of the most prestigious halls of power, I saw it was the storytelling that really brought people into the conversation about algorithmic justice.
Now you mentioned in your presentation just now your MIT thesis, your doctoral thesis, gender shades. So much of the work that AJL is doing in the research domain is changing the behavior of big tech companies, which is really impressive. And in a sense, you're very much speaking truth to power. Amazon, Microsoft, IBM have all had to revise their corporate strategies, take commercial products that were being made available to police departments and to other enterprise clients. They've taken it off the market because of research that you've put out there. Can you tell us more about that kind of activist work that you're doing?
Yes, for me, I always view it as good AI. So robust AI. So yes, you could position it as activist, and it's certainly advocacy. But for me, if you're creating tools that don't work on the global majority, have you really made a good tool in the first place, right? So I think it can be interesting to see conversations where it's like, oh, AI ethics is over there and algorithms of discrimination are, no, for me, this is core and foundational. When you're learning about computer science, when you're learning about AI, you have to understand this is a part of building robust AI systems and also be clear about both the limitations and the capabilities. We hear all the time about the potential capabilities. Limitations, no, not so much, right? And so really creating that culture where we are honest with ourselves. So for example, you might be well-intentioned and you want to apply computer vision or AI to something like detecting heart disease or breast cancer. You want to make sure that you're doing it in a robust way.
Mm-hmm. Kind of going back to that example of some of these big tech companies that had to change their actions, take products off the market. That's brave to put this kind of research out there. I know that you faced blowback and you had some researchers and some academics come to defend you when you were going through this. Others didn't because they were genuinely afraid of professional repercussions.
No, that's a good point. And I mean, I remember when I was going to do this work, some of the older graduate students around me advised me not to do it. They said, you could get pigeonholed. You could be attacked. You might be discredited. And the first study that came out was largely broadly embraced. And so I was like, whew, dodged a bullet.
Made it.
Made it. We out here. Then we went up against Amazon. Now you have a corporate vice president, saying that your research is misleading, right? On national news, My mom using Amazon, she's like, are you sure your numbers are right? I'm like, how you gonna turn my own mom against me?
Mom, I'm right.
Right. My dad loves to always say that he believed in the numbers from the beginning as a scientist. Anyway, so I'll leave the family stuff out of this.
Anyway, and this is the Amazon product that they started pushing in 2017 to police departments,
Recognition.
right? Recognition, okay.
Yes, and so this part was really interesting to me because even though publicly Amazon was attempting to discredit the research, behind the scenes, there were people on the inside letting us know the problems were even worse.
So whistleblowers were coming to you directly.
All kinds of folks go to the Algorithmic Justice League. So if you got a story, report.ajl.org.
How do people reach you?
Report.ajl.org,
Okay.
and you can share whatever else is happening. And so this was really helpful for me to see because no company is made of one person. There are individuals within companies oftentimes who are seeing things that aren't going well and want to speak up. And so part of what I was hoping is to see me as a grad student at the time, probably not on the top of the food chain, right, to go up against these companies to encourage others. But there are also real risks. So the master's thesis work that I did, the paper that was published, Gender Shades, I co-authored it with somebody named Dr. Timnit Gebru. Yeah, some of you might have heard of her. And so she is now the founder of the Distributed AI Research Network. She started that after she was kicked out of Google for doing her job. She was the co-lead of the Google AI ethics team. And long before some of the issues we see with large language models, the type of AI systems that power chatbots, she and her co-authors warned about the toxic outputs and so forth. This widely known paper called Stochastic Parrots. We just like to have fun with these academic titles. Anyhow, Stochastic Parrots. So the higher ups at Google were not happy. Why? Because when we did facial recognition, that was not their cache area, you know? But once you start getting into text and search and language, now you're at the jugular.
Yeah.
And so, unfortunately, that did not work out. But maybe fortunately for the rest of the world, right? She now has her organization that she leads. But that is to say there are real risks to speaking up. Some of what I hope our work with the Algorithmic Justice League does, and also sibling organizations, is it makes it normal. So now this isn't that you have to be on some kind of crusade to, you know, it's like, oh no, this is just how we talk about developing products that actually work well for the rest of humanity.
Mm-hmm. And you know, you launched AJL in 2016. So I mean, I can't even imagine how much your mission statement has evolved in the last 8 years. And especially since so many of these, you know, LLM-based products launched in the last year, I feel everyone has become an AI expert of sorts, or any sort of journalist that was even remotely covering tech became an AI, or tried to become an AI expert overnight. And my question to you is one, how has the work that you have done changed in the last year in a post-ChatGPT world? Mm-hmm. And have your key objectives had to change because of that tech that's been put into the hands of the masses?
It's interesting because when I defended my dissertation I always called getting my PhD mission Dr. Justice. So when I finished mission Dr. Justice, the last slide on the defense was GPT-2. So I was showing that the examples I had with the computer vision systems weren't just about computer vision. And so even with GPT-2, we'd already seen it auto-completing. So you would say 2 Muslims go into a bar. And then the way it would auto-complete it would be Islamophobic, right? Or you would see all of these sorts of issues. So people who've been studying AI systems who didn't become AI experts last week, right, that we saw this coming, right? And I do think the work of the Algorithmic Justice League continues to be ever present, especially now with this adoption, widespread adoption of biometric technologies entering into many spaces. And we've been doing research for years. We've been collecting people's stories and seeing the ways in which these technologies can be harmful. And we also have research-backed recommendations, right, that we've written for governments around the world. And so I think, if anything, we were prepared for such a time as this.
So one note, in front of me have questions that the audience is feeding in. Please feel free to do so, because I'm going to take them throughout throughout this discussion. Peter Y just put one in that I think is relevant to that conversation we were just having. Can you talk about the prompt transformation controversy at the heart of Gemini's image generation that's kind of been in the news lately?
Oh, yeah. So do you want to give some context to the audience?
No, you go for it. Yeah.
Okay, so Google released Gemini. Gemini was based on Bard, and this is Google's way of saying, we too have generative AI.
We've got ChatGPT too.
Right? You know, and we're going to do it better. So they released a model called Gemini. I think this one was 1.5, correct me if I'm wrong. And what people saw is for the text to image feature, when they would put in a prompt like, show me a pope, they would get an image of a dark-skinned person as a pope or a woman as a pope. But if you know anything about the papacy, that just isn't going to happen, right? You would also have a prompt for something like the founding fathers of the United States. It was looking like the Hamilton cast, you know, reimagine, some melanin in there, you know. I was like, okay, right? And then people started getting upset. They're like, where's the history? I'm being left out. Some people positioned it as Google now has woke AI. Others positioned it, that's how some people positioned it. Others said that they had corrected in their attempt to have the results reflect what they would say our global user base, right? They had gone too far. What I found interesting was how quickly they put down that model. When people said those who were used to being centered were now erased, because there's so many others who have oftentimes been marginalized and erased, and when those concerns were put out, we did not see the expeditious, exactly, to actually address what was going on. And so what I take away from this is the importance of a cultural audit, right? Because you have to know the intent of somebody. Maybe you are trying to do something like Hamilton and make a commentary, or maybe you're looking for something that's factual. You need to know intent. And all of this is to say that addressing issues of algorithmic bias and algorithmic discrimination is not that easy. You have to approach it with nuance. So I like to think of addressing issues of algorithmic bias more like treating a chronic disease and managing a chronic disease than trying to target out an infection. And so here you think about a continuous process. So what does algorithmic hygiene look like? I wouldn't shower once in 2016 and think I'm good. You know, it just wouldn't make sense. So similarly, for the way these products are rolled out, it needs to be iterative, and it needs to have the perspectives, the historical perspectives, the cultural perspectives as well. Oftentimes the very people who aren't in the rooms when they're being developed.
Yeah, exactly that. Because there's this argument that, you know, technology is neutral, and you've got algorithms that are just essentially math, and math is neutral, so the tech is fine. I mean, that's problematic because of what you're just saying. The people who are in the room when you're developing the tech in the first place, there can be implicit bias there. There are a lot of conversations about like data as an input, what these models are being trained on. Yeah. So let's talk more about what's happening like under the hood, so to speak, in terms of like, you know, promulgating the problem.
Yes, so in the book I talk about this notion of power shadows, because I came to MIT, I'm supposed to be in this epicenter of innovation, but I'm coming in a white mask, so I have some questions. Right? They're fairly smart people working on these projects. And I also had to remind myself, I was the software developer that made the Aspire mirror that didn't detect my face. So it's not just about the people you put in the room. You also have a legacy of processes. Mm-hmm. You have a legacy of databases. You have a legacy of established AI models as well. And so when we're thinking about AI in particular, we're not saying math isn't neutral in the sense of 1 + 1 = 2. We're saying when we're looking at pattern recognition systems, which is generally how AI is developed right now, the way you recognize patterns is based on a training data set. And when machines are learning from us, they're getting the good, bad, and fugly, you know? And that's what we're seeing in the outputs of these systems.
And then where does AJL come in at this point? We talked about some of the research that you did before, targeted at big tech and some of the problematic practices there and how you help those companies course correct. What are you at the cutting edge of right now? What research are you doing to try to stop this problem?
Well, this part that I see now, we've opened up this whole area of AI audits. I'll see a new company doing AI audits and that kind of thing. So we're always trying to say, okay, what is missing? And oftentimes what's missing is redress. If you've been harmed by an AI system, where do you go? Like, who do you go to for help? We're saying the Algorithmic Justice League, so that's why we've actually started building this AI harms reporting platform. But that's also powered by people like AI harms analysts, right? It's a whole ecosystem of what it looks like to start addressing some of the people who've been harmed by AI systems. Because yes, we want to do our best to create more robust AI systems so we're minimizing the harms, but we don't want to forget about the people who've already been harmed or sadly will be harmed by these systems and making sure that there are pathways for redress.
And this is where we go back to the two terms that you introduced in your book, the coded gaze and the X-coded.
Right.
And how are you working with let's refresh the audience what the definition of both of those terms is, and then how are you helping the X-coded?
Sure, so the coded gaze is like male gaze, white gaze, building on this notion that who has the power to shape technology leaves their fingerprints. And so the preferences, the priorities, right? Who's saying it's going to be a chat bot? Interface, right? Somebody gets to decide that. And so that's this notion of the coded gaze. When it comes to the X-coded, no one is immune from AI harm. So that example where I was showing, there's Taylor Swift, right? You have Tom Hanks, you have Portia Woodruff, you have yourselves. You know, anyone can be X-coded, and that was a message I really wanted to drive into the book.
You know, I've got an audience question here that I want to work in from Thea. She said, is an equal AI possible? How can we break the system when it's been based on information that's biased, already biased information?
Oh, that's such a great question, because I hear all the time people are like, let's eradicate bias, let's get rid of the bias, which is all fine and well, but I'm like, did you get rid of the humans? Because if you get rid of humans, you always have to go back to values, and somebody's values will be embedded. The question is, do you have an equitable way of thinking through those values? So I don't think the goal is to make AI equal. I'm not even sure what that would mean, and in international conversations I've been in, or various sorts of governing bodies, what quickly comes up is regional differences, right? So what might seem fair from a Western context might not seem as fair from an Eastern context, from a global South context as well. So I do think we have to be more specific about how do we reduce harm. That's the question I'm asking, or the other questions like who benefits from the system and who has to shoulder the burdens, and how can we reduce those kinds of gaps?
And, you know, I have a question out of that, but just a side one here, and it's from an anonymous contributor.
Anonymous question.
Yeah, but it's not, I mean.
Put your name. No, I'm just kidding. It's okay, stay anonymous, stay anonymous.
But it kind of goes, because you're just getting to the point of like, you know, what's okay in one culture might not be okay in another, and this question kind of gets at this idea of what are the challenges that you see in terms of, you know, languages that aren't English, and like the language differential there.
Oh, massive.
Yeah.
Absolutely massive. You've already had instances where people wanted to adapt ChatGPT to a different context and a different language, and it just didn't make sense at all. And so you will continue to see this dominance of English, right, within these systems if we only look at one company or one major type of AI product as the end-all be-all. And so oftentimes companies, to make sense, they will try to be the one, the system. Instead, you want a healthy ecosystem, right, where you can have specific language models for particular regions. And I think sometimes in this quest to be bigger, there are a lot of men in the AI industry, right, that you forget, you know, that you can actually be more bespoke and specific. So I think there's an advantage for those who have that data that's for a specific context that actually wouldn't be touched by more general purpose systems.
So on that point, you know, given the impacts of algorithmic bias and being a part of this, you know, so-called X-coded group. How do you envision the role of women? We were just talking about how men kind of approach things, the bigger, 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 but like how do you as a woman and a woman of color think about shaping the future of AI? What contributions do you think are essential for creating a more equitable technological landscape?
One is knowing that you're worthy and that your perspectives and your ideas matter. I think that is core. And that can be if you're a woman of color, it can be a person of color, it could be someone icy white, right? That your perspective matters. And I say this because when I started, I didn't know how far sharing my story as a student of coding in a white mask would go. I didn't even know what the research would reveal.
And for the record, like her academic research was in the New York Times multiple times. Ended up like, I mean, like I said, it was a complete call to action for a lot of these tech companies to have to revise their policies.
Absolutely, one of the most highly cited papers in the my field and all of that good jazz. For sure.
No big deal.
Right, but going
back to your point.
But going back to the point of why women's perspectives matter, why marginalized perspectives matter, oftentimes when you're not in the mainstream, you can see what others don't, and there's the motivation to prioritize it. So when I look at the research I did as a graduate student, I collected a database of 1,270 images. I collected it in a very specific way and tested 3 companies to start with, right? That is arguably a kind of test anyone could have done, certainly any large company with billions of dollars of resources, more than I had as a graduate student. So this question of why it didn't happen goes back to priority and perspective. And so I think it's so important that we understand what we're losing when we have really homogenous fields. And so again, if you're marginalized for whatever reason, it could also be because of disability, right? All of these isms and the ways they intersect. There's so much ageism in tech as well, and these are all important perspectives that we're losing.
So something that's really keeping me up at night right now, this is a banner election year. You've got 2 billion voters headed to the polls in 50 countries.
Right.
Yeah. And I just feel like we're not ready for it. I feel like, we're already, in the past, election interference has been a thing. And now we have tools that are just like making it so easy to like create deep fakes. And already, like, at least here in the US, the tip of the iceberg is, Joe Biden's voice being used for robocalls in New Hampshire to tell his base not to vote. And I mean, you've been in the room with President Biden, you were advising him on AI policy, but I guess to start, my question is anyone doing anything? Are you talking to political campaigns? Is anyone seeking out advice to try to get ahead of this? 2, how worried are you about like an election cycle as big as this with the kind of tools that we have today that we didn't, let's say, 4 years ago during the last presidential cycle?
Extremely worried, to answer your question. And when I was on the fall tour for Unmasking AI, I was in conversation with Sam Altman about the future of AI, and this was one area we found agreement on, right? When it came to deep fakes, misinformation, disinformation, and that piece. Yes, you do have a consortia of different sorts of companies trying to come up with things like content credentialing. So saying we might not be able to test every image to see, the provenance, but we can at least put some sort of blue badge or something else you can trust, right, to say this came from a credible source. So you do have people putting in efforts. Even in that roundtable with President Biden that happened last June, there were concerns, right, about biometrics.
Yeah.
And then it's the biometric of the voice that's being used in these robocalls. We've seen the FCC now make it illegal to do those kind of non-consensual robocalls over time. So we are seeing agencies start to step up as well. I think it's really important that the companies that are highly influential, like OpenAI, not release certain tools ahead of an election year, particularly without guidelines, right? So it's like, okay, the demo might have been nice. Let's expand it out. So I talk about in the book, for example, the prompt of Pope in a puffer jacket. That's not too far off from doing a prompt that could incite religious violence, you know? And so thinking through not just what could be fun, but what can go wrong.
So I want to go back to that conversation that you had with President Biden. It was like I said, behind closed doors. It was a round table. I mean, I don't know how much you're allowed to say, but what was said in the room? What did you say? What did he say? And has anything come of it in the last 9 months? Are you under NDA, like an NDA?
I can't speak to everything that was said in the room. What I can speak about is what I brought up with the Algorithmic Justice League, but all the juiciest details are in the epilogue of the book. It's called Seat at the Table.
And I want to repeat this. I know the MC said at the beginning, but there is a book signing after this?
Yes, at the bookstore. But that last chapter goes into the nitty-gritty of the Secret Service and everything else. And then sitting next to Governor Newsom, who's so tall with his perfect hair that I kept having to do this to try to see, President Biden, that whole thing. So you get all the details. And then I was also reflecting, being 30-ish at the time and him being 80-ish at the time, that 50-year age gap, and how, decades, centuries ago, that round table wouldn't have even been a thing as well. But out here making history. But to your question, a major part I brought up was the need for biometric rights.
Okay.
And that was before he even had the robocall situation. But understanding that if we don't protect our biometric rights, the ways in which these deepfakes can proliferate will really compromise our understanding of what's true or who we can believe at all. And I was saying in that particular moment that there was a lot we could learn from the EU with the EU AI Act, which was putting specific restrictions on the use of facial recognition in public spaces. So that is what I brought to the conversation. That's what I can speak on, and everything else that's in the epilogue. Other things, it was a closed door. Yeah.
I do feel, so there have been some multiple competing bills on the AI front, and sometimes too many bills is as good as having none. I think, and you mentioned the EU being more, forward-thinking in their policy, or at least having a policy that they're pushing through.
That part.
And I think we saw that same dynamic happen with respect to crypto policy, something called MiCA in the EU. In the US, we still lack any sort of hard and fast rules. We're seeing that entire dynamic repeat itself in the context of AI. And you have spoken positively about some of the potential legislation out there to kind of create a framework around AI in the US. What do you think would work for us?
I think we really can learn from some of the work that has already gone on. And so the White House actually released something called an AI Bill of Rights.
This is October-ish, fall?
Other years, yeah.
Okay.
But the AI Bill of Rights, it came from the Biden administration, and it was saying if AI systems are to be released, right, we have a right to be protected from AI discrimination. It also said we have a right to data privacy. Oh my goodness, that part is huge. Another thing that I think was so important and is oftentimes missed is to have the right to have meaningful alternatives. I'll give you one example. You had the IRS. Anybody familiar with the IRS? Okay. So they decided for people to access their tax information online to make it more secure and to reduce fraud. They would adopt biometric technology, facial recognition. So they hired a third-party vendor. And this third-party vendor, the way it worked is if you already had an account, you didn't need to use it, but any new user would have to submit their face. So in some ways, they'll claim it was voluntary, but if you didn't do it, then you couldn't create your account. And you also had other agencies, like people doing veterans benefits and so forth, adopting it. So you had veterans who weren't 70-year-old man in Colorado, right, can't access his benefits because his camera technology isn't quite up to snuff. But I bring all of these examples up to say sometimes there's this push to upgrade the government with the latest technical gadgetry, and you leave so many people behind. And so another part, if we're thinking about what comprehensive AI legislation should look like, are these meaningful alternative. So it's not the only way.
Mm-hmm. You know, one thing that I think has been wild has been this news cycle around the Kate Middleton photo. And it's, so first off, and we were talking about this before this conversation got started, and you're like, that's a cheap fake, not a deep fake. So let's explain that. And then I want to talk about some of the tools that are being built right now to combat the real thing, the deep fakes.
All right, class in session. Yes, the difference between cheap fake and deep fake. So deep fakes generally are a bit more sophisticated, where there's some kind of AI system involved to take your biometrics and put it on something else, right? Cheap fake can be Photoshop, right? You don't have to be all that fancy, you know, just try to blur out, add a little filter. So you have deep fakes and cheap fakes.
Yeah. So I was talking to this one founder of a new app, and it's basically this cool intersection of Web3 tech and AI. And so essentially what it's doing is looking to prove the provenance of photos, videos, and actually documents. So, you know, imprinting it onto the blockchain as a way to say, hey, this definitely wasn't, you know, we can verify the location and the time that it was taken. And the reason that they're doing that is that they say that the two systems out there for kind of like spotting deepfakes just aren't working. So you can watermark it, but that can be removed.
Sure.
And then there are technologies out there that are meant to detect deepfakes, but it's like it's a failing battle. Even like the things that the military are using can't keep pace with how fast this tech is evolving. So it seems like this point of origin, like fixing the problem, having specific apps to like imprint it on the blockchain might be one solution. But what do you think? What's our best defense?
I think that approach, right, is in this larger area of content credentialing, right, to show provenance or to show a trusted source. I actually think of this other huge issue that looms with AI, which is its environmental footprint and impact.
I've been talking about nuclear power this week because it seems like that's the only way. Like Sam Altman has been talking, I mean, he backs 2 nuclear power companies because it seems like that's the only way you can generate enough power to scale AI.
It's fun because I was in conversation we were going back and forth. I was like, you actually don't need fusion, right, to solve the energy piece. But that is an aside. What was your question?
I don't know how you fight deepfakes. So at the point of origin, you can take
Okay, this is the point I wanted to get to. If you're doing the point of origin being blockchain, depending on the way you set it up, right, there's also this huge environmental footprint that's happening. And so we see this with the way many large language models were developed. And it's not just, you think about the entire AI life cycle. So what it took to develop it, how much compute, that environmental impact. But then you also have the water footprint as well. And so each time that you are putting in a prompt, and depending on the time of day, there's an environmental impact to that as well. So I would say in this quest of trying to safeguard the truth in some manner, not forgetting the externality of environmental impact as well with the various approaches. So I'm not saying I have answers. I'm here to look at the problem alongside you.
No, I mean, it is pretty wild when you think about it. I'm not going to take you through a listicle of all the numbers in terms of like just how much energy is needed to scale AI, but this is in a world before LLMs are integrated into search engines. I can't even imagine like the many multiples of energy that are going to be required once that happens. One quick side note, just to wrap up this fine point around politics. The White House a month ago said that they were looking to cryptographically sign documents because we've also seen this dynamic of like press releases being deep faked and then having stock prices move on that. Video of the Pentagon on fire was moving markets. Like this is scary, and it's having a big impact on companies. It's rippling into people's wallets, the shareholders. Is that the? I mean, I guess the last thing I'll just ask about this is blockchain the solution to that? Is this like cryptographic stamp of approval going to help us counter those kinds of deepfakes, at least in the document space?
Again, I view that all under this content credentialing, and I do think it's important that you have provenance, right? And I think it's also important that you don't just have provenance of the outputs, that are going out. So it could be the press release, it could be I think the Pentagon might have also been a cheap fake, but anyhow, whichever way that you're doing it. But it's important to have the data provenance of the sources that went into the creation of the model. So when we look at so many large language models, sometimes that data is stolen work.
Yeah.
From artists. We see so many class
all those lawsuits that
class actions, but not just OpenAI, right? You look at Stability AI as well. We have given many companies almost this free pass, right? But I don't think that free pass is going to last forever. You know, got the New York Times coming knocking and others who are understanding the value of this data. So I think that provenance needs to also apply to the data. And for me, when you read, you know, Kenyan workers being paid less than $2 an hour and now having, you know, all of the post-traumatic distress from looking at some of the worst imagery online, honestly, in order to do content moderation or detoxify these systems that are then used elsewhere to increase profits of others. I want that ethical AI pipeline or that fair trade data or something that's giving me a sense of how this was made and was it made in a humane manner.
So I feel like everyone is trying to find a way to integrate AI into their business models. You know, like in Davos, the promenade was like every single storefront had an AI theme. Here at South by Southwest, the AI programming track is just dominating the tech conversation. And my question is to you is like, you know, earlier on we were talking about how you were maybe at odds with big tech companies and having to like fight back, but are they coming to you now? Like maybe not even big tech, but like Palantir, like, you know, as they look to integrate AI into their business model, are you working with companies or if it's not you in particular, are you seeing that there's a greater level of awareness of, oh, we need to integrate this into what we're doing. We want to do it in a responsible and right way. What's the framework to do that?
So a few things, right? So in the book, I talk about walking into Davos. You have prime ministers, you have presidents, and you have one poet of code. I'm in my red jacket, and there's a sniper, you know, on the rooftop. And I'm on this panel, right? It's a mantle, except for me, you know? And this was in 2019, and I was talking about my research, and it was right before the study about Amazon came out. So I actually got on a flight from Zurich to Honolulu, and by the time I landed, the paper had come out, so all these reporters were reaching out.
Yeah.
So when I was doing that initial work, I'd never really positioned myself in an adversarial way with companies. At least I didn't think so. You might think AI anti-woman is another thing, but I call that an invitation to conversation. And part of it is thinking about naming and changing versus naming and shaming. So by pointing it out, we're actually better positioned to address it in some kind of way. And so that's part of what I was doing when I was in Davos that first time around. Now this fear of missing out, AI everywhere integrated, it's not even AI, it's regression, or maybe it's a cheap fake, you call it a deep fake, and now you claim there's AI in it somehow. I think you really have to ask yourself, what is the value I'm anticipating by adopting whatever AI integration it is? And do I have any kind of evidence that value will come through? And maybe you do a smaller pilot. One example I like to give is the National Institute for Eating Disorders. They were all excited about AI and chatbots. Chatbots will replace humanity. So what they decided to do was to actually fire their call center people. The call center people had unionized. They don't want to deal with it. They fired the call center people. Okay. So that's one headline. I think it's May 22nd or something like that. National Eating Disorder Association fires call center workers and replaces with chatbot. It wasn't even 2 weeks later when they had to shut the chatbot down. Next headline, chatbot no longer online. Why? Because the chatbot was actually giving advice that's known to make eating disorders worse. And sometimes it's so easy to assume the work you don't know about or you don't do is easily automatable, right? And so I would caution, I'm not saying you can't explore or pilot, but that wholesale adoption is based on not how powerful AI is, but the stories we tell ourselves about the power of AI. And so that's why I think it always comes back to the storytelling. So I want to think, what are the stories we want to tell our children, our grandchildren, the next generation about what we did for the cause for algorithmic justice while we were here?
So we have about a minute left, and my last question to you is twofold. One, what keeps you up at night when you think about where everything in the AI sector is going? You're always ahead of the curve, so very keen to hear what you're worried about, but also what most excites you. Like what is at the cutting edge right now that nobody is talking about that will hit the mainstream in 6 months?
What worries me, and I think it is already hitting, but will hit even more, are lethal autonomous weapons. So think drones, guns, facial recognition. Suddenly accuracy isn't the only question, right? Should we have these sorts of systems? And in the poem, when I talked about this notion of a new gospel, that's talking about an AI system that is being used to target individuals, right, in Gaza right now. And so for me, when you're automating warfare and you're taking out that human cost, digital dehumanization doesn't end in one location of the world. The tools of war oftentimes become the tools of police. The surveillance technologies that you think are being used over there for whoever you're saying is bad now can very easily be turned on you. And so lethal autonomous weapons keep me up at night. That's why in the book, I talk about the campaign to stop killer robots, because these tools and capabilities are being developed right now. And just like we had the conventional, unconventional weapons to say certain weaponry shouldn't exist, we can push back, but oftentimes we're told it's too late or we're powerless. And my work and the work of the Algorithmic Justice League shows time and time again that we have a voice and we have a choice, and we don't have to accept digital dehumanization.
What are you excited about? Real quick. And yes. Very, very quick.
I'm excited also about the creative potential of AI. I remember going to MoMA and seeing one of the beautiful kind of data artworks. And as I was seeing the artworks, being a poet, I was like, oh, that looks like cosmic hay or whatever else it was, right? And so I was thinking about this kind of interesting human AI collaboration that still very much centers our humanity.
Thank you so much for the conversation, as the audience for joining us.
Not this purple.
And thank you to the South.
See past the
An American nun embarks on a new journey when she joins a remote convent in the Italian countryside, but her warm welcome quickly turns into a living nightmare when she discovers her new home harbors a sinister secret and unspeakable horrors. Please welcome actors Sweeney, Álvaro Morte, Benedetta Porcaroli, Simona Tabasco, and director Michael Mohan to the South by Southwest studio. How are we doing?
Good. Thank you for having us.
Right?
Thank you.
See, I told you it was going to be the most watered down version of the names. We should just like insert and post like the way you say your names, and everyone goes like, "Wow, he has a really great like voice." They will never notice. All right, so I saw Immaculate a couple nights ago. Oh my gosh.
Did you sleep?
No. You want to know something? It's like I started it at, bad on my part, 1 a.m. I got halfway through, and there's the confessional scene, and then I turned my computer off.
I understand.
I was in an Airbnb all by myself, and it's huge. It echoes, and I saw that, and I was like, you know what? We could pick it up in the morning. And then I ended up watching it the next day. So that's a testament, because it's not easy to really scare me. So great job on that. But what I'm really impressed with is that Sydney and Michael, you've worked together quite a few times. And I'm fans of both of the things that you've done. Voyeurs, Everything Sucks, which, by the way, it sucks that everything sucks. Do not get picked. I feel like in many ways I'm still waiting for that second season to happen.
So are we.
But it's okay. You now have this movie, Immaculate, and I'm really excited. But apparently, this movie started with a text from Sydney where you just simply texted Michael, "You want to make a horror movie?" Like, tell me about that text. What prompted it?
Well, I've always loved working with Michael, and we have such an amazing working relationship that has grown so much over the years. I mean, I was 19 when I worked with him first, and I had Immaculate. It's been like my baby for a very long time. And I knew working with Michael, he would appreciate the film. He sees things like I see it visually and conceptually and cinematically. And I was just really, really looking for someone who wouldn't like push me out a door. And if I gave it over to somebody else. And Michael has been so respectful, and I always felt like I was a part of the conversation the entire way. And he's also amazing, and I love working with him.
I've only talked to him for like the first 5 minutes of this, and I like him already. I want to work with you, just like have him next to me as I do these interviews all day. Can we keep him? Can I keep him? Is that cool?
I got nothing to do today.
Okay. Okay. Incredible. And the fact that you've done so much together, it reminds me of those great like acting, directing duos, and I can truly see something happening here. You know, like Leonardo DiCaprio, Martin Scorsese, and also Martin Scorsese and Robert De Niro. So it keeps happening and happening. But Michael, you and Sydney have never done a genre like this. You've done coming of age, you've done erotic thrillers, but this is more of a psychological thriller that has elements of religion. What went through your head when you received that text message and got that idea?
I was so scared to read the script because I was like, I just want to love it. I also wanted to feel like I could bring something to it too. You know, I didn't want to just make a movie just to make a movie. But I have loved horror my whole life, and I'd always wanted to get to direct a horror film. And when I read the script, I was just so blown away by the reveals and where it was completely unexpected. It wasn't your typical typical religious horror movie. There were twists, there were turns, and where it ended was just. I just saw the movie when I read it. I saw what it could be, and so, yeah, very grateful that Sid brought me on board.
I hear twists, and I keep thinking in my head like, hell yeah, it's twists. Like, yeah, right, there's twists. Everyone who saw it, we keep talking about like the second into the third act, and we'll get into it. But Sydney, like you both star and produce this movie. How long have you wanted to do a horror film, and how did you settle upon like this story? You said it was your baby.
It was. I actually auditioned for a version of this script when I was 16. And I like every year I would just keep asking my team, hey, did they ever end up making Immaculate? Did they ever cast anybody? And I kept following up to see where this film was. And when I was on set of Handmaid's Tale, actually, I started dreaming up how I would want to shoot Immaculate randomly. And I remembered I emailed my agents. I was like, hey, I think I'm pretty serious about trying to figure out how to make this movie myself. I know it sounds crazy. And just went down the path and started chasing it.
Yeah, after years of saying, hey, is this still happening? Hey, you know what, I'll do it. Like, that's actually some boss stuff. All right, I'm gonna throw this question over to Álvaro. Like, so when you got this script, like there's some crazy things that happen in the script. When you got it, what was going through your mind? And without spoiling the ending, because there's people who haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult.
It's gonna be difficult. Just tell me, like, what, without giving anything away, like, what did you think about the ending when you read it?
I think it was a necessary ending. I think it makes sense completely. You've seen the movie. I cannot talk about it. But I think it's what it should be, which is nice when you get a script that it works, and the ending is part of it. You know, and I was so excited when I read it. First of all, because you know, of course, I knew Sydney. Well, we met in a party in Madrid.
Yeah, really?
It's crazy,
Yeah, it was
actually.
crazy because we met in a party in Madrid. She was receiving an award there, and we were sat down on the same table. But there was Sigalos, so you don't talk. We just, shared just a few words.
You were so kind.
And just a week ago, a week later than that, it was like I received a call from my agent, like, "Hey, there's a movie with Sweeney that they want you to be there." And I was like, "Oh, okay. Is it? You mean the Sweeney that I was with?
Sydney Sweeney?
Yeah, that's Sweeney. I was like, okay. So we made a Zoom meeting. I was in Madrid. They were already in Rome with the pre-production of the movie. They sent me the script. I loved it. I loved the vibes that I got from that. It's what you said. They've worked together, and it's good feeling. So I just got into the trip like that.
I'm just imagining you two at a table, you thinking you can't talk to Sydney, and Sydney's looking at you like, you'll be perfect for this.
No, but that's exactly what it is. Because I kid you not, I remember sitting there and I was with my my hair and my makeup artist, Melissa Hernandez and Glenn Coco, and I was like, guys, this guy's really good. And they were like raving, they love you. And they were raving about him. And flew the next morning to Italy to start location scouting. The moment I got out of the car and I saw the entire team, I remember in the car, I said, guys, you guys gotta look up Álvaro Morte. He's perfect. And I called it from day one.
Priest.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome. Okay, so Simona, you were in White Lotus, and American audiences fell in love with you. Like, they love you. And you must be getting so many roles after this, so many offers. Why did you choose this film role? I'm sure Sydney is a big reason, but why did you choose this one?
Because I like it, the connection between us from White Lotus. And then I really, really love the script. And my role is a special surprises because I have like the initial sequence of the movie. And it was so interesting and funny to shoot it in. So I feel that, we had fun.
You said funny. I wasn't laughing in that. It's very harrowing.
A lot of funny?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, I just remember on set when you were like, I'm not sure how to scream. And
my God.
And then we went off to the side and I was like, I'll scream with you. And then we just started screaming in the middle of the shoot, just together, just to get the screams out. To figure
It
out
was
how to...
so helpful,
Yeah,
by the
it
way.
was
Thank
great.
you.
Yeah,
I was like, I can't do it.
I still think about it, but that actually makes comfort. It comforts me a bit, you know, that there's people screaming with you.
Let's scream together.
Okay, so you mentioned the connection between you and Sydney for White Lotus, but it's an anthology series. You're not in the same season. Is there a White Lotus text group chat that all the actors get in? Is that a thing?
No.
We can do it.
We should start
later.
it.
Yeah, we should
That could be
start.
fun.
They're starting a group chat. White Lotus. Now they're watching this like, I'm waiting for the text right now. Don't leave anyone out, okay? Jennifer Coolidge, you won't be left out. So Benedetta, Michael says like he hopes Immaculate leaves audiences haunted, introspective, and beautifully traumatized. Tell us how this movie accomplished that, because I'm gonna just say this: you traumatized me. And
I
I'm haunted.
traumatized myself too, because I have to say, once I saw the picture, I thought I couldn't imagine something so real, so specific, so it is very well done, and it takes out from the character so much humanity also from hers. And I loved my character too, honestly, because she's very sweet, and she tries to awake her somehow. And this feeling between those two girls, I really loved it. And Michael was so sweet, and we texted each other, and we had a phone call, so it was beautiful to join the film, honestly.
This film has like from the start, it just has this sense of dread that hangs over everything, especially surrounding your character.
But it's very intimate too.
It's very intimate,
is.
right? But when she meets your character, there's like an instant bond
she wants
there.
to get her out from that
Which-
situation. So I think that it was a beautiful character.
As soon as I see that bond, I'm like, protect them both. Like nothing happened to either one of them. It's so sweet. So that's why, like, you know, seeing everything that happens in the movie, it just kind of threw me for a loop. So Michael, you talk about like the beautiful simplicity of like film, citing like the directors of Polanski, Friedkin, Kubrick. Tell us about the relationship between simplicity and tension, because it's so easy to kind of like overdo one for the sake of the other. So talk to me about walking that balance.
Yeah, that's a good question. So I think, you know, first things first, I've worked with my cinematographer, Elijah Christian. He was my roommate in college. And so we've been making films together for 20 years now. And I think one of the things we've just always trying to do is, I don't know, evolve our aesthetic to be more, find unexpected beauty in places you might not find it. And so with this, a lot of that came from the locations that we were in. We were shooting in locations that, like Villa Parisi, which is where a lot of Italian horrors were set in the 70s. And we degrade the image as her character's body is literally falling apart, and as we take the aesthetic and we make it grainier and we make it grittier, so you sort of lose that sense of the majesty of religion that we captured at the beginning to just pure, you know, primal horror at the end. And so I wanted to capture that sort of as the arc of the characters reflected in the arc of the visuals.
Right, you want to talk about primal. And I'm gonna throw this to Sydney right here. Me and my friend, we had just watched the movie, and we got back to our Airbnb at like 2 in the morning. This is like 2 in the morning. The next day, she had just flown in, and we're just sitting at like the table in the kitchen, and we're talking about that final 30 minutes, specifically the very, very last scene that has to do with you. And talk about primal. We said that scene's gonna stick in our minds for as long as we live, because it holds, it's so guttural, it's so, yeah, I can't even, like, I'm trying not to spoil it right now. But there's been articles that have described your character as the most unhinged character you have ever played. So how do you feel this role has stretched you as an actor?
Ooh. Cecilia put me in different places that I've never gone to, in like such a raw, emotional place. And specifically that last scene, I remember we were walking out, okay, we're gonna start here, we'll walk over here, we'll come back. And we didn't rehearse, we didn't plan. We just were like, let's see what happens. And I just unlocked, I guess, something very deep inside me. Yeah. And that was our take. We did one take, and that was the take that we just did.
Oh my gosh, Simona's like, wait a minute, what? Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah.
See, I call that going Super Saiyan in the acting world. You know, 'cause everyone has that one scene in the movie that, like, you know, hopefully, you know, Oscars and, you know, awards happen, and that's the scene that you show. I mean, you probably can't show it for obvious reasons, but I see that, I'm just like, Sydney's on another level. What's happening here? And to know that happened in one take, that's insane.
I have to say that sometimes I was in the shooting and I was looking to the screens, you know, and it's sometimes like, is that Sweeney? I mean, is that Sydney? I mean, she's performing such a huge transformation. Yeah. She's like a monster transforming herself in front of the camera. Yeah. Sometimes it's hard to recognize her. You know, even when we were shooting, I mean, it was so impressive.
Impressive is an understatement.
But it was honestly, the set was one of the most amazing experiences I've ever had, because I would jump into my character, but then the moment we call cut, I'm running over to the monitors with Mike, and we're looking at the shots, and we're figuring out the next setup and planning the next day and shot listing, and it was just so incredible to be a part of the entire process.
Yeah, you were in the zone. Wow.
I was really enjoying myself.
Yeah. Was there any point it was like nerve-wracking to jump into a producer role and like act as well, or?
I think because I had Michael and then Dave Burnett, who also produced by Lotus. Yeah. And I knew Elijah and Adam. Like, what I love about Mike is he has his set crew and his team, and they've been with us since Everything Sucks. So it felt like I was seeing my family again. And I brought on the line producer from Euphoria, Will Greenfield, and I just surrounded myself with people who I love working with, who I want to support their careers and their jobs and lift everybody up and put them together and create a really nice environment.
Okay, so put the camera on me, please. Look, this is why you work with people you trust, okay? You gather the crew and you make cool stuff, all right? Now, I love how you mentioned, you know, helping people with their careers and like building that trust and everything. South by Southwest, we're here right now, premiering the movie, and it's just a testament to people who've been doing that for years and years and years. So, Michael, like, talk to us about, like, as a director, coming to South by Southwest, what that means to you as a filmmaker and how that's impacted you.
You have no idea how much it means to me. The last time I was here was 2015 with a short film called Pink Grapefruit that actually won the jury prize. And that award is what launched my career in a real way. That's what allowed me to be a director. And so to come back here after making a couple things for streaming services, which no knock to them, but you don't get that audience feedback. And so tonight
I'll
we
get
get
to you.
Well, yeah, exactly. But tonight we get to sit in a room of 1,300 people, and we get to hear them respond to our work, and there's just no substitution for that. You know, those types of moments, you know, you really have to take them in and feel them, because that the memories of tonight will be the fuel that get me through the dark days of writing and the dark days of production. I'll remember, like, oh yeah, that's why we do this. That's why we do this. It's for those people that are in that room at South by Southwest that night.
That's incredible.
So it means so much to me.
See, look, this is great. Like, you're gonna make me tear up. Like, you scared the crap out of me, and now you're gonna make me like tear up with that. You're just gonna take me through the whole emotional spectrum. So, Sydney, when it comes to this movie, like, I was really impressed with the supporting characters, right? And specifically the nuns, who I hear you've casted grandmothers in these roles.
Yes.
Like, how did they like the movie if they've seen it? And are you gonna cast any other family members in on the action? Or?
They haven't seen the movie yet. They're gonna see it this week though, and I'm really excited to show them. I'm actually a little nervous though too. I don't think they knew exactly what they were signing up for.
I don't think so.
I don't think so, because they were so giddy and excited when they were on set.
Don't worry about it.
They were in the voyeurs.
They were. We put them in multiple.
So you just have a coalition of grannies?
Yeah. we just fly them around and put them inside.
Sitting in the grannies.
But it was so cute because they got to dress up in the full nun garbs, and I mean, the one scene where I'm.
It's amazing.
No, they're so funny. Like,
Beautiful.
they're a lot
You
of
have
fun.
a great shot of her.
I do.
Oh, what's the shot? Which shot is your favorite?
It's a picture of my grandy standing outside of the church because she needed a smoke break.
With the cigarette.
Yeah, it's really good.
I feel like on every movie set there has to be like an iconic shot of someone smoking, like, on set.
It'll be my grandy every set.
Now I need a collage of your grandy.
Right?
So I'm gonna be looking on your Instagram like 10 years from now, and I just want to see
have
granny
a whole
smokes.
drop.
Granny smoke. So this is one for everyone. Michael cited the directors who made, like, The Exorcist and The Shining, which The Shining is one of my all-time favorite horror movies. What are some of your favorite horror movies? Like, we'll start off with Benedetta.
Well, probably Rosemary's Baby. It's one of my favorite
Look
ones.
at his eyes. I saw that as a kid.
But The Shining too, honestly.
Of course. Simona?
I don't know. I was thinking last night I rewatched it, Rocky Horror Show.
Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yeah. So I was like, oh, wow, this is amazing.
Yeah.
So I feel like,
it's a
Rocky
classic.
Horror Show. Yeah, it's a classic.
You watched it for the first time.
No, I rewatched it.
Rewatched it.
After, like, I don't know, many years. But I was like, wow.
Álvaro, what about you?
I think I'll go for Shining, actually, and maybe Psycho by Hitchcock.
Yeah.
You know, it's a classic, and it's also a kind of a calm horror movie, which is terrifying. Yeah, we'll go for those two.
Yeah, okay. What about you, Michael? I mean, you cited them.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with a deep cut. I'm gonna say The Red Queen Kills 7 Times, which has this beautiful score. In fact, it's so beautiful, we stole one of the cues from that movie and put it in ours. Yeah.
I like the reference. And finally, Sydney, before we wrap out.
Oh, goodness. I mean, Rosemary's Baby, it was one of our biggest inspirations for Immaculate, but I'm an OG John Carpenter fan.
Halloween.
The Thing. Yeah.
So just so you know, me and Sydney said the thing at the same time. So I'll hold that in my heart forever. Well, thank you for coming by the South by Southwest studio. This was an awesome conversation.
Thank you so much.
All right, and thank you so much for watching. Make sure you guys check out the rest of our interviews. Immaculate premieres March 22nd. Make sure you check that out when it comes out in theaters. And again, go to youtube.com. That's youtube.com/SXSW. I'm your host, Juju Green. We'll see you at the next one.
Thank
This
you.
is great.
You were so great.
Thank you. No, it makes
could see past the wall.
Good afternoon. My name is Nick Faust, music conference programmer here at South by Southwest. Before I introduce the next session, I want to go over some housekeeping notes. South by Southwest would not be possible without the help of our thousands of fantastic volunteers. And to all the volunteers in the room, thank you for all that you do. We are running our audience Q&A in this room via Slido. You can find this by opening the session listing in the South by Southwest Go app and clicking on the Engage button. All right, now what we're all here for. Since the release of their debut album Cross in 2007, legendary French electric duo Justice have left their mark on the world with their innovative approach to creating music. Today, they will discuss their legacy and forthcoming album, Hyperdrama. Please join me in welcoming Xavier de Rosnay and Gaspard, Augé, and Katie Bain.
Hey, everybody. Thank you for being here. And let's give another round of applause to these guys. Thank you. Yeah, it's super exciting. They flew here from Paris, especially for this. And so it's a big honor. And there's a lot to talk about. As was just mentioned, you're releasing a new album, Hyperdrama, next month. Your first in 8 years. And so I guess to start, I'm curious, was it always inevitable that there would be another Justice album?
Well, it's always until it's not. But yeah, we didn't wonder too much about it. Like those long cycles are not because we are hesitant in any way, but just because things take time to be made. And by the time we finished our previous album cycle, it was already 2019.
Sure.
Then we took a bit of vacations. Gaspard released the solo album. Then there was a pandemic.
Right.
Then we started working on that album, and we worked on it 3 years and a half, and here we are.
I'm wondering where the conversations start. Like, are you guys just in constant communication even when you're not working? And then when do things shift to say, hey, I think it's time, I have an idea?
Yeah, we always keep in touch even when we are not doing music. And just because we are friends, but there's always like a few ideas like floating around, and like for example, like it's something we wanted to do like since a long time, to create our own samples, and most of the new record is based on loops, and instead of going and crate digging for like all disco records, we took the time to make our own samples, and we always have some kind of desires and obsessions, and when it's time to put them into form in the studio, like we just start, and it happens naturally.
What were those obsessions, as you said, this time around?
I mean, we like, yeah, for example, like the creation of our own samples, and also this kind of 90s rave gabber aesthetic, which was very interesting for us in terms of sonic novelty, even if it's not new, but it's a territory where we haven't been before. And so, yeah, we just like took some elements of stuff we've always loved, because there is an energy in this kind of 90s techno aesthetic that we love, and we applied it to some kind of we just put it in some kind of disco sauce, and we wanted to have this kind of confrontation between like organic instrumental elements and very like very hard stuff, but without mixing them, but to juxtapose them in order to have this kind of on-off button between eras and genres.
And in terms of making your own samples, it sounds like an incredibly time-intensive process. Is that why this album took 3.5 years to make?
Yes, partly. It's true that for almost every song, we had like to write, produce, and record the whole human performed version of it, and then the whole electronic performed version of it too. And even if the tools are great today, if you want to do it not by the book, but like get the best out of it, you still have to go to a studio and actually perform all those things. And I guess what took us the most time was really like the finalization of the record. And we can sometimes have almost like an unhealthy relationship to details. I think there are songs we made more than 200 versions of the same song because we feel that there's a good idea. And this idea can be translated in 1,000 different ways. There's going to be one that's going to stick with us as being the right one. So you have to try things until you finally like put the finger on the right thing.
Well, that was my next question. When you have 200 versions of a song, how do you know?
We were good at sorting them out, and we were like constantly going back and forth all those versions, especially at the moment of mixing, because the more you work on a song, the more refined it gets, sometimes against its own good. And but you know when something is right or is not, and sometimes we would be like mixing the track and thinking, okay, now it sounds good in terms of sound, but it doesn't hit us the way it was hitting us when we were writing the demo. So we are like going back to previous versions until we find like the element that is like missing, that is not here anymore. And sometimes it can be just like a small detail, like just a note that is hit in a different way, just a voicing of a keyboard or whatever, and we're just like exhausting all possibilities.
It sounds like a mix of technical perfection and then soul, you know, and something just has that soul element where you're like, okay, that's the one.
Yeah, it can be counterintuitive because the whole thing is that like doing the less spontaneous thing possible in order to get something that was spontaneous at the beginning. But that's what it takes, and I guess that's the same thing with cinema and entertainment in general.
I'm curious with, Gaspard, as you were saying, the 90s rave gabber influence, was there a particular group, moment in your lives, event that you were trying to touch back to and bring forth in this album, or was it more just the aesthetic and the sonics in general?
It's more the energy first. It's been like maybe a bit more than 10 years that we incorporate more and more of like hardcore techno and gabber when we DJ. We don't DJ a lot, but it's something that we've been loving always. And we were wondering, like, what if we make some sort of disco music, but with those sounds. And it's fun because by like traveling a bit in the hardcore universe, we actually noticed that a lot of the samples they use for stabs originally come from disco records. So like hardcore techno is like sped up disco to like an extreme extent. And a lot of the tracks of this record, we wrote them first as hardcore techno tracks. So that's like 180 BPM. And then when we had a good loop, we would like pitch it down and then try to see how we could re-harmonize it and make something maybe more sensitive and melancholic, but with those sounds and it. When we found this formula, and I remember I was having COVID in Paris, so I was like sweating and trying things, and then we put the finger on that and we made our first tracks like this, and we're like, oh, we can do a whole album of this, and then we made a few songs and we were like, okay, now we need to move on. But that was enough to give not the template, because the album has a lot of diversity, but it gave us a good start.
Sure, like the seed of the idea to build off of. Yeah, I was talking to Pedro Winter, your label boss and longtime collaborator, obviously, and he said that he thinks that this is your best album. What do you think about that?
Well, that's very nice of him, and it's the first time he says it, so I want to believe him.
He's very emphatic. He said it 3 or 4 times.
Yeah. I think he's telling his truth. No, but that's always the same. It's like, and we're not the good person to tell you, like every time a band says, yeah, I think it's my best album to date, you never believe them, so we're not gonna say it.
We just hope he's right. Yeah. You tell us.
We just hope some other people are gonna think alike.
Someone agrees?
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, it's all of your albums to me are masterpieces, and this one just has a different flavor, but it's on the same level as the other ones. But he also said that he thinks that this album reflects a new level of confidence in the studio. Does that feel true to you?
Yes, it might be true, because we spent like an awful lot of time on this record, but there was not one single moment where we were like blocked or having like how do you say in English, like the empty page syndrome or the white page or whatever it's called. So we were just like making things for 3 years and a half. We knew we had almost unlimited time and space to make it, and we wanted to take the time. And also one of the big things that we had in mind when we started making this album, and a bit before actually, was that to try to unlearn a bit what we know as musicians and producers, and try to step into making an album with a fresh heart, not even with a fresh mind,
sure.
but really like. I think it's like we had this intuition for a long time, but I remember like listening to Psycho Mode by Travis Scott, and that song was like a huge hit, and you have like an intro, then you have 20 seconds of Drake, then it goes on to something else, and we heard that and we're like, wow, we're still thinking about music almost like in an ancient way, in the sense that almost by reflex, at some point we're making music like, okay, a song has to be like a verse, a chorus, then a shorter verse, double chorus.
Sure. You had a structure in your head.
And even if you are aware of this, it's really hard to go against things that become intuitions. So we tried like to put all of that aside and then really go into making those tracks as, okay, what do we want to hear now? even if that doesn't make sense in terms of music theory with what comes afterwards. Incognito is the song that we just released a week ago is a good example of this. You have like the intro, and then everything changes between the intro and when it actually starts, like the tempo, the instruments, like everything, you know. But this is how we felt about making things, and the same goes with the production, the mixing. It's like it's like very important sometimes to try to forget about everything. One of the last thing our friend Philippe Zdar from Cassius told us when he came to see us at the studio when we were making Woman. We called him because we were stuck on the mixing of one track, and he came to our studio and he started like to turn all the buttons like into the red. So it sounded like shit, and he told us he was like, all right, it sounds like shit now, but you understood what I was trying to do. He was saying, I know why you made those settings on the compressors and everything, but now you have to disrespect a bit all the work that you've made, because most things, they need to be destroyed and forgotten about. You have to kill your darlings in order to move forward. And that was an important lesson. We didn't keep his settings, but we understood the idea.
Sure, the message was there. Was there a moment with this album where you had to, I don't know, was there a breakthrough moment where you did break those structures and you found yourself then in a new space to create something?
I think that was that COVID sweat moment.
We can thank COVID for this new album.
And the fever really helped.
Totally. It's all a fever dream, this whole project. I am wondering about Kevin Parker and getting Kevin involved in the lead single for this album, One Night, All Night. Tell me about those conversations, and I guess more generally about all of your albums have had guest vocalists, but having someone of Kevin's caliber on the album, tell me about how it happens.
Yeah. It's been like almost a decade, maybe more than this, that we had him in the back of our heads. Like we've been listening to Tame Impala forever. Also because we used to hang out with the people at Modular in Australia. That was his first label. So we got to receive the things, and we liked it at first, but then we really had like a revelation moment when, before he released Lonerism, they sent us Elephant to ask us for a remix, and we listened to the track and we had to turn it down because we told them like the track is perfect. There's no way we can make something better. And we really understand that we really understood at this moment that he was a bit that this band would become something else, and that would become like much more what's the word? Not big, because we had no idea it would be like a stadium band, but that it would be very significant for all. Like, it's very rare when you have a band that release something and everybody likes it. Like, all our friends were like, have you listened to Elephant? Have you listened to this album?
Sure.
Like, the general audience likes it. Yeah. Your sister likes it, your grandmother likes it, you know. And that was like, this is what happened when he released like this album. And we were like thinking of him, but we were waiting for the right moment. And this is what happened with most of the people on this record. We've been listening to them for quite a lot of time. We were just waiting for the good occasion to rise.
Okay. Yeah, his voice works so perfectly with what you're doing. And I'm wondering if, I don't know, are there other dream collaborators? You know, you described Kevin as sort of being so perfect for what you do and being sort of so aligned. Are there other people you'd like to work with?
Yeah, there's tons of people we'd love to work with. Hopefully, tons of people we don't know yet. because we're also always like trying to look for newness, novelty. What's the word? I don't know. But yes, yeah, tons of.
Sure. Okay. Obviously, the way that albums are marketed, distributed, it's changed dramatically since 2007 when your first album came out, but it's also changed dramatically since 2016 when Woman came out. What's the plan? You know, you two don't strike me as TikTok dancing guys who are going to be across Instagram talking about your project.
Surprised.
You heard it here. Okay. Well, I mean, what do you feel like you need to be involved, invested in that realm of getting yourself out there, or is it just not something you're going to partake in?
No. We know that there are things that are not for us, and we are like very. I mean, there's two things: is that there's so much gap between each of our albums that every time we come back with a new record, we feel like we are rookies again, like we're newcomers,
Sure.
because everything has changed in between, and for the like TikTok as with everything else, there's no like there's no good things or bad things. There are only things that you feel naturally inclined to do, and things that you are not. We always think that we have to just do things that we feel like doing,
Sure.
and we've been lucky enough that from the beginning we can operate on a reasonably large scale without having to compromise on anything.
Sure.
So no, we don't feel that we have to do it.
Okay.
Maybe wrongfully.
Sorry?
Maybe wrongfully.
Okay.
It would certainly help a lot.
Sure.
But we are not ready to make this sacrifice in order to have like more popularity or more fame or whatever.
Sure. What's the natural inclination, as you're saying?
Being at home in underwear, sweating.
It's a lot about the sweat with this new project. But obviously, the tour is coming. It starts at Coachella. That's a really big look. You guys played your first ever live show there in 2007. Tell me about your relationship with that festival and then how impactful it is to start the project there.
Yeah, it's a great memory for us because like the Coachella people and all the Golden Voice team, they've always been big supporters, and we're just super happy to come back there, and because it was a very significant like event for us, because it was our very first live show in 2007, and and it went well, and it was not given. So yeah, it was definitely it's a very happy memory for us because we had just finished the first album, and then it was our very first live show, and it was just a relief and some kind of okay, like we managed to make a whole album, we managed to make a live show. And it was a bit of a surprise for us because we were not sure about. We never really dreamt about being musicians, and somehow it happened, and we were great memory at Coachella.
Yeah, it's almost like a Madeleine de Proust. I don't know if does it make sense in English? Madeleine de Proust, you know Proust?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Madeleine de Proust.
Yeah.
It's like when something is tied to your mind because like it's like tied to an event. Like forever, Coachella for me it feels like maybe the week of our lives where we're like the most relaxed about everything. And since then we've been like stressed about everything. But
2000, that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
To be stressed the whole time.
Yeah, it's not good. But as Gaspard said, it's right during this week, we had made one album. We had no idea what it would do.
Sure.
We had made one live show and we're on holidays. And we've been chasing this flavor, sense of like being completely relaxed, thinking, oh God, we just finished this. Now we can just like calm down.
Sure. It was the moment before everything broke
Yeah.
open for you. Tell me about your strongest memories of that week and that performance.
Well, we don't remember anything, which is a good sign, generally.
There has to be
blackout.
something. There has to be one thing. Come on.
No, there is something, but it's a bit shameful, yeah, for me. It's like I guess like PETA is not gonna be happy about it, but they
Well, don't say it.
Ouais, okay. No, it's a funny memory, but yeah, there was a rat like going through the crowd, and for some reason I thought it would be funny to kick it. And so I kicked the rat, and it flew over.
It was the most perfect moment of your life so far.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't do it today because rats are living creatures. Like, and I just thought it was some kind of rodent, like doing his life. And afterwards, like 2 little girls came to me and asked, why did you kill the rat? And actually, it was a pet rat, and I felt so embarrassed. Yeah. Sorry.
That's a true story.
Yes.
Wow.
But the rat is still alive and well.
Is he's okay?
Yeah, he's okay.
That's a long lifespan for a rat.
No one was harmed.
Sure. In the kicking of this rat.
Yeah.
Okay. I did not expect that story to go in that direction. Thank you.
Me neither.
Okay, so you're playing Coachella this year. Maybe rats, maybe not. But what can we expect from this brand new live show that you're debuting there?
It's very difficult for us to give you an accurate answer for one simple reason is that we prepare everything and we work on the live show in a closed environment, so we can only imagine how it's going to translate with people, which is like the basic of a live show. So we have no idea. We have ourselves expectations, and we don't know if they're going to be met or not. So to tell you what to expect is like one degree too far.
How does it feel for you when you're standing in it, practicing, going through the show? Like, what feeling does it give you?
Same thing. It's tricky because a big part of preparing the live show is almost like I'm trying to find the right word. We almost feel like we're scientists making something because there are so many layers of techniques, preparation, even the music. Like how do you translate a record that hasn't been made to work with an audience or to be like efficient at a festival into something else? So you're just taking like all these elements, you're transforming the music, then you have to rationalize the music so you can perform it, which is very complicated when you are like only 2 people and there's like so many things running. Then you have like to think about how to streamline this and make it work with a visual environment in a good balance. Then you have to make all the instruments, everything work together. It's like we spent weeks just working on the way the machines communicate, on building like a custom instruments. Like everything we have on stage is custom made. So there's like not even weeks, there's a month of encoding, debugging everything, rehearsing. So at the end, it's like all very abstract until the moment it becomes real.
All 3 of your albums have gotten a follow-up live album.
Yes.
The last one won the Grammy for Dance Electronic Album of the Year, Woman Worldwide. Is that the plan or something that we can expect with this new one?
I love this Mike Tyson quote. That's everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
Just reminds me of that rat getting kicked.
We move without a plan at all, and we do things if we feel they are somewhat not even relevant, but somewhat pleasant. Or if we feel that it can be of any interest, even if it's just for a small fringe of people, because like releasing live albums is almost like it's a pre-planned commercial failure, and it has no other interest for us than to make a document about a time period.
Sure.
This is what we've been trying to do.
Sure.
We know that we're not going to sell a lot of them, so it's really like for the fans, for the people who want to have like a printed document of what they could maybe have seen or not. So we'll see if it's good.
Sure.
If we feel it's interesting, then maybe, but we don't think about it for the moment.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the visual aesthetic of the album so far. Obviously, we've seen the cover, and it's this kind of human hybrid, physical, biological take on your classic cross symbol. Tell us the inspiration there and sort of where you're going with that direction.
We started working on the artwork in 2020, I think, or 2019 even, at the end of because like the designer who made this album cover also worked with us on Woman Worldwide. And before that, actually, the first time we worked with him was in 2008 on the Dwyane music video. And he knows us well. And as soon as we told him that we were thinking of making a new album, he told us, okay, let's work on the album artwork now, because otherwise it's never going to be made on time.
5 years ago.
Yeah.
Cool.
And because he knows us, but also himself is like very meticulous, and he likes to take time to make things. And so we started like exploring different things. And one night we were together in a taxi with Gaspard, and we remembered those anatomical bodies that you use in like science room, where you have like the transparent body and you can see the organs through them. And we're like, okay, like, maybe we should do like the good thing is that we all knew that it would be a cross, like all the other albums. And we thought, okay, let's make like a transparent cross with organs inside of it, because it translates in a very simple way the very idea of the music we've always been making, that is confronting digital things that are perfect, clean, and more organic things, confronting like just the roughness and the sleekness of things. So yeah, that's as simple as that.
Is it fair to say that that idea then extends into the video for Generator, which, have you guys all seen this video? It's amazing and intense. Tell me about just, that creation.
The Generator idea was an idea that we had for a long time. It gets back to the Paris Hilton sex tape. You know, like the Night Vision sex tape that she made?
I do.
And we all saw it, and there was something really disturbing about it. I mean, like seeing like the stolen sex tape of someone is disturbing to start with, but also the aesthetic of it, where like with the black eyes and everything, there was like something very creepy. And that feels very forbidden when you see something like this. more so than the, like, let's say the Tommy Lee and Pamela Anderson sex tape. That's much more like casual. No, but for, you know, it's and so we kept that in mind, and we met this director, Léa Sevi. She's a young French director. I think she's like not even like 27 years old, something like this. And we started like talking to her, and we felt that because of her experience and by talking to her, that she could have like she could bring another layer with her sensitivity and everything to the idea of making a sex tape, and then by bouncing back with her, we ended up on this like final idea of having like two kind of androids that are more or less like of unidentified species or gender or anything, starting to have like this kind of very cold sex thing, and then it goes like more and more like I'm trying to find the right words. Well, I don't. It goes more. More something.
If you guys haven't seen it, I know you're all going to leave this room and watch based on that description.
It's 18 plus, yeah, just so you know.
Tell me, I mean, I'm curious about who you think your peers are, because I think of Justice, and there's nothing that I really have, no one that I can think of to compare you to. It's like a thing among unto yourselves. Tell me if that feels true to you.
Well, to us, like I don't know if like a good definition of peers to us would be people who don't necessarily make the same music, but maybe make the music for the same purpose, which is trying to make something that that feels interesting, even though it goes against some of the basic of what would be a commercial, like a successfully commercially successful album. I'm thinking of bands like MGMT, for example, which we love,
right? Yeah,
and which are great on the long run, and would take turns at every record. Not really. It seems like they're not caring really if actually people are gonna buy the records, sure. But this is with this freedom that you can actually make good music, and their last album is a good example of that. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking also of Gesaffelstein, mm-hmm. that's gonna release a new album at the end of the month. Yeah. That is really, really good.
Cool.
Like this kind of people are the people that we consider like peers, and we hope the feeling is mutual. But yeah, that would be it.
Is commercial success or more commercial success something that you think about or aspire towards?
That would be great. It's not something we're against. Sure. Of course, it's amazing when things align and you make something with a complete integrity, mm-hmm. And people connect with it. And there's like good example of this, like it's rare, but it happens quite regularly. Like I think Phoenix doing Wolfgang, like in the late 2000s. Tame Impala doing Current, Lonerism, and all the records after are very good examples of this, of people making like a very specific and pure music, mm-hmm. and it connects with like millions of people. Mm-hmm. It's like I don't remember who said that, but a good definition of commercial success is like it's a collective hallucination. Like for some reason, at some point, there are gonna be like millions of people who all agree on the fact that this is what.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
I love that. I mean, obviously getting Kevin onto the project is something that you're doing because it feels organic and it feels right and it feels aligned. But I mean, what does that do to you in terms of opening up doors to new fan bases as well?
We have no idea, and honestly, we were not thinking at all about that. If we were, there would be like people we could work with that would be even more efficient in terms of like breaking doors. So it's, in all honesty, something we don't think at all when we make music.
Are there people lined up to work with you? Like, how many people do you say no to?
That would be an exaggeration. There are some, I don't know if they are lining up. Oh, yeah, I can see down the line.
But there has to be a demand for a justice collaboration among many artists throughout the last 20 years.
Yeah, there is a bit.
Yeah. Anyone significant that you said no to?
No, because they are all significant, but
it's mostly because we have a hard time like not doing everything from A to Z. So we were asked like to collaborate with some people, but our only requirement was to be able to finish the track, like to just have this kind of very last cut, and it's something that doesn't really like work in the American industry because you have like so many people working on one track, and everything gets a bit diluted. But you never say never. Maybe we will manage to do something.
Yeah, we still have a very romantic idea about music, about making music.
Sure.
And we start to integrate like the new ways of making things, but we are still believers that good music should be. I mean, there are like examples of like songs where you have 25 people between the brackets, and it's still a good song. Like good anecdote, like I went to my brother's place around Christmas, and he had, and okay, second time we talk about Travis Scott tonight. He had Astroworld, so I look at the vinyl was open, and I was like, oh cool, that's the lyrics of the track. So I came closer to read it, and that was the credits. the credits was like this long.
Sure.
And that's an amazing track. So there's no rules, like the track is great. But as far as we're concerned, if we work with somebody on a large-scale project, we want to do it in a closed circuit.
Maintain a certain level of control and final sign-off.
It's not even about control. It's more about starting from an idea and staying faithful to this idea.
Yeah, it's mostly because like in our very tiny minds, we are always like, okay, so you're a singer, we are doing music, so we should manage to do something, just the three of us. But yeah, sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't.
I know you guys have said in previous interviews that you don't necessarily feel connected to modern electronic music culture. Is that still fair to say?
It's not out of distaste.
Sure.
It's more out of knowledge. It's as simple as that. Is that it's? I think it's really a full-time job to know exactly what's happening.
Sure.
In a certain genre of music. We keep our ears open. There's not a lot, but sometimes we hear new things being made, and we love it. We kind of appreciate the way it's made, the new ideas. Sometimes we're even mind blown. But yeah, it's not out of this sense, it's just we don't have time to.
I guess where I'm going with that is, do you hear your influence on new music?
Not really, to be honest. even when like sometimes we know that artists actually say that they were very influenced by our music, and we can't really pinpoint unless it's a parody.
Sure.
And but it's not always for the best.
Okay.
But when we're like we are very flattered when people say they were influenced and then they do their own thing that is completely different. Like one of the first ones to have claimed that was, for example, Skrillex.
Sure, yeah.
And but the music he makes is so different.
Sure.
And that's the perfect scenario when it's like this. But when I listen to his music, like there's no song where I could say, oh, that sounds like that thing we made. It's more like a general like spirit, maybe.
Right, and maybe the same ethos of staying dedicated to an idea and maintaining creative control. And
yeah, maybe.
Maybe. Do you? I mean, I know that the new album is just about to come out, but going into the future, do you see yourselves doing this together in perpetuity?
Yeah, of course, like as long as we feel that we, I mean, it's very cliche because every band will tell you that, but as long as we feel we are honestly engaged in the project and we have something to say, we will do it. That's also the reason why we take like such long gaps between albums, is that there's like a saturation of everything, and I really hate this word, but the word content. Now we're not even talking about music or films or whatever, it's content. There's I don't know how many million of tracks are released every day. So we want to make things and release them when we feel that, not even if it's good, because we're not good judges of saying if our own stuff is good, but when we feel it's at least interesting.
Sure.
Yeah, because I think it's very dangerous for art in general to have like instant feedback from people. And for us, it's very important to let things rest and to be able to reflect on them, because like when you ask your potential audience, okay, like should I take off the hi-hat or is it the right color for the album cover? It's a bit of a problem, and you just have to stick with your gut feeling. And so, yeah, this is how we do it.
Instinct. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a few minutes left, 12 minutes left, and we have some audience questions. So thank you, everyone who submitted. Let's go with Brian's. Who do you think are the most interesting acts in the electronic scene right now?
Right now, today.
Today.
Gesaffelstein, huh?
Yeah, like we were really, really in love with the new album. We met in Paris like a couple of months ago, and we played like to each other albums, and we really loved. I think it's a really great record. At the moment, we love what Alan Brax and DJ Falcon are making together.
Sure, yeah.
And we've loved their music for more than 20 years. And they've been like really constantly good, maybe sometimes releasing one single every 10 years. So they are like they are even less productive than us. But right now they are doing a strings of impeccable records and remixes. They're having like another climax of creativity right now. Yeah, like what else? It's not right now, but like in terms of artists that really broke through and became huge by making something new. There was like like Flume, for example, is really good. Skrillex, really good. Like his track Rumble.
Yeah.
When we heard it,
Yeah.
it's like so far from anything we would ever make stylistically, but we were still loving the tune. It's an amazing, futuristic, simple. Yeah, no, there's a lot of great things happening.
Okay, those are good ones. Let's see. Gaspard, there's one for you. Okay. What was your experience like after releasing your debut solo album, which is also an incredible project?
Yeah, it was really fun. I really enjoyed it, just because it was new. Obviously, there was a bit of not pressure, but just to make something on your own when you're part of a duo, it's always a bit frightening. But since it was different enough from the Justice Project, and it came at a time where I was a bit fed up with the pop formula. And so, yeah, it was just fun to make an instrumental album and to get like some stuff out of my system, like because I was kind of obsessed with library music and movie soundtracks and stuff, and I guess it was yeah, overall great experience, and also I think it really affected the end result of what hyperdrama is, because yeah, it just gave me like yeah, new desires and new ideas.
Sure.
So it was fun.
Sure. Cool. I like this one from Tim. Are you still learning new things about working with each other?
Yes, every day. Every day by working with each other, but also just working on music.
Sure.
It's and it's also the reason why we for example, we mixed our record like all the other ones, where it would be like 10 times more efficient in every capacity to ask a professional mixer to do it,
sure.
A professional mixing engineer. But it's too much of a good opportunity to actually learn new things, to let it pass. So the record was actually pretty. It would have been possible to release it 1 year ago, but we took 1 extra year because we actually wanted like to finish it and mix it ourselves, and knowing that in pure like technical terms, it sounds less good than if mixing like a professional mixing engineer does it. But in every other level, it sounds better to us in terms of style, in terms of intention, because it's so personal at the end that mixing is like, I would say it's like 15%, 10, I don't know, have no idea what I'm talking about making something sound good, and it's all the rest is about making it feel emotional and to translate correctly a good emotion. So yeah, like we learned like tons of new things over the course of making a hyperdrama.
Tim had a follow-up to his question. Do you guys ever have creative differences? Were there instances on this album where you didn't agree?
I think the only time we disagreed on this record was about bongos.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And I still think I'm right. but because we are like it's like a very it's like pure democracy and justice. So if one of us vetoes an idea, then like Gaspard was against the bongos, I said all right. I try to convince him for maybe 10 minutes, and if I see there's no way, then it gets like scrapped. I would say in most cases, I agree. In that case, every time I listen to that track, I'm still thinking we should have put the bongo. and I had recorded like the bongo part. It sounded perfect, but I knew.
Sorry, bongos.
I also knew when I was making it that he would hate it.
Sure. You were setting yourself up for disappointment. Can you tell us what track is? Now we're just going to hear the lack of bongos.
Yeah, it's not being released yet. It's called After Image.
Okay.
It's the third track on the record.
Okay.
And it's ridiculous, Gaspard. Like that part is like 10 seconds. There was like 10 seconds of bongos.
That's already too much.
Yeah, maybe we will release the bongo version as an extra.
I see it coming. I see that coming. Yeah, someone's very excited. Cool. Who or what? Well, I guess we talked about this with the gabber in the 90s, the biggest influences in hyperdrama, but is there anything else besides?
There were a lot of influences, but like to us, it feels that it's less referencing like previous stuff, because for a woman or audio video disco, it's kind of easy to pinpoint what were the influences, but this time around I feel it's a bit more blurred and less obvious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like working on this record, there was never like a time when we were thinking, oh, let's make something like this record that we love. I think at the end there's one thing that sounds like something else, but we were not doing it consciously, like a retro record.
Mm-hmm.
But all the rest we were really like thinking not forward, because that would be awfully pretentious, but we're really in our time, just making things without any clear references.
Sure.
So no, there was no biggest influence on the hyperdrama.
Okay. I'm thinking of something that Pedro said, that Woman was an album for the daytime, Audio Video Disco was an album for the nighttime. When is hyperdrama for?
COVID time, fever time.
If you got COVID, you know what to listen to. Okay. Let's go with a question from Anonymous. You have some of the best remixes in the game. What is the reason behind stepping away from a remix culture, basically since 2013, which was your last remix, which you won a Grammy for your remix of Electric Feel?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. No, actually, we did another remix since then. We did Frank Ocean, Dear April.
Yeah.
The reason why is it's just because we didn't want to do them anymore. It didn't excite us any longer. And there's something weird with remixes, is that it's either less good than the original song and it's useless,
mm-hmm.
or it's better, and then you have a problem.
So it's awkward.
Yeah. But no, the real reason is just that we don't find it fun any longer. It can happen, and for example, when Frank asked us to do the April, mm-hmm. we felt that there was a huge field to operate and make something not necessarily better, but different and fun. Mm-hmm. And it was a special context. But yeah, well, just not too much into that.
Has that Dear April remix gotten an official release?
On vinyl, it was like a limited project because it was going with the parties he used to make in New York, mm-hmm. like the club parties. So it was a whole thing working together.
Sure. Okay. Tizen MacKenzie, I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name. Will there be more tour dates in the US after Coachella?
Yes.
Yes. That's good news for us. Okay.
I'm not trying to be mysterious. It's just that I don't remember the dates.
That's fair. All we need is confirmation. We're good.
It was not a teasing.
I like this question from Ariel. Regardless if it's dance music, who do you listen to on repeat at this very moment?
Alors, to answer the first part of the question, we don't listen to dance music, almost like. But the last song I've listened to on repeat was actually a dance music track. And it was the remix of Phoenix Winter Solstice by Alan Braxe and Falcon.
Ah, sure.
That's the last one that came to mind. And also a track called Hysteria from Gesafelstein.
Oh, yeah. That album's going to be, I'm super excited to hear that new album.
Yeah.
Cool. Gaspard, anything from you? What's the last song you're obsessed with?
At the moment, I don't really listen to music. Like, it's... no, but mostly because we spent a lot of time on the record and now on the live shows. So, yeah, I just listen to birds, yeah.
And on that note, we're out of time. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I could see past me.
Inspired by the Hindu legend of Hanuman, an icon embodying strength and courage, Monkey Man follows one man's quest for vengeance against the corrupt leaders who murdered his mother and continue to attack the poor and powerless. Making his directorial debut, please join me welcoming Monkey Man's writer, director, producer, and bona fide action star Dev Patel to the South by Southwest studio. You got so many hats, man. Welcome to the studio now.
Thank you, brother.
Of
Thank
course,
you, man.
seriously, dude.
Yeah.
Congratulations
Appreciate
on
it,
the film.
man. Thank you.
Everything's been so great.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. I was at the premiere last night,
Yeah.
and you know, I don't know how we're both here. Like we were out late, just kind of like celebrating everything.
Yeah, yeah.
But I want to talk about this one moment that happened, and it was the moment that your movie ended, and you got this standing ovation from the South by Southwest crowd. Talk about that. As a matter of fact, I got something to show you.
Yeah.
As a,
Oh, no.
like I said, I make TikToks, and as someone who,
Did I trip and fall? Did I do
you
a Jennifer
know,
Lawrence?
it's quite
What
the
did I do?
opposite. So this is you. And this
Oh,
is the
man.
standing ovation that you
I'm
got.
so awkward. Wow.
It's beautiful, man.
Wow, look at them.
This was like the highlight.
You know what? Oh, look at that lady getting up.
The crowd's loving
yeah,
you.
Look,
It's
I
wild.
I
Yeah.
cried. You know.
I'm telling you. So
It
talk
was
to
a
me.
lot, man.
Talk to me about like the emotion and everything going on during that time.
I mean, Juju, man, I poured my everything, my whole being into this thing. You know, I remember like I spent so much time. I turned down like some of the most amazing opportunities of my career that I'd been waiting for to just apply myself to this film.
Yeah.
You know, and I watched these other wonderful actors do these things, and I was just like, God, man. But you know, a great friend and filmmaker of mine said, you know, you are the mother and father of your own film. You know, and you know, this was a painful birth. But
talk about that after the film. But,
yeah. But you know, the reception, the love in the room. You know, for an action film, they really got the subtext. They got the philosophy. They you know, it was beautiful.
Yeah, man.
Humbling.
It's so incredible. And like you said, you were saying that you know, you turned down a lot of things to do this film.
Yeah.
And, you know, again, I'm on the internet all the time. So hearing people go, where's Dev Patel? What's it, like, what happened to him?
I saw a couple of those.
You know?
It was like me like mid-eating a sandwich or something, looking worse for wearing. Like, where are they now? Like, what happened to him? I was like, yeah, I was in a dark edit room.
As a
like,
movie guy on TikTok, I had to come in and say, guys, he just got nominated for an Oscar not too long ago. Let him make some other stuff in
give me a
the
break.
meantime.
Yeah.
Give me a break. But they always want you to
That was
keep.
probably my mother. Like, what are you doing next? Come on, more.
I'm in the middle of it, Mom.
Yeah.
Let's get to it. But as far as like what you were doing during that time, like tell us why this story, what is the inspiration for it? Because as I understand it, it's inspired by the legend of Hanuman.
It's kind of like an ode to my ancestry and my parents in a way, you know, like, you know, my ferocious love for my mother, and if anything was to ever happen to her of any ilk, you know, the kind, you know, God forbid.
You would go full monkey man on.
You go full beast mode, baby. And then, you know, my grandfather and my father, you know, they you know, their kind of like emblem is this god from Hindu iconography called Hanuman. And, you know, when my grandfather, who used to, you know, live in Kenya, when he used to come down on the rare occasion, he used to tell me these stories to put me to sleep. And they absolutely captivated me, of this kind of like half man, half monkey who could fly, you know, lift a mountain in one hand, split his chest open, and it reminded me of the stuff that I'd seen in Western iconography, like Superman.
Yeah.
You know, even the way he flew, and, you know, I was like, you know, God, my mind was spinning, and I was like, maybe I can take this and apply it to a film, and normally it would be a $200 million kind of movie, and I was like, let's ground it and make it gritty and primal.
Dude, so you talk a lot about the references, the inspirations, like as a filmmaker, like imparting this into this film. Are there any directors or films that particularly influenced it? I know you mentioned The Raid as one of them.
Yeah.
The Raid is one of my favorite action films of all time. I saw those references, so I want you to talk a little bit about those references as well as, you know.
It's a lot. Like, at first, my love of action cinema started when I kind of snuck downstairs and watched through the banister past my bedtime Bruce Lee and Enter the Dragon.
Yeah.
Saw someone, you know, similar complexion as me just blistering that screen, and it was where my love of cinema began. And then, you know, it went from Bruce to all of those action guys, Jet, Jackie, Samo. You know, obviously the Raid stuff over in Indonesia, that was just unbelievable. And the Korean cinema just took my love for cinema and the way they do revenge. No one can do it as good as those guys. And then there was also, like, you know, what my parents would watch, which was Bollywood films. You know, there's a big actor called Shah Rukh Khan, and the way he would fight 10 baddies in this bombastic way and then romance a girl. And I just wanted to, like, put all of these things and into this film, you know, all these, because I'm kind of this kind of product of many different worlds, you know, this weird cocktail of confusion and no man's land. And, you know, this is an anthem for people like me, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, the film itself, like, it's so very chaotic, but in like a calculated way, right? And as far as like those references go, I
Welcome
believe.
to my brain.
Thank you for letting me in. It was amazing to be in there, and I feel like it was just a big odyssey, a big trip. But I want to talk to you about this one reference because I couldn't get this out of my mind when I saw it, and you can tell me if you didn't mean it that way or not. But it looked like there was a Kill Bill reference in there, where like it's like 100 guys coming out of like a door, and maybe the Crazy 88. And then there's like a silhouette scene of you, and it's filmed just like Uma Thurman when she had the silhouette scene.
I mean, I'm sure subliminally, like Tarantino, he hasn't done it. I mean, he's a film god.
Oh, of course, and I feel like he's influenced everybody like, in some way or form. So like it was in the back of your head, and I was like, whoa, that was so cool, man.
Yeah,
so
man.
You did the Uma pose like perfectly, man. You got it. Yeah. So growing up, you mentioned that you didn't see a lot of like models in films, like the ones that kind of like look like you. But like seeing Bruce Lee like inspired you. Like what other Bruce Lee movies have you like watched that like that?
I mean, I think the textbook for a lot of action guys, talking of The Raid, is Game of Death.
Yeah.
Where he works his way up this pagoda and he fights these guys like Dan Inosanto. Then he gets to this basketball player Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, gets a big kick on the chest. But that concept, you know, you see it in The Raid, you see it in Judge Dredd, you see it in these movies where someone's like working their way up a building, and it's like getting to like different boss levels. And for me, I was like, wow, that can represent the caste system in a country like India.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, the poor are slaving away in the kitchens in this windowless hellhole at the bottom, you know, hot woks, and then you get to what the club's called King's Club that he infiltrates, and then you got the kings, like, you know, dining above them, you know, not a care in the world, opulence and, you know, debauchery, and then you get to the land of the gods, where he has to look this god in the face and challenge him.
Yeah.
And yeah, I won't give too much away, but
of course
more.
don't. Let's let people experience it for a second. You have added what I like to call something to what I like to call unofficial trilogies. And I love creating unofficial trilogies between movies that are in no way like in the same universe, but you can watch like a triple feature and it makes sense.
Wow.
And there's Monkey Man, right, with the like rising up the banisters and like the class systems and commentary on that. But then there's also The Raid, which you also mentioned and was inspired by. Yeah. But then also the remake of Dread.
Urban, yeah, of course, yeah.
Which is
brilliant
very
film,
which is very brilliant. It has like a similar chaotic energy that like then they all. I want to like now go home and watch all of them back to back.
Lucky to be in that company.
And you're killing it. You're crushing it with that company, man. So do you hope like that kid will break some stereotypes when it comes to an actor such as your caliber is like a place in filmmaking, because it's really cool how you said you were influenced by people like you. You didn't see people like you growing up. So do you think this will break stereotypes that you normally see in film, especially like in Western filmmaking?
I mean, I hope so. I think, I guess the Brit in me and just being someone that is, can, feel like an outsider and an imposter. I think, you see, particularly in like American cinema, and this is the big generalization, but like, in some of the biggest studio films, you've got those like heroes that are going to win. They have the quips, they're built and hitting those protein shakes. And I just really wanted to, create a true underdog, that does fail, can't like run and, like smash through a window and land perfectly and carry on going, So that was a big part of it, and I want to see myself in a film. I wanted other people to be able to relate to this guy in a huge way. So that was a big part of it. Someone that has real pain, real trauma, and that is the kind of ignition for his vengeance.
Yeah. So I found your character Kid to be very complex in a morally ambiguous world. Like, how do you like prepare for this role, and like what aspects of the character did you find most challenging?
Trying to hold the choreography in your brain when you're kind of like, working with the makeup artist, production designers, DP, like just like the amount of things I was doing on the set, and then I had to wake up in the morning and I made this mad decision to like, not cut up the action too much, which, we do it when we do it. Like I wasn't trying to do a long shot for the long shots, like for the sake of it. But trying to hold that amount of choreo in your brain and the lines and direct all the cast and, in the middle of the pandemic, pre-vaccine, like it was madness. 9 months on an island with 450 people. It's a lot of people management skills and, it was chaos.
Yeah, no, I bet it was chaos. Yeah. Speaking of chaos, because I have a really like personal question to ask about this movie, like my viewing experience of the movie, right? And the way you shoot the fight choreography, because like you said, you didn't want to do a long take just for the sake of it. Yeah. But when you did it, I felt like it had purpose and it had meaning. Yeah. When you had these scenes, like when he first starts fighting, like the camera editing is a little like choppier. It's kind of matching his energy because he's not refined in his fighting skills.
Totally.
It's very...
Thank you for noticing that.
Oh, thank you for confirming that. But then when he becomes more honed and, more zen, then there's like a smoother transition, and it's almost like the way you shot it matches your characters.
Becomes like a violent ballet once you get to the restaurant, and the music changes and everything. But yeah, I mean, there was, so I broke my foot 2 weeks before shoot, and that was difficult. And then in the middle of this huge bathroom fight sequence, I think it was like the first day, I broke my hand, and the whole production was in it was facing catastrophe, and we figured out how to get on a. I finished the shoot day, my hand was like an elephant's foot. It was so huge. Went under, put a screw in and came back to work the next day. And it was like, it was really tough. But for me, it's like these incredible choreographers and stunt teams, like they don't get the credit that they're due. These guys put their bodies on the line. Right. And it's such a form of expression, physicality, I remember watching this documentary called All That Breathes, and one of the characters in it, and it's all about rescuing birds from pollution. But it's during the Indian conflicts in India. But he goes, violence is an act of communication, is what he said.
Yeah.
And it is, unfortunately so.
Absolutely.
And I thought about that a lot, you know, in this film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of, we don't have to get into it because it's a spoiler, but speaking of like active communication when it comes to violence, there's a scene that has to do with teeth. Oh my gosh.
Madness.
Madness, man. Welcome to your brain.
I've got a messed up brain. Yeah, it's sick.
You'll see it when the movie comes out.
Yeah.
But I would describe this movie as almost like an odyssey of self-discovery.
Yeah.
Right? How did you map out the character journey of this film? Like when you put pen to paper and you said, this is what I want the character to be. What was that vision for you?
I knew that I was like, you know, I wanted someone that was really grappling with a sort of PTSD and trauma, you know, in this kind of elliptical manner. And I you know, the film requires an element of patience.
Yes.
You know, like you go in and like, you know, with these great movies like John Wick, you're getting action. With this, like, you know, there's a lot of setup and culture and stuff, and then when it goes, boy, does it go. And it goes, you know, and it has this really interesting cadence to it, but you know, yeah, I'm trying to say a lot with it, you know, and you know, I guess people like me, filmmakers like myself, you know, we haven't had the opportunity to say much before, so I'm trying to inject a lot in there, but yeah, it's dense.
I know it's very dense, but you know, I feel like again, the level of patience once like it gets going, and it's extremely rewarding.
And that's the thing, is that you're really with him by then, because you know it is a guy plotting and trying to infiltrate a place, and so I wanted the audience to feel that apprehension. So by the time he meets his nemesis, you're like, oh, here we go. And when he fails, you're feeling as upset as he is.
Yes,
you know, it doesn't happen too quickly, you know, and too easily.
Yeah, like he's a real person, and like you feel every nick that he gets throughout the whole thing. It doesn't feel like he gets knocked, he groans and gets back up and back in it. So very rewarding. Again, don't want to spoil anything. But let's talk about the casting, because what I was really impressed was the supporting cast that you surrounded yourself with.
Right?
They're so incredible, and they all play the scene stealers in every role. They all play the role very, very well, and you have very nice things to say about each and every one of them. Just talk about the casting process of like. Of this movie.
I think, you know, these actors are so incredible and like, you know, often overlooked, you know, in India, you know, maybe because their skin's too dark or they don't fit like the perfect, you know, cutesy girl, you know, leading lady, or, and for me, these are like God level actors, you know, and amazing scene partners, and, you know, we brought them in, you know, and it's a full plethora of individuals. You know, we had this great actor, Peter Bosch, who plays this character called Alfonso, who's like, you know, it's like me and him are like the odd couple, and all of my best lines I wrote for him, you know, he had everyone cracking up in stitches.
Your chemistry was insane there, man. I could tell you knew each other beforehand.
Yeah,
you know?
So I wrote the role for him, and then, you know, Vipin, who plays this character called Alpha, I'd worked with him on a film called Hotel Mumbai, and he is just this deep, soulful, like spiritual, kind man, and I just think all of them, they're just, you know. Sharlto, you know, Copley, who did me a huge favor. He came in and had to quarantine for 2 weeks for like, you know, a couple of days shoot. He did me a huge favor. We had no money to shoot this thing. And I sat down to dinner with him, and he asked me a question about what I'm up to, and I pitched him the whole film over 3 hours. And he's like, okay, I'm in. I think I like persistently broke him down. But
just to make sure you're in, let me just continue.
But he riffs, like in District 9, Sharlto's this actor that you give him a scene and like he'll just break it open and go on these tangents, and it's unbelievable to watch.
He has a unique and unmatched energy, man. Like, I met him at the after party last night. He's the nicest guy. You know, he just carries an aura about him.
Yeah, totally.
So let's talk about like the fight choreography. Like, you know, I find it interesting that, you know, we just had the Oscars, and there's now, it seems that we're gonna get like a best stunt Oscar category, which, you know, I feel like Monkey Man is now, you know, in that conversation for that, right? So, like, talk about, like, putting that together. Were there any particular stunts that were, like, especially challenging for you? I know you said you ran into a lot of problems when it came to shooting.
We did, like, you know, because we were meant to shoot in India, then COVID hit, and I literally got out on the last seat of the last flight out of Mumbai when that hit, and the film went down. We managed to resurrect it in Indonesia, but I'd never been, so we blagged our way there. And, you know, we were going to have the stunt team that, you know, some of the guys that did John Wick.
Right.
And because of the issues of COVID and stuff like that, you know, they couldn't come. So we didn't have this stunt team. And I was like, shit, what do we do? Hopped on YouTube, some guys found this guy, Brahim. He's amazing French-Moroccan stunt choreographer that lives in Thailand and has this Thai team. And his stuff was so cool. And I called up Brahim and I'm like, can you be here like yesterday? And, you know, he just took it and ran with it. And, you know, he would come back with something amazing. And I'm like, yeah, but let's do more. Let's do more and more. And he kept just coming back with like amazing, amazing stuff. And, you know, none of us are martial artists. Like, you know, Sikander, who plays you know, the main bad guy, he's not a martial artist. So to get people to move like that and oh my God, amazing work.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
man.
by that team.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like
and we had like 8 stunt guys, really. You know, like the stunt team was so small. So like by the last fights, I'm killing the same dudes over and over. Like the makeup's like, one of them looks like, you know, Santa Claus by the end, like a shaved head, one eyebrow, like whatever we can to make them look different.
I would have like a board that's like kill tally. Like how many times did you get killed throughout the course of this movie?
Totally.
That would be fun.
It's mad.
So walking out of this movie, like me and my friends had this moment where we're used to having when we walk out of a movie, which we sit for an hour and we talk about it. We talk about like our favorite moments and things like that. And the thing that keeps coming up is Indian James Bond, Indian John Wick, right? And I feel like that moment where you come out of the elevator says like James Bond, John Wick. Like, what are your thoughts on that? Like, do you see that happening in the future?
I think it's like, you know, part of me wanting to make this is because I just wanted to carve my own little thing. You know, like, you know, we have so much like, you know, I don't know, like you don't need to fit in the box of being a Bond.
Right.
You know, like you don't need that. And like you know, I don't even know if I could pull that off, to be honest, you know, but I wanted to just find someone that was, this was my take at it. Do you get what I mean?
Oh yeah, I get it. It's like you're saying, like, not to be the Indian James Bond, but it's Bond, Wick, Kid.
Yeah,
you
it's
know
just
what I'm
like
saying?
I wanted to just make my own story and my own journey and do my own thing. Like I think, you know, being locked into those sort of franchises too, you're servicing a huge machine.
Pre-existing IP that needs to be so you can reinvent it in a certain way. But you know, it's still the one thing that you gotta be.
Exactly. And for me, it's like there's a philosophy in India they call jugaad, which means like it's resourcefulness. It's like by any means necessary. If you're in a slum, you got a plastic bag, use it for fishing. You know, you can twist the sides, make it a hat, you know, cover your, and that was the fighting style of this film. Like whatever he's got in front of him, he's gonna be resourceful and use, and it's like this gritty, sweaty, drooly, primal feeling. You know, that's the film.
I get that, and I like what you said right there. That's what it should be.
Yeah.
So the film incorporates mythological themes alongside like modern day storytelling and storylines. How did you work on balancing that without one overpowering the other?
Wow, that's a great question, man. Well, I just found, like, you know, being a guy that was born and raised in London, I just like, you know, I grew up like just you know, one of the stories of young Hanuman was him, you know, reaching for a burning mango in the sky, which happened to be the sun, and it was exactly like Icarus. And I was like, God, this is fascinating. And like, if you really look into it, it can be about, you know, keeping people in their place. Like, stop aspiring too high. Don't challenge things, you know. And that became the philosophy of the film, and like the burnt hands and all of that. And I just started building from that scenario, you know.
Yeah. Okay. So final question.
Yeah.
This is a wonderful directorial debut.
Yeah.
Incredible, right? It's
thank
hard
you,
to believe this is from a first-time director, right? And so, what other directing efforts would you like to take? Like, do you have any other ideas for any future movies you want to direct?
I've got a few things that I'm tinkering away with. Some very different than this, but it's such at like the, you know, early stages, infant stages that I don't know, but I would like to do more.
All right, don't let people miss you for too long again.
I appreciate
you know, pending another pandemic, I would like to see it sooner rather than later. It'd be incredible. But Dev, it's been wonderful talking to you about Monkey Man, dude. Seriously, congratulations on the film. Thank you for coming by the South by Southwest studio. Okay, everybody, thank you so much for being here. Monkey Man premieres in theaters April 5th. You can watch all of our studio interviews on the South by Southwest YouTube page at youtube.com/SXSW. I'm your host, Juju Green. This is Dev Patel. I'll see you guys later. Hey, man.
You're awesome, man.
This is incredible, bro. No, man. Seriously, you're
How you doing, brother?
Incredible,
You good
bro.
there?
see past me.
Good afternoon, South by Southwest. As a reminder, during the Q&A, please remember to ask questions through the Engage button on the session page of the South by Southwest Go app. Now, please join me in welcoming to the stage Molly Sims and Cynthia Littleton.
Hello. Hello, hello. Good afternoon, South by Southwest. Thank you all for coming out. Yeah, thank you for joining us today. We know it's the midpoint of a busy festival. Appreciate you
Busy
choosing
week.
to spend it. It has been a busy week for the world, for Austin, and it's been a busy week for you. Congratulations. Molly is now an award-winning podcaster. Molly Sims, Lipstick on the Rim. Yeah, applause, applause. Lipstick on the Rim, which you co-host with
Emisha Gormley. It's a really hard
I
name.
never pronounce her first name right. Your co-host, you won for Beauty and Wellness, Best Beauty and Wellness Podcast, and you might have noticed that there's a few podcasts on that topic out there, so it's a very crowded field. Congratulations.
Thank you. I mean, we were honestly just grateful to be nominated, much less win it, but it was a fun Monday night starting South by Southwest. We just got down here, so it was kind of like the cherry on top. We were in good company.
It was an interesting room at the iHeart Awards on Monday night. We're in festival time where things just kind of, but it was an interesting room with all that podcast talent and looking around the room and seeing people that I recognized. There were a few people I recognized their voice more than their face, so that was interesting. What was that experience like for you, though, to see, if there's awards, it must be serious, right? To be in that room and you could sort of feel the medium evolving and almost maturing in a way. Did you get that sense? What was the sense from talking to your fellow podcasters?
Yeah, I definitely did. I just to think that now there's an actual awards and iHeart is doing it and we're all down, during South by Southwest. I just think it's growing. It's just a field that listeners want more of, and they're in it. And as much as they're into TV and film and they're into the podcast, I mean, I get into it. And so it was interesting to see how elevated it's actually becoming. And the talent, I think, from Smartless to Julia Louis-Dreyfus, there's really incredible talent that is doing some incredible storytelling.
And they're at their best, they're so addictive that they become your new, yeah, absolutely. And March is Podcast Awards month because there's the Ambies later this month in Los Angeles. So
I think it's fun to do a podcast. It's the turnaround is quick, the producing is hard. We just got Risa Tisa. Have you guys heard about Who the Fuck Did I Marry? Yeah. So she picked Lipstick on the Rim. We flew her to South by Southwest to Austin yesterday and got to meet her, and we did a 2-part series. And I have to say, I'm literally, I was pinching myself. But those are the moments where you're like, oh my God, this is so worth it. And, we just talked about getting into relationships that sometimes you know are not right, and really trying to figure out the red flags before you're in too deep. And it was an incredible episode. I cannot wait for you guys to hear it.
I want to talk more about Lipstick on the Rim, and you have quite a panoply of ventures and things going on, and I want to hit on them all. But I want to start, because as we talk to prepare for this, I want to start at just a more higher level, because I thought what you said was so profound about being a woman at age 50 and above, which is, it's even, it can even sometimes be hard to articulate.
We could just call it Chapter 3.
Chapter 3, right. But being a woman of a certain age, and what it's like to be, from a place of great privilege, as you acknowledge, but what it's like to sort of step back and think, okay, what is my next act in a world where media is evolving as we sit and speak here? Media is evolving in incredible ways that have absolutely lowered the barrier to entry for people to get in. There are so many ways to be creative, to be entrepreneurial, to have the flywheel effect, where you have a kind of a one brand and many things that shoot off from that, although you have multiple ventures in different sectors going on. But sort of in this moment in time for media, for business, talk a little bit about what you said to me yesterday, and just in terms of what it's like to be a woman, an accomplished woman of a certain age, at that moment, figuring out what is Chapter 3 and the potential that you see there.
Yeah, I think we all can have a Chapter 3, and even a Chapter 4, 5, 6. I think sometimes we're a little bit forgotten. It's like, okay, you do something really well, or 20s or 30s, or you're momming. I call it mom, and I'm momming really hard. But then there comes a time where you do want more than just where you are. And I think, especially being a woman turning 50, you really have to dig deep and figure out your own opportunities, because I can tell you they are not walking up to your door. I had a really unique experience where I knew I wanted to do something different, but I knew that I really wanted to be a part of something from the beginning, not just coming in at the very end of a shoot, a project, a film, TV, a brand, and holding up or doing the one scene, or, I wanted something more. And I think it was daunting, and I knew I wanted to do it. I was with an incredible manager for so many years, but I didn't just want to do TV and film. And I really wanted to be with this manager, Nicole Salaka. She's at Linden. And I really thought, I'm like, of course she's going to take me. Like, why wouldn't you take me, right? She didn't take me in the beginning, but she made me do something that I will suggest to everyone wanting to start something. She's like, you're going to need to come back with me with a 5-year plan. I was like, what? A 5-year plan? She was serious. I mean, if you know Nicole, she's very serious. But it really did make me think. And I was like, well, I said to my husband, I'm like, I don't know what I want to do tomorrow. And so that is really that question, is how, and I'd already been doing things organically. I had started producing for the Home Edit, Get Organized with the Home Edit. We got it to Reese, and then we got it to Netflix. And so I'd already kind of got those juices flowing. But to really sit down and think, what do I want to do? What story do I want to tell? And that was a real lesson. I spent about 2 weeks at my living room table. I hired a woman named Kim Kreuzberger, who had just left a big brand. And I went through my website, my books. I was halfway through a 3rd book. And they were like, this doesn't make sense. This makes sense. And that is truly how everything started, and the seeds were planted. And it's all about planting seeds. I mean, even everything that I've done in the past, week or two was planted so many months and years ago.
Good things take a long time to come to fruition. Well, it's interesting because throughout your career, you've been a model, an actor, you've written numerous books, you're an entrepreneur many times over, you're now a host, working in podcasts and other mediums. You have a very big media profile, so it seems like you've had an appetite to find the new thing that you're doing. Would you say that's a characteristic of yours?
I think it's probably
You're a little
one of my
restless
best.
in your...
I think, you know, when I was modeling, I'm like, oh, things are gonna end. This can't lead with this face forever. Like, I definitely always saw, and then I'm like, okay, well maybe I should host, or maybe I'll try acting. I took a 2-year acting class when I was living in France. That was difficult. I kind of always saw the writing on the wall, and I wanted to be a part of it.
Interesting. And so it sounds like the 5-year plan that your friend suggested was something that just channeled your focus in terms of where you want to go.
It channeled me with, what do I want to do? Who do I want to be? And who do I want my community to be? And like, what aspect of storytelling did I love? I love reading. I'm an avid reader. I think I have pretty good taste. I really do. That's one thing that I have to say. It's hard to learn to have good taste. I think I have really good taste. I think with producing, you know, I have a little girl. I wanted to like have more of like, and I got this question asked today about a legacy, right? Like having something, like having, you know, her see me in a different light, or her see me working. And I think that was really important. That was part of like, in a weird way, my 5-year plan. What do I want to do? What do I want to accomplish? And I had a woman, Leah Wired, I think she runs People now, and she was like, yeah, I don't really think you should be writing the 3rd book. And I was like, really? I'm like, I already have like a writer, I love her. Nah, I don't really think. She was like, you have this website over here, it's really pretty. She goes, it's not really speaking to anybody. She goes, but it's really pretty. And then you have, you're funny, your TikTok, the women who think you're crazy with your family. And there's no connection between the two. And I was like, really? And she was like, I would look at doing a podcast. I'm like, I can't do a podcast. I mean, it's the same thing in 2012 when I told my girlfriend, who's now my co-host, I can't do Instagram, right? There is no way I'm doing TikTok. And now.
Famous last words.
And famous last words, right? So definitely getting out of my comfort zone was, because I was like, Leah, there's just, I can't do a podcast. Like, what am I going to talk about?
But especially for somebody that works in a bunch of areas, a recurring podcast, what better way to bring it all together in a way that can also showcase your personality?
And hence, Cynthia, that was her point. And
Sounds like you got pretty good advice.
I did. Thank you, Leah,
Mm-hmm.
wherever you are.
So, and just to kind of set the table here, you're a mom of 3 kids.
I'm a mom of 3 crazies that I love. 1st grade, and I'm an older mom too, so it makes it, you know, we were talking about that, it makes it a little bit tricky. I have a 1st grader, a 3rd grader, and a 5th grader, so it's definitely full on. We work hard, we play hard, but my mom was the same way. You know, she ran 2 companies, she exercised, she adopted every animal known to man. Like, and I saw how she made that work, and I saw how fulfilled at 50 she was. She was fulfilled with us at, you know, she had me later in life, 35, but she was fulfilled, and I could see that, and I think that's why, I don't know, I wanted to have the 3rd chapter, and I just really wanted to see things through, and I really, you know, when you're in when you're in the entertainment business, in most businesses, especially being a woman, you're very, very much underrepresented. And, you know, if that's my legacy, that I can say, okay, I'm going to support women directors, producers. I have an incredible team. I'm adding to the legacy.
Mm-hmm. It's been fascinating to watch the wave from Reese Witherspoon to to many others that are very much like that, saying that, you know, I'm going to put the seed in the ground, plant the seed, and create the company that will hire the people to tell the stories that I think are underrepresented. And I definitely, this is actually a nice segue to my question. I'm curious, sticking with the business plan theme, so I'm curious, it isn't always interesting for me to ask hyphenates, especially people that have done a bunch of different things. When you got, so you very much you'd say that you are a storyteller, that storytelling has been a big part of your passion. And in part of the doing the new thing was launching Something Happy Productions in 2021 to be kind of an umbrella for the production of your content. What, back in those 3 years ago in 2021, what was the first thing, the first really tangible thing that you did once you decided to start the company? I don't know if you had the name going into it, Something Happy, but what was the first tangible thing you did to create Something Happy as a company, as an actual business entity in the state of California or wherever you're registered?
I think I made it real by naming it. And I was sitting in the Hamptons, I'm like, oh my God, I've got to think of a name. And I'm really kind of crazy with names. And I don't know, it just literally came to me, and I'm like, I'm gonna call this Something Happy Productions. It was the weirdest thing, but that's also when it made it real for me. Like, I think before, I'm just upstairs, we're in COVID, I'm at my little plastic table, I'm not even at my desk downstairs because preschool is happening over Zoom. So you have to understand, I had 3 kids, a floor down, I'm locked in my bedroom while they're doing their things, and I'm like starting to just put things together.
The timing here is significant.
To be really honest with you, Cynthia, it was going before I even knew it was going. I got a lot of luck. This is a really good story. Dana Spector, she's an incredible book agent at CA. Incredible. I love her. She's super cool to me. She believed in me when no one did. I am on the phone with Scott Greenberg, who is not an agent there anymore, but was there for like 100 years. And I'm like, I asked something, I'm like, who got the new Liv Constantine book? And he's like, oh, Joe Roth. I was like, of course. Guys got the Joe Roth. I mean, men got the book. Anyway, I was like, whatever happened to the last Mrs. Parrish? And he's like, I don't know, call Dana. I called Dana, she goes, you're never gonna believe this. This is truer than true. The option is up tomorrow. I go, what? She goes, yeah, it's gonna turn around tomorrow. She goes, I didn't know you produced. I'm like, I don't, but I do. But if you can give me 24 hours to get into, the pitches that are gonna be set in the next 2 weeks, I'm your girl. And that is truly how it happened. I called Kira Goldberg. I'm like, I know you haven't read this book, but I'm going to give you the notes on it. Have your team read it. I called 3 Dot, Liza Chasen, who's an old friend of my husband and I, who's an incredible producer. And I'm like, I know we have this other project, but I'm telling you, we can get this one. And she was like, I don't know. I'm like, just have someone read it. We turned it all around and we got it within like a week. And that is how it happened.
And that was a kind of spark. You enjoyed that, and you were fulfilled.
I loved it. I'm like, I think for me, like the bigger picture, the putting it together, the hustling, the calls, I'm not paying that. Okay, yes, of course I'll pay that. But like, you know what I mean? Like I love finding the material. I love a thriller, Cynthia. I am your girl.
Sounds
if
good.
You want to back a woman.
But as you said, you heard it here. As you said, though, there's a level of trust in the sense of chasing a big property like that, if you without a long track record of producing. But we're going to talk about that.
But also just talking agents into. I mean, I was in Baltimore, Maryland, at a national lacrosse tournament. I'm like, please let me in on the pitch. Please, they're not taking any more pitches. I'm like, I will sleep with you if you will let me in on this pitch. I did not sleep with him, but I got on the pitch and I won it.
Okay, I have to ask you. I was about to ask you if you get. Of course, you've referenced your husband. You are part of a bona fide Hollywood power couple. You married for how many years with? Sorry, didn't mean to stop you up here.
I'm married for 12 years.
12 years. To Scott Stuber, a very prominent movie executive, ran Universal Pictures for a long time, is just segueing out of Netflix, undoubtedly into new chapters, has been a producer in between times like that. So I would imagine you all compared notes about book agents and chasing things with the clock on it.
He knows. I read for him, Cynthia. Don't think I don't.
Well, that's where the taste came in, right?
Don't think I don't, boo. Just because you can make something doesn't mean you should. That's my line, not his. No, but there's a flip side to being the wife of a studio head.
Oh, I can only imagine. In all seriousness, I can only imagine the sense of like, oh, isn't that cute? She's trying to produce something.
So cute.
And that would be like nails on a chalkboard to an accomplished entrepreneur, author, model, actor.
I mean, even yesterday, like when because I did this whole thing when I was with Risa, because he was like, didn't realize, and then Netflix was like, you got Risa? I was like, I know. So I did this thing for social media and go, oh, who's the better producer now? And then I panned to Risa. No, but I'm also like, I'm a hustler. Like I know that sounds, but like when you want something, you have to go and get it. You have to be passionate. You have to, in whatever, if you're creating a brand, if you're, you do have to give it your all. But yeah, it is fun when we win. But to be, to back to your point, yeah, it's not always easy. I think the doors were opened, right? But then I kept them open, and I keep kicking them open.
And you keep calling, clearly. Let me ask you, so right now, under Something Happy in a Short Time, you've got a range of stuff. You've got you've got a nonfiction show in Get Organized with Home Edit. You've got some scripted projects in development. What was it about Last of Mrs. Parrish? What was it about that book that made you chase it that hard?
I love different class. I'm from Kentucky. I'm from a very small, poor
And when
town.
when you talk to you, at first it doesn't, but if you talk to you for a few minutes,
I know.
The
If I'm
Kentucky
drinking,
girl,
you'll know.
the bluegrass
You'll
state
know
is
that I'm from
alive
Kentucky.
in you. And a Vanderbilt, you attended
Right.
Vanderbilt. I'm
Like
very
even
proud.
like an accent can make you seem like, oh, you're not as smart. Or where you're from, like, And I've always been intrigued by socioeconomic differences, class differences, where you're from, how you're brought up.
It's an enormous part of the polarization right now.
It is an enormous part of everything. I lived in Europe for about 7 years. I lived in London, I lived in Paris. I didn't really make it in Italy, but I saw such class differences and different cultures. So I've always just, as a young girl, been very intrigued when I would walk in a room and someone, wouldn't know I'm from Kentucky. And then the way that if I do a little bit of the twang, they wouldn't take me as serious. Or if they didn't know that I spoke French, which I do.
You can dial it up or dial it down when you
down. So listen, that's just a weird thing about me. I do, but I think coming from a poor, how I was raised was not poor per se, but like, I'm from a town of 5,000 to 10,000 people. I have an interest in that. And the first project, The Last Mrs. Parrish, was about a woman wanting another woman's life. And what you love about the book is, first of all, it's amazing for two actresses because it's from both their points of view. You come in with the woman, you don't think anything about it. She, gets inside almost like the movie Parasite. She gets into the world. She basically takes the husband from her. But what you really in the end or halfway through the middle is like, oh, the big $130 million, whatever dollar house and all the money is actually not. So she set her up to, I'm really pitching this badly. I'm a better producer this is, but she didn't want that anymore. Her husband was abusive. He was, not kind to the children. She wanted out of the world that she was in. And it's called The Last Mrs. Parrish. But it's about that. It's about a woman wanting another woman's life, being another world, and what you think is so, maybe isn't. Be careful what you wish for, right? Like sometimes.
Do you see it as a limited series, or do you see it as something that could have multiple seasons and be recurring?
No, it's a film.
Oh, it's film.
It's a film, yeah. It's a film. I'm excited. It's been a lot of work. We have two great writers on it right now. It's a tricky script because it is truly from the point of view changes in the very, midpoint, about 55 pages in.
Are you still enjoying the almost the mechanical work of finding the writers, getting them attached,
Well,
making
thank you.
sure everybody gets paid, making sure all of that? Do you like the mechanics of running a company?
I quit last week, my own company, so that was fun. Yeah, that was fun. It's hard. It's hard finding the right writer. It's hard. I mean, I've never, I actually admitted to my husband, I'm like, Jesus, this is hard. Like, everything. Like the producers, has their hand in everything. Do I like it? I like putting it together more. I like the bigger picture more, but I love, I got to sit over Zoom for about 3.5 hours, and I got to hear 3 incredible pitches on a book called None of This Is True by Lisa Jewell. And Eleanor, incredible playwright. Ruby, fabulous. Bash Doran, incredible. I was like, oh my God, how lucky am I? And those are the moments where I'm like, okay, this is really good.
Mm-hmm. And let's talk about get organized with home edit, because if ever there's something I could personally use some help with sometimes. But I love the way that they, it's not finger wagging. It's just they're showing by example what is possible and how organized your life might be with a little effort.
That was a little bit of a hard show to sell. I started working with them in 2015. I got them for a book, and they were outside of my pantry. I'm like, oh my God, you guys are arguing and crying and laughing over cereal boxes. But I'm like, they walked out. I said to Scott, I was like, God, these girls are so weirdly talented. And I introduced them. They ended up getting an agent, and then we put together a little direct thing.
So again, just to be clear, they came to you as part of a project in your home?
I was writing a chapter in a book of what else? I just had a baby. I didn't want to go sit on a set, and I wanted someone to give tips on organization and kind of putting homes together in terms of how does your kids use your mudroom, or how does your kids, just more about giving moms information on how to be organized, for lack of a better word. When you're organized, you're mentally better.
Even just the little tips and the way that they do them. So, that was a momentous gig for Clea Shearer and Joanna Teplin.
She's the best, and they're the best, and they've created such an incredible. I'm actually working with them.
And that is a Netflix non-scripted show.
That started with kind of an 8-episode. Kind of, I don't even know. It was on, I think we did it through DirecTV and AT&T, her deal there. And then we sold it to Netflix, and we did 2 seasons on Netflix.
That's right. It went to Reese Witherspoon. It went to Hello Sunshine and that digital platform. And
we partnered with them, and then we took it on. We did almost like a YouTube series. And then we were like, wait a second, I think we've got something here. And they're just so dynamic. And so talented, and again, great storytellers on their own.
Funny together.
They're so
very
funny.
Together.
I mean, literally, they can cry and laugh and get mad at each other over a pasta box. It's crazy.
But that's just that trajectory is an interesting example of what's possible in media today. Something that you incubated at a small level, and then got the Hello Sunshine, which certainly didn't help didn't hurt its stature. Or their stature kind of in the lifestyle and wellness community, and then
you're right.
all the way to a Netflix show.
Right. I mean, that took from 2015 to 2019, 2021. That's pretty fast in our business, right? But that trajectory is what, little by little by little by little.
And you've clearly helped hone that brand.
I'm
they
a big.
are. That must be
They
fulfilling.
don't need me now. They're phenomenal. They took off right away, and I'm just so happy to be able to support them and be with them. And they have a new project now. They still brought me into it. They believed in me as much as I believed in them.
That sounds like a, that could be, the lifestyle folks, I mean, in success, those are very long careers, so that could be a long association.
Yeah, and I think, when we did the show, it was interesting because I realized that I'm not a reality producer. I don't truly love reality television because a lot of people came and, just because you're on Instagram or just because you're on, TikTok doesn't mean you can have your own show or, you can, but it just takes more. And so we had a lot of people coming and, trying to figure out like a new talent, which was interesting to see because everyone kind of has their superpower and they don't always cross over to different mediums, right?
Right.
But I have to say, Clea and Joanna can do pretty much any medium, and that was so beautiful to see.
That's a good find. That's actually a good segue for that I wanted to talk. There's a couple more projects. Actually, I did want to ask you, Something Happy, where did that name come from?
I have a neon sign in one of my rooms. It's a playroom. It's a small little room, but it says Happy Mess. And I don't know, something about that, I didn't want to call it, of course, Happy Mess, but like something about like just bringing women together to be happy. Happy is an interesting word. It's like someone like, oh, just be happy. I hate when people say that. But I don't know, I wanted it also to have like where I want to come from, a good place, and I kind of got over oh my God, let's do something cool to have someone take you serious. I got over that. So, but yeah, Something Happy. That's truly, I wanted it to come from something that felt really good about storytelling and being together and yeah.
Yeah, well, you're off to a good start here. And then let's talk a little bit more about the podcast itself and what's it been like for you. Obviously, you've been in the public eye, you've been a model, you've been an author, and you've shared a lot about your life in your books. But to be in the public, or I guess I should say the public ear, as a podcaster, where you share a lot about, you get to share a lot more about yourself than you did as a model or an actor. What's that been like for you, opening up and having the public, having listeners be, almost follow along on your life and get, you do get a lot of interactive feedback from folks?
Yeah, I think, it can always a little bit be a slippery slope, especially, when you have a family and you're, feel like you're in the business, so you don't want to like spill the tea too much. But I have to say, it's also been so nice to, the reason why we started the podcast was to not gatekeep and to be transparent. A lot of people won't tell you what they do. They'll just say, oh, I sleep so long, I drink a lot of water, I don't do anything else. I got really sick and tired of that. And so I've never been that. I'm actually the opposite of that. I love building women up. I love connecting. And that is what our podcast does so brilliantly. We are open. We are honest. We have had incredibly hard years after starting it. My co-host, her daughter got diagnosed with cancer. The day she was gonna do it, didn't even tell me. She was like, I'm talking about it. I'm like, we're talking about it? Like, we're really going, like, and to really be open and honest. And I think it's just been great because you get to connect in a very different way. And I think, sometimes people think when you're in our business that, like, I don't know, like, just, they didn't know me, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to explain it, but like just being able to be honest, it feels good.
Would you say that starting your career as a model, where you are prized, you are paid, your job is to look perfect, to look sexy, to look absolutely amazing, but always perfect, always, is that something that is? What kind of effect do you think that has on a person that is pursuing a career in entertainment, where you get more no's than yeses? It happened. Even the biggest stars get that.
I think what a lot of people don't realize is that It's 99% no, all the time.
There's the Kentucky.
There you go. All the time. It is. It's 99% no, and it's also, I think, you know, modeling was like the best thing I could have done in terms of building up armor and building confidence, because, you know, you're too fat, you're too tall, you're too blonde, you're too black, you're too muscular, you're too thin, you're too. There's not pretty. I didn't know my nose was crooked until I was 22 years old. Right? Like, there's not a lot that can tear me down because of that. And I think, you know, it's now served me as a mom, because I'm not easily rattled and I can take on a lot. But it's also served me in my business, right? Like, it's made me build up to that. But I have to say, you know, sharing and having these guests on the podcast, I literally feel like, Amisha and I were talking about that, like, I literally feel like I get to go to school every week. I take notes. I mean, we're listening the same way, you know, our listeners are. And we spend an immense amount of time producing our episode. It's not like we just have someone come on. I know pretty much everything about you. We know what you've done. We take it.
Do your homework.
We do our homework, and it is fascinating. And, you know, what we're not is how I built that. Right? Because so many podcasts are that. We're not that. We want to answer a question. We want to answer something that you don't know. We want to debunk a myth. We want to figure something out. We want to know, oh my God, what's the next this? And we have the best time doing it. We really, truly, and you know, our guests have just even from day one, we find a way to kind of really get in there and get those answers. And I think that's what our community loves most.
And are you, I think I know the answer to this question, but are you hands-on in the producing, in the planning, in the deciding the topics, and hunting down the guests and recruiting them? And
Am I hands-on? Yes, I am.
Affirmative.
Yes, I'm very hands-on. I think for me, the topic is everything, because that's our series driver. What do you know?
When you're scrolling, it's like, do I care about that? Yeah, I really want to listen to 25 minutes on that.
Because I don't just want to have a founder on. What am I getting from the founder? What are we answering? What questions do we not want to know? What questions do we want to know? How can this benefit us? And I really love connecting women, and I love that, you know, there's no judgment, right? Like, we talk about plastic surgery, we don't talk about plastic surgery. We say what we do, we say what we don't do. Like, it's a really, we try to make it positive. We try to, you know, beauty is, for me, was always on the outside. There was this little girl on the inside. And it's, you know, beauty is not a size 2, 6 foot. It's not. It's what's inside. It's what's outside. And that mix together is what we want to try to, like, talk about and get into. And, you know, speaking of Gen X, like, even podcasts aren't talked, you know, podcasts aren't like, they lean a little younger. But now, I don't know, the Gen X's are coming on board.
Excuse me. Yeah, it was interesting because when you were one for wellness and beauty, because I think when I do, you know, the topics are so broad, you talk very much about. Obviously, you have a specific subject, but you do talk more broadly than about the beauty business. Is that the woman that from Who the Fuck Did I Marry? Risa, thank you for the name. You know, is that something new for you in terms of, like, you know, recruiting a very sought-after guest, a newsworthy kind of newsmaker person? Is that something?
You know, I don't want it to be pop culture.
Pursuit.
I don't want it to be in that way. But I became obsessed. I came off of, like, a week with my children. I went to the BAFTAs with my husband. I took all my kids, and then we started kind of pregnant with Amy. We had the read through, and I think I was just kind of done, and I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna get 2 nights in a hotel room with no kids, no husband, and I was so excited. And then I got the flu really badly. And then, like, so badly that when Kenna, who works with me, called me, I'm like, I can't talk right now. We can't go over anything. I am dying. She goes, no, you've gotta listen to this thing. It's so you. It's just like, it's you have no boundaries. You're gonna love it. I was like, great. Anyway, so that is literally how she was like, I'm like, it's 52. It's like literally like 52 parts. She's like, don't worry, you can do it. And I'm like, thanks. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Hopefully the flu.
By the way, I was so thankful
quick
I got the
to
flu.
recover
Who would have had 8 hours?
You mentioned, I skipped over here when we were talking about something happy, and this is a big one for you, Kinda Pregnant, which is, it's an intriguing title. That's a big scale project with Amy Schumer, Adam Sandler producing. Was that, talk about the process of bringing those people together, and that's a different level for you.
Yeah,
And it's sold to Netflix as a comedy feature.
Yeah, you're not going to believe this, but my kids are still in elementary school, and I had a teacher come to a friend of mine and said, oh, we'd really like you to read a script. A lot of people asked us to read scripts, from your mother, your brother, your uncle, your cousin, like everybody and their mother asked to read a script. She wasn't even my teacher. I was like, okay, I don't know, I'm from the South, so I always feel guilty. So I was like, okay, sure, I didn't mean it. I was never gonna read that script. But then she sent it to me and I saw the title and it was called Kinda Pregnant. I was like, that's fucking weird. And so, I don't know, and I'm like, 2 pages in, I'm like, 10 pages in, I'm like, shit's really good. But it's about a woman who, someone like me, I was on a show for a very long time on an NBC show called Las Vegas, and in my 5th or 6th season, I don't even know how long it ran, I was playing pregnant with Josh Duhamel's baby. We don't know whatever happened. But I had to wear this baby bump for, I don't know, a whole season, so 23, 24 episodes. This book was about a woman, or this screenplay was about a woman who has been dating a guy, Dave, for 5 years, and she thinks she works in a school and all her teachers are getting married, getting pregnant, and she's like, today is the day. She tells Kate, her best friend, she goes, I am getting engaged. And he asked her for a threesome. And so she is devastated. Jillian Bell is her best friend, Kate. And she goes back and she was like, all upset. She was like, he wants a threesome. And she was like, I AI'd our kids. Like, they would have been amazing. And she was like, they would have been horrific. It is about a story about a woman who wanted something and she felt like she was missing out, and I was that girl, because when I was wearing that bump at 35 years old, I realized, like, I woke up one day and I'm like, I want a family. I went to a fertility doctor, single. This is way too much information for South by Southwest. But the point about my story is that I loved Kinda Pregnant so much because it hit such a chord with women when you wake up one day and you're like, I want something so bad that I don't have. And that is what it's really all about. And her friend announces that she's pregnant, and then her nemesis is pregnant. And we're on day 15. And
it's shooting now in LA.
It's shooting now in New York. And I'm going tonight after we finish. But she gave it to me, and I'm like, I'm not a producer. I know, I can't. And so I'm like, well, bring it back to me if you can't get it off the ground. Let me see. I could maybe make some calls for you. Literally, I didn't even mean it. And sure enough, like 6 months later, she came back, and I'm like, I said to my husband, I'm like, I really like this script. I'm like, it's so funny. It's so me. Except I didn't wear the baby bump outside of, Vegas. And I sent it to, I talked to Marty Bowen yesterday. I sent it to Marty Bowen. Of course, he passed because he wouldn't take me serious at the time, but he does now. And then I sent it to a couple of other people. Everybody passed. And then I had just done The Wrong Missy with Adam Sandler, with Happy Madison. And I had been doing Happy Madison movies for 20 years. I started with The Benchwarmer.
As an actor, you appeared in them, yeah.
I was like, well, you know what? I don't really even have but I had a name, and I'm like, I'm just going to submit it to them. I didn't hear anything. I didn't even know if they got it. I didn't hear a response. Judith didn't respond. Nobody responded. And I get a text on my phone about 4 months later. It's like, it's Adam Sandler. I want to make your movie. Thanks. I'm like, the fuck? I'm like, I show this to Scott, and he goes, what? And I was like, and that was 3.5 years ago.
Is Sandler somebody that you knew through the business, or this was out of the cold blue?
I mean, I know. I work for his company. He hires me in, his films he's produced. Like, no, this was not like. This was like a what the fuck moment. This was like.
It's funny.
Wait, I screenshotted it, by the way, Cynthia. Yeah, it literally, and it took, as you know, it goes through a lot of revisions and a lot of things, and then, we are so lucky to have Amy Schumer and Jillian Bell, and we have Tyler directing, and it's a dream come true.
And that's a little bit all in the family, because Adam Sandler's movies are based at Netflix, and
exactly.
So it was all working together.
Yeah, I couldn't believe, my husband didn't even know. I was like, what? And he goes, I didn't say yes to that. I was like, oh, you're funny. But
with Adam Sandler behind it, I'm sure it kind of rises to the top of the pile there.
Adam is incredible. He's just, I caught my kids watching my older one, Happy Gilmore. I'm like, you're not supposed to watch this. And then I'm like sitting there on the bed, like watching it with him. I'm like, this is amazing. He's that talent. He's his own world.
I want to encourage people, I probably should have done this earlier, there's the South by Southwest Go app out there, and if you download it, you can submit questions, and there they are. All right, Molly, you pick.
Do you have any fun stories or memories of filming the movie Fired Up? So many people asked me. That was Will Gluck, who's a phenomenal director to this day. Oh my God, we had so many fun. I think because it was like a cheerleading movie, and like
that was Jimmy Fallon, correct?
That was for Fired Up?
No, sorry.
No, that was Will Gluck. I can't even remember who it was by now, but no, I was a terrible cheerleader, so I made up for it. But yeah, it was really fun.
Since you brought up Las Vegas, I have to ask you, do you have any interesting James Caan stories for us?
Oh my God, Jimmy, God rest your soul. I loved him so much. I hated him in the beginning. Oh.
He recently passed a couple months ago?
About a year ago, I think now. He was incredible. He was very difficult on me. He was very difficult on Josh. He was working with a soap opera star and a model. I think it wasn't his, I think he was like, what,
After having starred in seminal films of the 70s and 80s, right.
That would be correct. But he was incredibly hard on us until one day I'm like, I actually walked off set in front of everyone. I'm like, you can't do this to me. And I don't know if he was just trying to get me to believe in me and to like push me to be better than I was and to trust me. But there was a really fun, we're at the bar, and it's a 2-shot coming in, and as you can see, I talk with my hands. And so, whenever I had to work with Jimmy, I couldn't have my accent. I was always so focused on like not messing that up. And we're at a 2-shot, and I'm talking, cameras here on me, cameras here on you, and I'm like this. I literally, in front of him, like, use my hands on his close-up, and he goes, if you don't put your fucking hands down. I'm like, I'm gonna kill myself right now, but okay. But yes, it was the best acting school I could have ever gone to. He taught me so much. He taught me how to play tennis. He didn't care. He didn't care how I said it. He just was in it with me, and he just made me great.
So he was hard on you as an actor, but he wasn't a jerk, or he was both?
He was not a jerk. He just was hard. My walk and talks, like I wasn't used to hitting a mark, making something talk, I was green. just because you've been in acting classes for 5 years doesn't really make you, there's something about learning on the job is real. But he was so good to me, and truly 6 years, I think he was not on it for one of the years, but really, or 5 or 6 years, I can't remember. He was phenomenal. And just the stories that I would hear about The Godfather and he was in the rodeo, it was really, his life was fascinating, and he just made us better. And he'd be like, take that again. And I'm like, he goes, let's take that again. It was nice.
Did you enjoy the work of series television? Being in these days, that show was an old-fashioned show that did 22 a year, quite different than the vast landscape we have.
And I think when I got the show, because they were like, don't worry, it's never going to go, because I got a reoccurring role.
It was on NBC. It was
on
set
NBC.
in Las Vegas.
Set in Las Vegas.
The name, Las Vegas.
I'm like, I can't move to Las Vegas, and I can't be on a show. I was just at the point of my modeling career where I was really starting to make money. And I, at that time modeled almost 8 years. So I'm like, oh my God, I've got to continue this. But then we ended up, managers and agents too. They're like, don't worry, it's never going to go. Don't worry. And then I'm like, okay, I'll just do the reoccurring. And then a week before the pilot, they were like, it's series regular or nothing. I'm like, I can't do a series regular. There's no way. I can't be your 20. And it was 23 episodes at the time, which was a lot of work. And every year they were like, don't worry, it's going to get canceled. I think it went 5 or 6 years. I mean, honestly. I drove my production, Steve Sasson, crazy, because I would always be like, okay, I'm going to go work. I'll be back 5 a.m. on Monday. He was like, you're going to kill me. And I go, I know, I am. But I'm going to go make some money.
Sounds like quite a learning curve there, but a real learning experience for you. Do you want to pick another one?
Female ownership of IP is important. Can you elaborate on strategies Something Happy Productions uses to empower women to develop and own their own intellectual property? I think, really surrounding yourself when you're starting. I think one key piece that if you can, even if you have to do an hourly, is try to get a lawyer. A lawyer can really help you. I had an hourly lawyer when I first started, not in 100 years. I've been with James Adams for 30 years, but I've given that advice. Don't sign anything. Make sure your IP is covered. Make sure you're trademarked. Really, I cannot say this more. Please ask the questions. Be careful what you sign. I recently got out of something, and I was so lucky that I owned the IP. I owned the formulas. Just because someone can make it easy for you now doesn't mean it's right for later. But I do, even if it's an hourly lawyer, a lawyer who will do you a favor to look at the paperwork, to help you be strategic in even getting the IP. It is not easy, but please ask the questions.
Especially now when protocols and templates are changing right and left. Here's a good one. Who would be a dream guest for you to have on Lipstick on the Rim?
I mean, honestly, one of my dream guests was yesterday. I couldn't believe it. What I couldn't believe more is that, because not that I was surprised she picked us, but I'm so happy you picked us. You picked me. And she goes, you're Molly Sims. And I'm like, what? Well, yeah, but you know what I mean? I was so unbelievably happy to connect with Risa. I mean, who would be
That's the kind of thing that probably would not have happened without a podcast.
Would not have happened.
Maybe through a book, but a
yeah.
podcast is so intimate.
Would love Oprah. Just saying. I'd love to pick her brain about her hair and makeup and beauty and all the things she does. Oh my God. I love having authors on. Like if I could get Lisa Jewell to come on, she's an incredible thriller writer. Like I got to do a Zoom with Kira and her, and it was so fun. I got to ask her how she comes up with these characters and her treatments and how her process. Like I love when I learn about someone's process. It's really fun.
You'd be a good journalist.
I would like to have the Smartless boys on and do a Smartless lipstick on the rim. That would be a little dream. Actually, I know Will Arnett. Why have I not asked Will Arnett?
You could make this happen.
I might
You have the
make this
connections.
happen.
You have the connections. Keep sending those questions, folks. I wanted to ask you before, in our waning minutes here, you also have a very much an entrepreneur and a business line. You have a line of, I'm gonna mispronounce this.
Wise.
Wise, Y-S-E, sorry. I couldn't decide if it was the acronym or the Wise, a line of beauty and skincare products. And in the past, I know you've had jewelry. What is that like to be the literal face of a product that people can buy? Do you feel, you must feel a certain responsibility to make sure that what they're buying is good and well made and safe and all that? What is that like to be?
Yeah, and I Wise, we launched Wise 10 months ago, last beginning of May, end of April. It was daunting. I started it at the plastic table when I started my producing. The other question to the 5-year plan was, is there any white space that you feel is underrepresented? And that is from the question. I'm like, well, let me go get all my stuff. So I went up and got like 15 to 20 products. I'm like, I've had a really bad skin problem. I have super access to any dermatologist, any product. And I've been on this roller coaster for about 8 years. And I've kind of gotten off the roller coaster and literally like, this is my routine. This is my system. And I had really bad hyperpigmentation, dark spots. I turned 40, I had a first kid. I don't know if it was sun, I don't know if it was age, hormones, a mixture of everything, but I had really bad just uneven skin tone, and I was the girl who was the no makeup girl. I was the girl who could walk in a room and just put a little lipstick on, and I was not that girl anymore. And it really hurt my confidence. It really, then having babies, it would make it worse. And I would do really something drastic. I would do a peel. I would try to do a laser. I would go on hydroquinone, which is a really strong active. And I would do all of these things, and for about 3 months, Cynthia, it was fine. It was great. I was a little red, a little dry, but it wasn't patchy. And then the moment I went out to the sun, it would get really, really bad. And so after do you see any white space that you could figure out? I said, why is everything that's so clinical and so harsh not cool? And then why is everything that's millennial kind of cool? I mean, maybe too much pink, but, fun, but there's no efficacy. And that is how Wise was born. No one was speaking to Gen X. I don't want to be spoken to like I'm your grandmother. I don't want to be spoken to with beauty about, oh my God, how your hot flashes. Like, I don't know. Okay, that's a separate category. I don't want to age like that. I don't want to. But what I realized in my 8-year journey, and it was truly a journey, that more does not mean better. More does not mean like it's actually worse. Because the stronger things are, the more irritated, the more you're breaking down your barrier. And that was what I was doing constantly. Every 3 or 4 months, I was just breaking down that barrier. So the moment, again, that I started to live my life, the patchiness would really come back. And out of Wise, it's a brightening line. It's been incredible. We launched April 25th, 2023. I was told that I could do this for a certain amount of money. I had been doing it now for 3 years. Up until that point, I was $2 million. They were $2.2 million off of telling me what it would cost me to see this through. I was under an immense amount of pressure. I did not want to be in the you're just another celebrity skincare category. because I wanted, this is something that's separate to me. It's a real brand that works. And I'd spent over $150,000 doing clinicals. And so April 24th of 2023, I wanted to vomit because this has got to work. And it has been unbelievable. It has just exceeded every expectation.
So there was a demand for what
There was a
the
demand.
issue that you were.
There is a demand. There is a demand for women wanting to be spoken to in a certain way, and also an education. Don't be putting retinol all over your face, girls, and going in the sun. You know, there's going to the dermatologist and getting that laser or that peel. That, you know, it's what our young teens are doing right now. They're using all these actives and they're 13 years old. It's the same thing. They give themselves perioral dermatitis. You know, it's something really harsh does not mean better. And that is my routine recipe, and I do it, all of it. And at 50, I have better skin than I did in 2012.
There's so much misinformation and sketchy information out there that for sure, and those decisions you make, you can't take back.
98% transexamic acid. That is not good for you.
Okay, Molly, in our waning 45 seconds, tell us how you've been touched by lipstick on the rim, by doing this podcast and having this presence. Now you've got 30 seconds. What comes to mind?
I think just connecting with women, connecting with my listeners, really, you know, when we do our Ask Me Anythings, what do they want to know? What can I find out for them? How can we dig deeper? And what stories can we tell?
That's awesome. Thank you, Molly, for letting us
amazing,
take this
Cynthia.
tour through your life
you.
and your work. We really appreciate your time. Thank you for the good
guys.
questions, and really appreciate you spending time with us today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Molly.
Thanks, Cynthia. You're amazing.
I could see past the I could see past the could see past the hollow.
Amigos y amigas, last band for today. Thank you so much, everyone who stopped by here, El Sonido Showcase. I'm very happy. I'm honored to be here with all these amazing artists, Marcelo de Dois, Pink Pablo, Jay Noah, Maren Latson, Angelica Garcia, and this last project, I found their music a couple of months ago. I became a fan, and hopefully you can become a fan as well. Some dreamy indie pop from Brazil. So fuerte el aplauso y el ruido, papisa con todos ustedes. Gracias.
Hello, thank you.
Eu respiro devagar com você.
saio mesmo sem vontade. Encontro um romance vago, solta em SP. Vejo a sua mensagem, parece que não tem mais quase nada pra dizer. Fico um minuto a mais, só pra ver se te escuto. Duvidei que tinha amor, se eu não sentia mais. Mas o tempo é rei da volta, mostra o que importa. Vou sem pressa e sem saudade. Beijo um desconhecido e danço. Penso em você. Fico um minuto a mais, só pra ver se te escuto. Antes de sair, duvidei que tinha amor, se eu não sentia mais. Mas o tempo é rei da volta, mostra o que importa. Duvidei que tinha amor, se eu não sentia mais. Mas o tempo é rei da volta, mostra o que importa. Thank you. O risco é grande no verão, quando o sol demora pra se pôr. Era um encontro breve até se tornar amor, delírio. Uma noite vira uma semana, já passou um mês. Você não sai da minha cama. Até o outono invadir o verão. you. Vai passar, amor. Eu sei, não é fácil. O que um dia foi bonito vai ficando pra trás. É um mistério, amor. Pensar que era possível e tudo era tão vivo. Não dava pra prever quanto agora ia doer. Deixa doer, que é pra curar. Deixa What happens now? What happens now? What happens now? Pode acreditar, nem tudo é deserto. Depois da noite escura, outro dia vai nascer. E quando acontecer do sol brilhar, me procura. Deixa brilhar, deixa brilhar, me procura, deixa brilhar. What happens now? What happens now? What happens now? What happens now? Let it happen. What happens now? What happens now?
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming, for being here.
eu te trouxe pra minha fogueira, te quebrando havia um matagal. Sob a luz da lua havia a sombra de um amor gigante, de quem já foi tua, escolheu correr o mundo errante. Ando tão vazia, sem fronteira, a vida é tão pulsante. Tudo em volta me atravessa devagar, tão distante. Deixa o tempo te levar.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I would invite you to get up and dance if you want. If you're too tired, it's okay. We are Papisa from Brazil. Muito obrigada, muitas gracias. Obrigada, Albina, for introducing us. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. We are Papisa from São Paulo.